see. Do 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 do. Are we live? Are we live? Are we? Oh wait, we are the lives. We are all the lives. Super live. Super live Skepticus. Okay, good deal. Hello, Michael. Hello. It looks like we got the fam already. A good, well, not all the fam, but a good part of the fam already lined up here. I don't know if Anka's still with us. He seems to have been the first one in the chat like a half hour ago. Michael, of course, is always here. Michael, we have to talk about your social life, but I appreciate you very much. We have Oliver. We have Dale. Good to see you, Dale. So let's see. Michael says ready for a great live. Well, no, you're just gonna get the live from my channel. So I can't give you a great one. I can just give you my live. This will be my live stream. You have to go to like Deconstruction Zone if you want a great live. Although I have to say, if I could, if I ever had the what's what I'm going to look for, if I had the cojones to actually talk shit to someone like Justin at Deconstruction Zone, I will say that I was watching his live stream last night, or at least trying to watch some of his live stream last night, and there wasn't a whole lot of his live stream because he had a whole lot of technical difficulties going on. So I'm probably cursing myself by even bringing up such things, but for the moment, I will say that I don't know if I'm a better live streamer than Justin. I certainly wouldn't say that, but at least until something goes wrong, I will say that technically speaking, I have a better live stream tonight than Justin had last night. That's as far as I will take that brag, because if I try to take it any further, anyone who knows Justin, will call me out for being the amateur that I am. So I'll try to take what little, not that Justin and I are in competition, but I'll try to take what little victories I can. Like, hey, my stream is live. You can actually, I believe you can call in. I mean, not that I've had anyone call in yet today, of course, but the call in has been working now for a number of shows. I believe that if you were to hit the call in link, you would successfully be able to call in, which once again, Justin was not able to pull off until he messed with it for like a couple of hours last night, I think, until he finally got it all. Maybe it wasn't quite that long. I don't know, but it definitely took him a little bit. So, it's probably, you guys probably don't care about the inner workings, but one of the things that's kind of funky about YouTube, and I think TikTok and the other platforms are kind of the same way. One of the things that's kind of screwed up is that they don't give you there's not a good mechanism that allows you to test a stream or to test your call-in mechanisms before you actually go live. So you guys will remember that in some of my first live streams, even figuring out whether I was live, figuring out whether the sound sounded right, figuring out whether people could call in, figuring out whether I could hear people when they called in or whether they could hear me. I mean, it was all, if it seems very amateurish, it's because, well, first of all, it is. You're getting exactly what you pay for this show, but also you don't have the full tool set, I would say, on YouTube or probably any of these platforms to do a true like professional setup. You wouldn't want to watch a live show even on your local television channel and expect to see people doing sound checks and trying to figure out if people can hear each other. Like that would be pretty amateur and pretty bad. But unfortunately, YouTube doesn't give you all of the tools that you need in order to really test things out beforehand if you wanted to have a higher degree of overall quality on your live stream. But all the teasing aside, you guys know that I love Justin. He's great. Okay, we got our first good good question. Well, so we have a couple things. Well, I'm going to hit the second one first here. So Michael says, okay, who's the girl on? I assume you mean the girl on and then he's retracted it. I think he sent it a little too early, but I think you mean the girl on the thumbnail. So that is Lily J, and we are going to have some fun tonight talking about Lily J. So we're definitely going to get into that, but I'm not going to get into that first. But it's definitely something we're going to spend some time on talking about Lily J. And then I see Demented Engineer says, Adam, who lies more, Frank Turek or Ken Ham? I wish I had a really snappy answer for you on that one. I don't have like a quick, funny anecdote for you, because the simple fact is, when it comes down to apologists, we have Anka joining us here. So, Anka, you with us?
Here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
I'm really good. I'm basically here just to sound check.
Yeah. You sound really good. I think you sound. I mean, you sound really good to me. If Anka does not sound good to anyone else,
And
let
you
us know
sounds
in the
pretty
chat.
nice.
I don't know if you caught any of Justin's live stream last night. But,
it was something.
yeah.
I had a really bad night of sleep, and I was like waking up, checking him, like, oh, stream is down again. Like, oh no. He had like one segment that was like literally like 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, he did. And not that I need to apologize for Justin, because he has a much bigger audience. He's been doing this far longer than me, but it just kind of illustrates how you can be doing live streams 3-4 times a night or 3-4 times a week with thousands of viewers, and you could still end up in a scenario where, damn, tonight nothing's working,
Sometimes stuff just happens, like especially like Windows or like TikTok. It just happens sometimes.
Yeah. And he's a really bright guy. I think he's done some of the programming to set up his own system. He's some type of like electrical engineer or mechanical engineer. I think he's an electrical engineer.
I think electrical as well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know anything about him personally other than what I've seen.
He's good enough with technology to like run virtual cables and stuff. Like that's something that you need like a little bit of experience in to do it successfully.
Yeah, like me, I build web-based applications. So, if you go to one of my web-based apps and it's down, that should tell you something, because I should know how to at least keep the application up. But sometimes, like I said, the problem with want to give a quick acknowledgement here too. So thank you, brother. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat there. I appreciate you as always. Always very generous. But the thing with YouTube, I think is funny. I mean, they have a hell of a platform, but it is kind of strange to me how in 2026, if you live stream in their platform, on one hand, it's super easy. Like, if you have a camera set up, you could get into if you have a channel, you could get in there and hit the button and you could be live streaming right now. I mean, it may not be the best quality, but you can be live streaming right now. I mean, even someone who doesn't know what the hell they're doing could live stream. But the downside to their system is there's no way in YouTube, and I don't think there's a way in TikTok either, to like truly test out what a stream would do if it was live. The only way to really know what it would do if it was live is to go live.
There is a way. I think on YouTube there is a way you can test out, but like you're gonna go live, but no one will see it, and you're only gonna have like a test link.
Well, I guess that's what I'm getting at, and I could be wrong. Maybe they've changed it, or maybe I just haven't seen it properly. I guess what I'm really looking for, what I would like to have in the future, is a way to have a private stream.
I think YouTube has it, but maybe they changed it. But they had this thing. It's just, but the thing is, like, if you're ready to go live, like, it doesn't really matter if you test it or not, because something can break like after the test.
Well, that's true. That's true. And when you do callers for, that's another thing too. Like, YouTube doesn't have any built-in mechanism for you to do callers. So every YouTube streamer who has callers on the show is using some other tool, StreamYard, or they're using Video Ninja through OBS or something. And so, to your point, even if I know that my streaming is set up perfectly, I could still sit there and hit the go live button and then find that, oh, my Video Ninja stuff isn't connecting right or something. You know,
Yeah.
it's a lot of different ways for it to go bad.
Yeah, it is. What are these guys on the background? They're so goofy.
Aren't they? It's another one of, and look at,
They're walking backwards.
Yeah, you see
Look
the
at
guy,
them.
this is hilarious. I thought this was great. So, you know, I've said before, full disclosure, you know, I said I get people on my channel who bitch about like, oh, you used AI. I can't, you know, I'm never going to come back to your channel again, which, okay, you know, I'm on record as saying that I'm not going to just completely promise to never use AI. Sometimes I don't want to record against a black screen, or sometimes I don't want to record against just an image that I created. So sometimes I will use background images, but you know, when I live stream, I like to have just something going on back there now, and I've already admitted that most of the things that I get to put on the background are things that I've stolen from other AI channels, and I don't feel bad saying that at all. You know, like I would never do this from a real person's channel, but I mean, these are channels where their only content is AI. It's all AI generated, and a lot of them are meant to be like, you know, they're hoping that people will put this on for hours, because like this one, the soundtrack to it is a Gregorian chant kind of thing. I'm sure that the Gregorian chants are all made with AI too. I don't think there's any humans doing it at all. So I don't feel bad at all about, you know, grabbing this and, you know, putting it behind me. But I thought it was funny, first of all, because it's kind of, you know, in an ancillary fashion related to the channel because of the overt religious themes. The AI, I have to admit, on this one is better than most I've seen, but it is still funny if you watch it for long enough. Some of the weird little quirks, like you said, like every once in a while there's a monk walking backwards, or someone's about to walk off of a cliff or something. Like they're just weird moments where, like, if you're paying attention, it gets really off. But it is what it is. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it is weird. Talking about this like long chants and stuff. Long time ago, before I started debating religion and stuff, I had a playlist of music on YouTube, and I called it playlist for streams, for streams for Dota 2 streams. Do you know the game Dota 2?
Yeah.
And in this playlist, I had like 3 or 4 like an hour-long Orthodox chants, just for funsies.
Yeah.
And some dude, after this playlist being on my channel for like, I don't know, like 6 years, 7 years, he messaged me under one of my videos like, dude, I'm really happy that you're like using Orthodox prayers to like help you through like hard times, but can you like rename it and not like associate it with Dota? It was so funny.
This one right here, and it loops, but that one that was right up there too, it shows them like walking into the water in a weird way. Like I said, as AI videos go, it's one of the better ones I've seen, you know, and it's only, you know, these things are only going to get to be better and better to a point where over time you'll have a hard time distinguishing them at all, if you can even now sometimes, you know. So this one I think is really funny. Like it's not that I'm not understanding of the AI complaints, because I have concerns about AI.
This one is my favorite, them just walking backwards.
Yeah, exactly. But then, even though I understand some of the complaints, some of these people just think they know every time they look at a video whether it's AI. Now, I think most people nowadays can look at this background right now and you know, without looking at it too long, can go, oh, that's AI. But there's already a bunch of stuff that people are looking at that I know from experience. They don't know they're looking at AI generated stuff, whether it's thumbnails, whether it's little clips of video. And I'm not saying that makes it right, but I'm saying that it's kind of funny when I hear people bitch about like, oh, I can't believe you used AI there. Then I look, you know, if I find out what they're actually watching, I'm thinking, you're watching AI right now, you just don't know it. You know.
Yeah, and also it's kind of weird sometimes that people like they're mad at AI for wrong reasons. They think like if it's AI, it's bad. No, it's more like how you use AI. That's like it can be bad, yeah. But
Well, I
if you
agree.
just if you just generate like these monks that are doing some walking backwards with no actual like meaning, like yeah, that's kind of bad. But you can create like a nice background that you wouldn't have like money to go film it yourself or whatever. Like yeah, AI is just a tool that you use.
Right, and I know what the complaints are. Like the counterpoint to that is that even if it's just for something in the background that you wouldn't have paid for anyway, they'll say, oh, but that was all trained on stuff that was stolen from regular artists. Now I have a lot of qualms about that too, because AI has
This is a worst, I think, argument, because if especially if it's like a drawing or animation, like people are watching other creators and learning from them. That's not a good argument. Like
So it's funny you mentioned that. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine about this a few months ago, and he was very much in the anti-AI camp. He's a programmer, but he was very much in the anti-AI camp. And, I
that's
explained
weird.
to him,
Usually programmers are kind of pro AI.
well, they are as far as doing their job on a daily basis, but in terms of the art piece, I think there's still a lot of debate there. But and I see we have another call here. I'll get to you in just a second. I hate salad, but the where was I going with this? Oh, I was saying that if I know it's dangerous to assume that AI use analogies of AI like a person, but I'm going to use an analogy like that anyway. If I want to learn to paint, okay, or learn to play guitar, we'll say, when if I need to, I don't play any instruments, but if I wanted to learn to play guitar and I go to a guitar teacher, they're not going to have me playing original music off the start, right? Like they're going to teach me some basic stuff like chords and how to do your fingers and stuff. But after that, once you get the basics down, you're going to start doing songs, probably popular songs, probably songs that you've heard before that you don't have rights to, but you're just learning on those songs. And the disconnect, I think, with AI right now is not that AI learns on stuff that's already out there on the web, which it does, but the disconnect is that there's another part. You could actually train another secondary AI to look at what it's created and say, if it looks too similar to stuff that's already been created, reject it, because it feels like you're copying. See, that's the part we don't teach AI that right now. Right now, we teach the AI that I want an image that looks like X. And then when it comes back with an image that looks just like X, we reward it. We say, good job, Whereas with humans, we say, okay, do the Mona Lisa. But if it's clear, when you're done with the Mona Lisa, that you truly copied every paint stroke painstakingly, then you'll probably look at the student and say, you took this too literally. Yes, you're supposed to paint the Mona Lisa, but you're supposed to learn the technique, but not just copy the actual painting. In other words, even as the student is learning, the student learns also an ancillary objective of no copyright, no forgery, etc.
Yeah, that makes sense. But also, even if it's just like copying, kind of, isn't that's like what most artists do anyway? Like, for most of their life, they just copy something else.
Well, it
And
is. I mean, there's a reasonable
like,
argument that says, there's nothing new under the sun, right? But that's why I say
no, I'm not even saying this. Like, I'm not even saying there is nothing new. I'm saying it's just like most of the artists, they don't really create anything new. They just like recreating something else.
Right.
That's it.
But the question is, if that stuff then ends up in commercial products and the original one that you copied it, like ripped it off of, doesn't get credit, that's where it becomes most problematic.
Yeah, sure.
For copyright issues. I'm not going to hang up on you, Anka, but I want to see what
Yeah,
I hate
I'm
salad.
gonna go. I need to cook my dinner anyway. So
Okay.
yeah, have fun with the caller.
Thanks, man. Talk to you soon. All right. I hate salad. Are you with us?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me well?
Yes. I believe I was on one of your last live streams. I was under Coleman. I was the ex Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, Okay. All right. Well, welcome. So I believe from that conversation then that you were already you're 18, right? Or somewhere there.
I'm 33.
Okay. Okay. And you're an
Getting ready to
ex-Jehovah's
be
Witness.
crucified.
So are you? How do you classify yourself now? Are you still a believer of any sort? I can't remember from our prior
I'm a
conversation.
Gnostic Christian, I would assume.
Okay.
More of a Marcion. I believe that the God of the Old Testament was evil as hell.
Interesting.
100%.
Interesting. And is there a particular direction you want to take the conversation in today?
Actually, yeah, I wanted to tell you about a conversation I had with my wife. She's a Christian, so
Okay.
it was an interesting conversation, and we were talking about one of the four Gospels. I think it was Matthew, and I'll read it to you if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, if you give me the verse and such, I'll put it up on screen.
Okay. I'm gonna pull it out of its context. Let me
Sure.
see.
Yeah, but I mean, so and whenever we're talking about specific Bible verses, I like to, whenever I can, just pull them up on screen.
Okay. So it's Matthew chapter 24 and starting in verse 23. And it ends in basically 28. So
Okay.
I can read that if you'd like.
Here, I'll read it quickly for everyone's benefit. I don't know where you're going to take it with. Take.
Okay.
I mean, I'll let you talk about it, but I'll just kind of read through it. Then, if anyone says to you, "Look, here is the Messiah," or "There he is," do not believe it, for false messiahs and false prophets will appear and produce great signs and wonders to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Take note, I have told you beforehand. So if they say to you, "Look, he is in the wilderness," do not go out. If they say, "Look, he is in the inner rooms," do not believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Wherever the corpse is, there the eagles will gather.
Yeah. So basically my point was when he says that his appearance will be like that of a flash of lightning, that basically means that everyone can see it, right? Like,
For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, so will be the coming of man. I mean, I wouldn't personally read it that literally, although I understand what you're saying. To me, it's saying like it's like saying as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, so will be the coming of man. I mean, that's how I read it, but I don't pretend to have like some deeper Koine Greek understanding of this particular text.
okay. So this is where me and my wife's conversation turned south. So I was thinking about it, and I asked her, so I said, so everybody would see it, right? And she said, well, yeah. I'm like, so the Apostle Paul is full of shit. She's like, what? I'm like, he saw Jesus out in the wilderness, and I thought Jesus said we shouldn't believe people who say they saw him out in the wilderness. I'm like, you think he was probably talking about the Apostle Paul?
Well, I think that your point is very well taken, and even if I understand why you bring up this part about as the lightning comes from the east and flashes. But notice here again, it's saying as lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west. In other words, it's basically saying just as there is lightning in the sky, so will be the coming of man. But that being said, I like what you're bringing up because. I was even listening to Bart Ehrman today on one of his videos, and he talks about how Paul saw Jesus. And anytime I hear someone, believer or not, say that Paul saw Jesus, I'm always thinking, not really. He saw a vision. I mean, even the text itself makes it clear that he saw a vision, which is not the same as seeing Jesus. And furthermore, if you believe that Paul had a vision of Jesus, or even if we want to grant that Paul met Jesus physically, which is not what the text says, but let's just grant that for a second. How would Paul know? Paul never met Jesus in real life. This isn't like 2026 where, if Charlie Kirk came back and showed up in my living room, I would kind of know because granted, I would still think it was an imposter because he's dead. But the point is, I could look at his face and be like, holy shit, that's Charlie Kirk, right? Because in modern society, for famous people, we know what they look like. We even know what they sound like. Sometimes we know what their mannerisms are. But for Jesus, he was dead before Paul had ever even left the Pharisees, right? He was a Pharisee or Sadducee. He was a Pharisee. So Paul was Saul. As Saul, he was a Pharisee. By the time he met him, you're going to use air quotes with that, on the road to Damascus, it was a vision. And even then, any vision that he had of Jesus, he just had to just believe that this person I'm seeing in front of me must be Jesus, because he didn't know what Jesus looked like. He didn't know what Jesus sounded like. He didn't know what Jesus's mannerisms were. He didn't know what Jesus's speech patterns were. He didn't know any of it. So long story short, I'm agreeing with you.
Well, that makes sense. All right, I got another one for you.
Okay.
So me and my wife, I like I said, we talk about this all the time, and I just kind of, pick at
And
her.
your wife
her
is still a
knowledge.
believer?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Is she a Jehovah's Witness?
No,
Okay.
thank God.
That would be
But,
surprising to me because of the excommunication factor.
Oh yeah, I don't think that would work out. But so we were going through the book of John, and in John chapter 10 and verse 10, it says, I'll let you get there.
Sure, yeah. Let me pull it up real quick. So you don't mean 1st or 2nd John or 3rd John. You mean John, Gospel of John, verse
Yep.
10, or chapter 10, verse 10. Oh, yes, I love this. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly.
So here's the question I asked her. I'm like, I'm assuming the thief is talking about the devil. And I asked her, at what point, excluding Job's children, did the devil ever actually kill, steal, or destroy anything? And she just kind of looked at me. She was like, well, it's all in the Bible. And I'm like, well, the only one who did that was Yahweh.
Well, okay, I agree with you, but let's also take this a step further. Where is the devil in the Bible?
He is synonymous with God, I believe, in Kings. Because he incited David to have a census of his army.
Okay, so, yes. Okay, so I mean, first of all, and I'm saying this, I think you know this, but I'm just saying this for the benefit of anyone who's listening or watching this on replay, that when we say the devil, I'm going to assume we're talking about Satan, right? And
Yes.
Satan only appears by name if you are reading a faithful translation, okay? Not the King James version and shit like that. But if you're reading a modern, by modern translation, I don't mean that it's in modern terms, but I mean as far as the best possible scholarship. Satan appears by name one time in the entire Old Testament, and you're correct. In First Kings with the census. And that's kind of a funny story because that story is repeated. All right. In the first version of the story, God tells David to take a census, and then he punishes David for taking the census. So in the second retelling of the same story, that again, I think happens in First Kings, then it says, oh, Satan told him to take the census. So it's pretty strongly implied here, if you take the Bible in aggregate, that essentially they took the second telling of this story and they said, ooh, this feels really uncomfortable, that God told him to take a census and then he punished him for taking a census. So instead, in the second telling of the story, they reworked it so that it was Satan. And that's also why that's the only place in the Hebrew Bible where the proper name Satan shows up, because it's a much later edition. Okay, so Grumpy's saying Chronicles. I think, yeah. So I think maybe the first version is in Kings, but the one that mentions Satan is in Chronicles. I think that's what it is. But even that might be, if I'm screwing that up, maybe the two stories are in First and Second Chronicles. But I think the original story is in Kings, and the second one is in Chronicles. And Chronicles is the one where they name Satan, and Chronicles is the later telling of the story. It's the later volume, and it almost, I don't want to pretend like I'm some biblical scholar and I can tell you exactly how Satan got into that particular telling, but it's a much later telling, and it's like, ooh, let's stick Satan's name in here so that this doesn't sound so morally gross that God actually punished David for doing what God told David to do. But that's the only place in the Old Testament that Satan is truly referenced. Now, he's referenced in Job, for example. You hear Satan, which is the Hebrew is Satan. But if you read a good translation like I have here on screen, the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, they show it there as the accuser, because that's what Satan means. Satan means accuser. And in Job, a lot of the older translations, like the King James Version, translate that all as being Satan. But that's not really a good translation, because in Job, for example, they don't use the article. Or excuse me, in Job, they use the article. They say the accuser. So the only place in the Old Testament that I know of where they actually say Satan as a formal name without an article in front of it comes from Chronicles. Outside the Hebrew Bible, there's only really two places that you get references to Satan in the New Testament. And one is the temptation, right, in the desert. That's the most famous one, where he tempts Jesus, no doubt, but he doesn't kill anyone. He doesn't hurt anyone. And then the last one is just from Revelation, where we get all, even then I don't think does Revelation say Satan? I'm not sure, but it says the beast and all that kind of stuff. So I'm sorry if I've gone off on a tangent. I don't mean to talk over you, but I think this is
you're good. You're good.
I think this is a very interesting subject, because first of all, Satan pretty much almost doesn't even exist in the Old Testament, although people who read older translations like the KJV will tell you that he's all over there, because they have crappy translations. Plus, you get all of the post hoc apologist wallpapering like, oh, the serpent is Satan, which if you want to believe that, that's fine, but it's not in the text. It's something that you have to believe as a post hoc tradition. So the only time you see it is there from Chronicles. And then if we want to accept that Job talks about the big capital S Satan, which is not a good translation, but for the sake of argument, let's say fine. That's another example. That's an example where Satan kills people. Well, the only people, all of the destruction that Satan or the accuser wreaks upon Job's life is only because he is given that authority directly from Yahweh himself.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. So even if you wanted to look at Job as like an example of, oh, look how bad Satan is, which, like I've already said, it's not really Satan. But let's just accept that for a minute and say, look how bad Satan is. Well, that falls apart really, really quickly, because you have, just a second, right here. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord. I don't know if you can see the screen, but I'm just reading this. Also came among them. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord. They're talking about the divine council here. And the accuser, that's what some bad translations call Satan. The accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, "Where have you come from?" The accuser answered the Lord, "From going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down on it." The Lord said to the accuser, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil." So it's kind of funny here, because they don't tell you explicitly what the accuser is doing. You have to kind of read into it. It just says he's going to and fro on the earth, walking up and down on it. And based on that weird, vague introduction, the Lord, Yahweh, then goes on to say, "Have you considered my servant Job?" So even though it's not clear in the text at all, there's a clear implication that the accuser is going around looking for someone to essentially make a case against Yahweh. And
I see.
yeah. So then the Lord says to the accuser, well, have you considered my servant Job? There's no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. Like, there's no reason for the Lord to say that unless you already knew what the accuser was trying to do in the first place. So then the accuser answered Yahweh, does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face. So the implication here is very clear. The accuser is basically, some people want to think of him as Satan. I think the more logical way, according to the text, is to think of the accuser as someone in the divine assembly who's really working like as a prosecuting attorney. He's like holding Yahweh to account, saying, hey, I'm looking at these people and you say there's righteous people. And Yahweh says, well, look at Job. He's righteous as hell. And then the accuser says, yeah, he's righteous because you shower him with all of your gifts. Of course he's going to follow you. Of course he's going to do all the, pray to you and be a good guy because you're making it easy on him. So then he says, but stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to the face. And this, to me, I think is one of the most chilling lines in the whole this whole book is disgusting. But this line to me is chilling. Yahweh said to the accuser, very well, all that he has is in your power. Only do not stretch out your hand against him. So the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord. So basically what that means is do with him whatever the hell you want. Your only limitation is you can't kill him. But everything that the accuser does from here forward is done, if it's not done with Yahweh's power, it's at least done explicitly with Yahweh's permission.
So I that's interesting. I like that point.
I've had Christians try to argue to me that this is not a bet between Yahweh and the accuser. And to me, that is one of the most myopic views that you can take of this. I mean, no, the word bet does not exist here, but it is clearly, it's like the original version of Trading Places. And I know I'm dating myself when I use that movie, but the old Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd, where the rich guys sit around and they make these bets like, well, if you took all the good things from this, this white guy, he'd become a craven asshole. And if you gave all of the riches to this black guy, he'd be smart and he'd be successful and he'd be awesome. So then they literally make the bet happen by taking all the good things from Dan Aykroyd and giving all the good things to Eddie Murphy. And it's all to satisfy their own personal little bet.
I like that. That makes sense. I like it. Yeah.
So what was your wife's take on all this?
She was just she was listening, and the last one that I went for really got her, and it was about King Manasseh. And
which one is that?
King Manasseh. I think he's the grandson of Solomon. Maybe I'm wrong, but let me see if I could find the Bible.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a long time since I've read about that. So,
okay,
I'm curious to have my memory jogged here. Also, while you're looking that up, I'm just going to mention, because somebody in the chat says, you do realize Lily J is a Muslim convert, not a Christian, right? Oh, trust me, we're going to cover this. We're going to cover this in detail. Don't you worry. We're going to get at that. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. I hate salad. Grumpy, you have a great point. Yeah, that was one of the best scenes in Trading Places at the end, near the end of the movie, when the old crotchety old asshole white guys, the one guy wins his bet. He's like, here's your $1. I mean, these guys are super rich and they're playing with people's lives over a bet for $1.
I'm trying to find it.
I can look up here too.
It's in Second Kings. I believe it's chapter 21.
2 Kings chapter 21.
I believe so.
Even though I've read the Bible multiple times, now that I don't know if you know, I do Godfrey Bible study on my channel. And like up through 2 Samuel right now, I'm really good with Bible verses because these are all things that I've read recently on camera. And then when you get past there, of course, I know the concepts, but there's, it gets a little blurry because I haven't read the whole Bible through in 13 years. 2 Kings, what chapter?
21.
21. Okay.
I
Just
believe it's 21.
verse 1 or yeah. So starts off with Manasseh reigns over Judah. So what is it about Manasseh?
All right. Let me see if I can find it. 21 verse. Yeah, I haven't read the Bible in some time. Figure it out.
Well, I read it.
Okay.
I read the whole thing chapter by chapter on my Godfrey Bible study series.
Damn.
But I haven't gotten
getting
to
close.
2 Kings yet.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
I mean, is there a particular thing you're looking for about Manasseh? Because I can help you look it up, but I just don't know what you're
Yeah,
looking for.
I'm looking at the level of his sin, basically.
The level of what?
Okay, so starting in verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 9 through, basically verse 9 and 10.
Well, you probably want to go a little further than 10 because verse 10 is literally half a sentence. But,
Okay, yeah, verse 11.
yeah, so this says, but they did not listen. Manasseh misled them to do more evil than the nations had done that the Lord destroyed before the people of Israel. The Lord said by his servants, the prophets, because King Manasseh of Judah has committed these abominations, has done things more wicked than all that the Amorites who were before him did, and has caused Judah also to sin with his idols. Therefore, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I am bringing upon Jerusalem and Judah such evil that the ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle. So, did you want to bring this up because it's one of the verses that specifically talks about Yahweh bringing evil?
No, but that's an interesting point. I was just bringing it up because there's a popular idea, even when I was a Jehovah's Witness, that God's merciful, and this is the exact opposite. I mean, obviously God was able to forgive Manasseh, I guess, but it says that Manasseh led even Israel astray to the point where they did worse than the cities that were destroyed before them. And I often thought to myself, well, if God was able and willing to forgive Manasseh and he didn't do it for all these cities, then he's not merciful at all.
So you're absolutely right, and I'm not going against you at all. But I'm going to pivot to a different chapter and verse here because you're right. This is gross here, but oh boy, this gets fun. I'm going to pull up Numbers 16 here. All right, so we're going all the way back to the Pentateuch here. But if you guys will give me a little leeway here, I actually want to read this in context because it's not too long to read, but it's several paragraphs. So if you guys will give me a little grace, because I think that this is very damning about God and Yahweh and his merciful nature. So here's the context. They're in the wilderness. They've been in the wilderness now for a long time. And these people who at various times are listed as being hungry and thirsty in the desert without being told that they have any plans for how they're supposed to eat or drink. Shockingly, at certain times, the other members of the different tribes are in the record as having challenged Moses. Now, when they challenge Moses, they don't They don't say, oh, we're going away from Yahweh. They don't say, oh, this is all evil and we're going to, go join the Canaanites. They're just questioning Moses's leadership. So keep that in mind.
Oh, that's not good.
As I read this, I want you to listen for the number of times that Korah and the Levites, because Korah is the son of Levi, I want you to hear the number of times that Korah and or the Levites and or anyone else associated with Korah actually challenges Yahweh. Okay? So, listen to this. Now Korah, son of Izhar, son of Kohath, son of Levi, along with Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, and On, son of Peleth, son of Reuben, took 250 Israelite men, leaders of the congregation, chosen from the assembly, well-known men, and they confronted Moses. Listen to that word. They confronted Moses. Didn't say they attacked him. They confronted Moses. They assembled against Moses and against Aaron and said to them, you have gone too far. All the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. So why then do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord? Sounds to me, whether or not you agree with his resistance, it sounds to me like he's trying to bring a grievance based on spiritual, God-fearing grounds. All right? When Moses heard it, he fell on his face, which is so performative. Then he spoke to Korah and all his congregation, saying, in the morning the Lord will make known who is his and who is holy, and who will be allowed to approach him. The one whom he will choose, he will allow to approach him. Do this. Take censers, Korah and all your congregation, and tomorrow put fire in them and lay incense on them before the Lord. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the holy one. So this is a challenge for who's the holy leader. You Levites, this is Moses talking, and Moses sounds bitter as fuck. You Levites have gone too far. Then Moses said to Korah, hear now, you Levites, is it too little for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel to allow you to approach him in order to perform the duties of the Lord's tabernacle and to stand before the congregation and serve them? He has allowed you to approach him and all your brother Levites with you, yet you seek the priesthood as well. Therefore, you and all your congregation have gathered together against the Lord. What is Aaron that you rail against him? In other words, he's saying, you've already been given what you should be grateful for. You're a Levite. You manage the tabernacle. You should be happy with that. How dare you question me after we've already given you this great birthright of being a Levite? Moses sent for Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, but they said, we will not come. Smart on their part. Is it too little that you have brought us out of the land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, that you must also lord it over us? It is clear you have not brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, or given us an inheritance of fields and vineyards. Would you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come. In case you think that's being rebellious, it's pretty clear, obviously, from the next couple paragraphs that they were wise not to come. So Moses was very angry and said to the Lord, pay no attention to their offering. This is supposedly Moses saying to Yahweh, don't pay attention to their offerings. Basically, he's doing an end around, saying, don't pay attention to their offerings. They're horrible. I have not taken one donkey from them, and I have not harmed any of them. And Moses said to Korah, as for you and all your congregation, be present tomorrow before the Lord, you and they and Aaron. And let each one of you take his censer and put incense on it, and each one of you present his censer before the Lord. 250 censers, because they said to bring all of the 250 men that Korah had with him. You also and Aaron, each his censer. So each man took his censer, which I don't know why they would have 250 censers, but that's we'll go past that one. So each man took his censer, and they put fire in the censers and laid incense on them, and they stood at the entrance of the tent of meeting with Moses and Aaron. Then Korah assembled the whole congregation against them at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord appeared to the whole congregation. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, this is chilling as fuck. separate yourselves from this congregation so that I may consume them in a moment. Remember, Korah's crime at this point, and the others that he's with, their crime is that they have had the nerve to challenge Moses, to actually question him. And because they had the nerve to do that, before they could even have their little showdown with the censors, God himself, according to this text, says, separate yourselves. I'm going to burn the fuck out of them. They fell on their faces and said, "Oh God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one person sin and you become angry with the whole congregation?" And the Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to the congregation, saying, get away from the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." He's telling them, get the fuck out because I'm about to wreak havoc. So Moses got up and went to Dathan and Abiram. The elders of Israel followed him. He spoke to the congregation saying, "Turn away from the tents of these wicked men and touch nothing of theirs." Remember, the only reason so far that we know they're wicked is because they had the nerve to question Moses. "Turn away from the tents of these wicked men and touch nothing of theirs, or you will be swept away for all their sins." So they got away from the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the entrances of their tent, together with their wives, their children, and their little ones, because there is no good death in the Old Testament if it doesn't become accompanied by wives and children and little ones. And Moses said, "This is how you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works. It has not been of my accord. If these people die a natural death, or if a natural fate comes on them, then the Lord has not sent me." So in other words, this is Moses saying, God, kill these people now. Because he's saying, don't let them die naturally. "But if the Lord creates something new, and the ground opens its mouth and swallows them up with all that belongs to them, and they go down alive into Sheol," which was essentially their proto-idea of hell, "then you shall know that these men have despised the Lord." As soon as he finished speaking all these words, the ground under them was split apart. The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up along with their households. Everyone who belonged to Korah and all their goods. Keep in mind, when we say that, that means his wives, his children, any elderly people, anyone living in his camp. If he owned any slaves, it means them too. So they, with all that belonged to them, went down alive into Sheol. The earth closed over them, and they perished from the midst of the assembly. All Israel around them fled at their outcry, for they said, "The earth will swallow us too." And we're not done yet, people. We ain't done, because Yahweh is not done sharing his mercy here. "And fire came out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men offering the incense." So not only did they swallow, did Yahweh make sure that the earth swallowed up the wives and the children, everyone in Korah's house, because, they were guilty somehow, I guess, of the crime of Korah questioning Moses. On top of that, the 250 men who were, kind of his vassals working under him, they all got consumed by fire, but we're not done yet, because Yahweh's not done with his mercy. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Tell Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, to take the censers out of the blaze." I'm going to skip that paragraph because this is just about him saying to keep this. I could read the paragraph, but this paragraph here is about God telling him to make keepsakes out of the censers of the people that he's killed. All right, that's how gross this is. On the next day, however, the whole congregation of the Israelites rebelled against Moses and against Aaron, saying, "You have killed the people of the Lord." Now, it doesn't say what they did to rebel. All it says is they said to him, "You have killed the people of the Lord," which, by the way, is true. They did kill the people of the Lord. So according to the text, the rebellion of these people was to point out the truth that they've killed the people of the Lord. And when the congregation had assembled against them, Moses and Aaron turned toward the tent of meeting. The cloud had covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. Then Moses and Aaron came to the front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Get away from this congregation, so that I may consume them in a moment." Because opening up the earth and eating all of Korah's group wasn't enough. And the Lord spoke, and they fell on their faces. Moses said to Aaron, take your censer, put fire on it from the altar, and lay incense on it, and carry it quickly to the congregation and make atonement for them. I love how at this point now suddenly Moses is like, oh shit, maybe we should make atonement. Maybe I shouldn't have called down mass fucking genocide on this whole tribe. A little late, Moses. For wrath has gone out from the Lord. The plague has begun. So in other words, he caused the earth to swallow up Korah and all his people. Then he sent fire to consume the 250 young men who had the nerve to actually hold the censers. And then he said, to put a big fucking genocidal cherry on top, let's afflict everyone with plague. So Aaron took it as Moses had ordered and ran into the middle of the assembly where the plague had already begun among the people. He put on the incense and made atonement for the people. He stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stopped. But it wasn't stopped in time. Those who died by the plague were 14,700. Besides those, in other words, on top of those who died in the affair of Korah. When the plague was stopped, Moses returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting. So I'm sorry for going on the long reading rant here, but when you talk about mercy, yes, what you're bringing up with Manasseh is a perfect point. It totally sells. I'm saying that to me, this is even scarier.
I'll be honest with you, dude. I have never read that very end of it with the plague. That's pretty fucked up. Oh my God.
All of this is because their rebellion was that they had the nerve to actually question Moses. It doesn't say anywhere in the text that they took up arms. It doesn't say in this passage anywhere that they started worshiping other gods. It doesn't say that they were leaving the camp to go back to Egypt or to go find the Canaanites or something. No, their crime here is that they had the nerve to question Moses. And in return for questioning him, Korah's entire group got swallowed up by the earth. All of the men, the 250 men carrying the censers, got consumed in fire. And because that's not nearly enough genocide and killing to happen, God said, here, let's kill 14,700 people with the plague, and that'll teach them a lesson. Tell me, where's the fucking mercy in that?
It's about as merciful, I guess, as Numbers 22 with the... when they were complaining about what was it, manna?
Yeah, and he tells them, he says, "Here's the quails, but you're gonna choke on them."
Or that, or the hold on.
Also in Numbers, when they say that they're thirsty, and they then they say, well, fine, well, the waters of Meribah is Numbers 20, and everyone says we're thirsty because it's the desert. And because they had the nerve to say that they were thirsty, God says, fine, you guys are never going to get to the promised land. So, yeah.
But don't you understand that God is love?
Exactly.
Yeah. There was another one about the serpents, the fiery serpents that bit them when they were complaining about food.
Oh, yeah.
I think I didn't start questioning Yahweh until I read something Jesus said, and it reminded me of that. And then I kind of asked a question. I'll show you what it was. I think it was Luke chapter 11 and verses, let me see, verses 9 through 13. And
so I say to you,
think,
ask and it will be given to you. No, it won't. That's a lie. Search and you will find. No, it won't. Knock and the door will be open for you. No, it won't. For everyone who asks receives. No, they don't. And everyone who searches finds. No, they don't. And for everyone who knocks, the door will be open. No, it won't. Is there anyone among you who, if your child asked for a fish, would give a snake instead of a fish? Or if the child asked for an egg, would give a scorpion? If you then, who are evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will the Heavenly Father give the Holy Spirit to those who ask Him? I'm glad that is a perfect connection that you bring that up, because, when we read in Numbers about the waters of Meribah, and we read about the manna falling, or we read about the quails coming down on the camp, it always in Numbers, it comes with this vindictive spirit from Yahweh, where he's like, fine, you guys are thirsty in the desert. How dare you be thirsty in the desert? I'll give you water, but oh, by the way, you're never going to get to the Holy Land now, to the Promised Land. Oh, you want quail? Fine, I'll give you so much quail that you'll choke on it and you'll hate it. Like every time not every time in the Bible, but many times when he even answers their needs, it's in this vindictive, pissed off way. It's like the father who, there's the famous story of like a kid, wants to smoke a cigarette when he's like 12. He wants to be, old and cool. And there are probably still, unfortunately, parents who do this shit today. But the famous thing in the past would be like they would take a kid and lock him in the closet with a carton of cigarettes and tell him he's not getting out until he smokes the whole thing. That's the kind of father that Yahweh is in this book.
Can you please read 11 and 12 again?
Sure. So it says, is there anyone among you who, if your child asked for a fish, would give a snake instead of a fish? Or if the child asked for an egg, would give a scorpion? That's 11 and 12.
Did in fact give them snake.
Well, yeah. And that was, where is that? Let me pull that up.
Why scorpion for an egg?
I know, it's a weird trade-off.
It's so random.
Like, holy shit.
Like snake for a fish, I kind of see like scales and stuff, right?
I don't know if there's
egg
supposed to
and
be a
the
logic to it.
scorpion.
There was a
So this
What's the last time?
This is the famous brown serpent one. So this is actually from right past where we were.
You mean
we
the
were
hush
before.
the serpent that Hezekiah destroyed?
No, this is also from Numbers, and this is every bit as gross as what we've just read. So this is.
I'm sorry. Before we go to the next thing, like also, when have you seen the last time a child asking for an egg?
Well, that's true.
My 3-year-old
never
asks
say,
me
"Can I have
for
an egg?"
eggs all the time, and unfortunately for me, I don't have any scorpions nearby.
So this
you
is from
can be
Numbers
loving
21,
these
and
Yahweh.
this is from just a few passages beyond what we had already read about the horrible shit with Korah, right? So in case you thought that maybe Yahweh was calming the fuck down, oh no, he's still on a rampage. So this is Numbers 21. It says, when the Canaanite, the king of Arad, who lived in the Negeb, heard that Israel was coming by the way of Atharim, he fought against Israel and took some of them captive. Then Israel made a vow to the Lord and said, if you will indeed give this people into our hands, then we will utterly destroy their towns. The Lord listened to the voice of Israel, which I don't know why they had to make that, because this land has already been promised to him. And he has already previously promised that he would drive these people out before they ever got there. But we'll move on from that. Let's forget, let's just pretend that's not an issue, okay? So they're basically making a deal with the Lord saying, hey, if you'll let us destroy them, or if you'll give them into our hands, we'll utterly destroy them. So the Lord listened to the voice of Israel and handed over the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their towns. So the place was called Hormah. From Mount Hor, which that's got to be my favorite mountain name ever. From Mount Hor, they set out by the way to the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom. But the people became discouraged on the way. The people spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we detest this miserable food. Now, I want you to pay attention to what I just read, because the beginning of the sentence says, the people spoke against God and against Moses. And then in the same sentence, comma, it quotes what they said that was speaking against God and against Moses. And I guess I've just been an atheist for too long now, but what they quote to me is not speaking against God or against Moses. Yeah, they're not happy, but that's not the same as speaking against God or against Moses, because it says the people spoke against God and against Moses, comma, quote, "Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we detest this miserable food." Then the Lord sent poisonous serpents among the people, and they bit the people, so that many Israelites died. The people came to Moses and said, "We have sinned by speaking against the Lord." Yeah, you've sinned by saying, "Hey, we're hungry and we're thirsty." That's how you sinned. "We have sinned by speaking against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord to take away the serpents from us." So Moses prayed for the people, and the Lord said to Moses, "Make a poisonous serpent," which is funny. Like, how do you make a poisonous? Like, you can make an image of a poisonous serpent, I guess. I guess that's what it's supposed to be. "Make a poisonous serpent and set it on a pole, and everyone who is bitten shall look at it and live." So Moses made a serpent of bronze and put it upon a pole. And whenever a serpent bit someone, that person would look at the serpent of bronze and live. So, first of all, the fact that they said, "Oh, once again, guess what? We're hungry and we're thirsty." And the punishment for saying that you're hungry and you're thirsty, and for saying, "Why have you brought us into the wilderness?" is that your loving Father, Abba Father God, afflicts you with poisonous serpents. And then after he's done it, and they're begging for forgiveness, because now it's like, shit, we got a bunch of poisonous serpents. What is God's answer? You know, God afflicted them with serpents. God is omnipotent, right? I mean, if God heard their cries and said, "Okay, I hear you," he should be able to snap his fingers and say, "Fine, the serpents are gone." But that's not what he does. He tells Moses to do this convoluted shit of creating a poisonous serpent out of bronze, which had to take days probably to properly craft, right? Because they didn't even have smelting at this time. They were cold hammering things. And then to fix what the Lord has already wrought, we can fix it by then telling them to go look at the staff. Instead of God just saying, "Okay, you're right, that was too much. Here, I'll fix it." No, the whole thing is demonstrably silly. On top of that, it is just outright cruel, and it's lovely in juxtaposition against here, where it says, "For everyone who asks receives." Juxtapose the loving Jesus giving a sermon on this, right? "For everyone who asks receives." And wait, we got to do this right. There we go. "For everyone who asks receives, and everyone who searches finds, and for everyone who knocks, the door will be opened. Is there anyone among you who, if your child asked for a fish, would give a snake instead of a fish?" Yes, the one among you who would do that, his name is Yahweh. Yahweh would give you a serpent, a poisonous snake, when you say, "Dude, I'm hungry and I would like some fish. I'm in the middle of the fucking desert and we're starving." And Yahweh would answer that act of rebellion in his mind by giving you poisonous serpents. That is who would do that. So, with all due respect, Jesus, shut the fuck up.
Should have asked for eggs.
Oh, we got a... John, you with us too, man?
Yeah.
So I hate
work in
salad.
the other
I know. Once again, I take these things and I go off on tangents and I speak for too long.
It's quite fine. I actually have something to add to that.
Please do.
It's something Jesus said. I'm gonna try to find it because, hold on.
I have a quick question while he is searching.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you ask Yahweh for a snake, does he gonna give you a fish?
That's a good question. Is it like, is there parity between these two requests? Like, you ask for a fish, you get a snake. You ask for a snake, you get a fish. That's a really good question.
Is it gonna be something else? Because egg and scorpion sounds kind of random. So if you ask for a scorpion, it shouldn't be an egg because it's too random. It's just gonna be a third thing.
That's true.
It's like when Yahweh gave the Israelites water for the first time from the rock. It specifically says that the water was bitter, And I'm pretty sure in the book of Revelation that there's supposed to be a bitter water that kills anybody who drinks it. So I'm assuming that bitter water might have been poisoned.
Maybe. That's a good point.
There's
So-
also bitter
that story
water that in the abortion ritual.
Right. So bitter
yes.
water is specifically like the most infamous case of bitter water is from Numbers, where it's the whole ceremony of what you do if you suspect that your woman has been cheating on you. Not if it's found that she's cheating, but if you suspect, if a spirit of jealousy comes upon you, you drag her in front of the priest and he puts her through this humiliating ritual, which also implies very strongly that it's very physically destructive. That's the ceremony of the bitter waters. That's from Numbers. Also, I Hate Salad. The waters you're talking about, that story of the waters is told twice. It's told first in Exodus, and then it's told in Meribah, or it's told in Numbers that I just referenced earlier. It's kind of interesting because when you read it in Exodus, it doesn't come with the whole angry bullshit from God. When you read it in Exodus, it basically says, hey, all these people are they're thirsty as hell. They're in the middle of the desert. What am I going to do? And Yahweh tells Moses, go hit this rock with your staff, and then the water comes out, but then the water is bitter, and then they have to mix something with it in order to make the water not bitter. But it doesn't have nearly the same vindictive spirit to it as it does in Numbers. In Numbers, it's just mean. It's just like God getting pissed off that you had the nerve to even ask for water. And, the best analogy I can give of this, I think I talked about this in Godfrey Bible Study. Could you imagine, if we're to accept the numbers that are in Exodus, which, by the way, the numbers are complete fantasy bullshit, but let's just take them at face value. 600,000 fighting men, which implies very strongly a total population of somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million people. That's complete ridiculousness. But let's just take that for a minute. You have 2 to 2.5, let's just say 2 million people wandering the desert. You have brought them into the desert. It's not like they said, hey, let's go hang out in the desert. No, you brought them into the desert. And then could you imagine having this huge contingent? It would be bad enough, if it was soldiers. That would be bad enough. But it's not just soldiers. It's fighting men. It's women, it's children, it's elderly people, it's, convalescent people. It's your whole population. You've dragged them all into the desert, presumably 2 million people if we accept the numbers. And then you have communicated to them, not only have you not given them any water, like a good commander would say, okay, here's our first stop for the night. I purposely stopped here because here's a well, or here's a spring, or here's a river that we can drink at. No. You just bring them out there, you give them nothing to quench their thirst, and then the first time that they have the nerve to even ask you about it, then you get pissed off with them. Could you imagine doing that with a group of 2 million, not just fighting men, but all of their families, all civilians? You get them into the desert, and all you can do with them then is say, how dare you ask me for water? That is the most irresponsible shit you could ever do with a population of people. Any commander will tell you that an army travels on its belly. That's the famous statement there, and it speaks to the problem of logistics. So, of course, the Exodus from Egypt, as it's written in the Bible, is not just a military movement, right? But whether it's military or whether it's civilians, you can only travel as fast as your supply lines. That's just basic logistics 101. If God doesn't understand supply lines, then he's a fucking moron. And he deserves praise from no one. If you don't understand that when you brought 2 million people into a fucking desert, you might need to give them water and you might need to feed them, then whose fault is that?
It's obviously theirs for complaining.
Right. And then they complain, and then we're told the text says they rebelled, which if you want to be as apologetic as you can about this, all right, you could say, well, we don't have the full story here. We just have a few quotes from them, but it says they rebelled. So you could paste in your own narrative that says they started sharpening, weapons to take over Moses, or they started threatening to worship other gods or whatever. But most of the places in the narrative, when it says that someone rebelled or revolted, it's then followed up almost immediately by simply someone having the nerve to ask questions. We see this with Aaron and Miriam too, because at one point in the wilderness, Aaron and Miriam, because Aaron is Moses' brother or nephew. I forget. I think it's his brother. Yeah, it's his brother. Aaron and Miriam at one point challenge Moses because he has a Midianite wife, which is kind of weird because at that point in the story, like it's kind of obvious that he has a Midianite wife, but whatever. For some reason, they decided to challenge him. And because they had the nerve to challenge him, Miriam is struck with the plague and exiled from the camp for 2 weeks. Notice what happened to Aaron for challenging Moses. Oh, that's right. Nothing happened to Aaron. He got no punishment.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, there's I won't pull it up here unless you really want to see it, but there's a quote attributed directly to God, which is chilling, because he basically says that's what that woman deserves. Like, she had the nerve to speak up. She'll, of course I'm going to punish her. He really plays the backwoods hick in that scenario. Like, how dare that woman speak up against me? And Aaron, according to the text, for his rebellion goes away scot-free.
Huh. Interesting. So that point I wanted to make about something Jesus said. Before I do, I wanted to establish some groundwork with a Bible verse.
Okay.
So the Bible verse is from Malachi, and it's in chapter 3 and verse 5. The very first part of verse 5. Oh, not verse 5, sorry. Verse 6. Very first sentence of verse 6. That's the ground I'm laying on for this argument.
Okay, so this says, this is hilarious because it's so demonstrably false. For I, the Lord, do not change. Therefore you, O children of Jacob, have not perished.
Okay. All right, so here's the next Bible verse.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in John chapter, let's see. Here we go. I'm getting close. I'm sorry. Getting close. Here we go. John chapter 17, verse 1 through 5.
All right, so this says, Jesus prays for his disciples. After Jesus had spoken these words, he looked up to heaven and said, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son so that the Son may glorify you, since you have given him authority over all people, to give eternal life to all whom you have given him. And this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I glorified you on earth by finishing the work that you gave me to do. So now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had in your presence before the world existed. So what point are you bringing up there?
Jesus says that he and his Father shared glory before the world began. That's my understanding. Correct?
Does this one here specifically say before? So let me read this again. How is glorify your Son?
I'm reading the New International Version.
Right, and I'm reading from the NRS, the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition. So it says, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son so that the Son may glorify you, since you have given him authority over all people, to give eternal life to all whom you have given him. And this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I glorified you on earth by finishing the work that you gave me to do. So now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had in your presence before. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So in 5 where it says, so now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had in your presence before the world existed. So yes, that last sentence there is a statement that Jesus was there with God before the world existed.
So did they share? I mean, Jesus said that him and his Father at some point were one. Did they both share the same glory?
So to be clear, I'm kind of a Dan McClellan fan when it comes to, I don't believe that Jesus ever actually says that he and the Father are one. And if I know that will come up with some contention. If you want to bring up the verse you want to talk about there, I'll bring up that. But let me put that point aside for a second here. I do believe, I just said I'm a fan of Dan McClellan, but if there's any critique that I have of Dan McClellan, and take that all with a grain of salt, because you know, Dan McClellan has forgotten more about the Bible than I've ever forgotten. But he, I think because of his Mormon roots, he fights really hard against this idea that there's any place in the Bible where where Jesus, you know, is said to be or claims to be God. And this is a big point of contention amongst people who really study this shit. And no, I'm not including myself in that group. You know, scholars. I would argue to you that the book of John, I mean, well, first of all, I don't think it's not controversial to say that the book of John is the last gospel that was written. It's also the one that clearly has the highest Christology. Now, whether you think that the Christology in these words or in the whole book truly defines Jesus as being God is, I think, up to some debate, okay? For me personally, when I read like that sentence there, so now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had in your presence before the world existed. I mean, that doesn't tell you that Jesus is God, but it does tell you that he, in this statement, is making a claim that before the world existed, he was there with God. Now, we could get into, I know I sound like I'm probably lawyering this a lot, and I'm not trying to be that way, but I think that this is a very deep, sticky question amongst, it's not a deep, sticky question amongst Trinitarians. You know, Trinitarians will just look at this and say, duh, see, Jesus is God, or Jesus, the Trinity is real. Like, they'll tell you it's right there in the Bible. I don't think it's nearly that clear, because we know from Genesis there were sons, plural, of God. When did those sons of God come into existence? It doesn't say. Did they come into existence before the world existed? It doesn't say. So go ahead.
See, I never thought that Jesus was God because I don't believe Jesus ever said that he was. I'm pretty sure Jesus said that he was only flesh and bone, just like the rest of us. But
well, yeah, and then the Trinitarians will try to hit you with the hypostatic union, which is logically incoherent. But the hypostatic union says that Jesus was fully man and fully God, which makes fully zero sense whatsoever.
Exactly. I guess the point I was trying to make was Jesus, I guess, said that at some point he shared some sort of glory with God to some degree, even if it wasn't God's entire glory. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
but in Isaiah,
no, you're not wrong. So I want to make sure I don't get too far down rabbit holes here, but there are several ways to look at this. Okay, the traditional Trinitarian ways to say, well, yeah, that's because, you know, the Trinity and Jesus is God, blah blah blah, and you can take it that way if you want, and you can insist to me that it's literally written that way in the Bible, although I would argue with you about that. But also keep in mind that the way that Jesus talks throughout the Gospels, even in John, is one which talks about God as being like we're all with God, you know, like like a very kind of almost like a spiritual touchy-feely, like, you know, God is in all of us and God is good and God is everywhere, and like, so my point is, I'm not trying to lawyer this, but I am saying that even when someone like Jesus is quoted as saying that he's one with God, I think there's a clear theological argument to be made that says that doesn't necessarily mean that he is God, or it doesn't even necessarily mean there's a Trinity, because in a very cogent theological position, you can say, look, I'm one with God. I mean, I'm not, because I'm an atheist, but like when I sit down in the pew and get on my knees and pray to God, you can say I'm one with God. You can say that we're all part of the body of Christ, right? Like that's what they all talk about, the body of Christ. Well, normally they'll tell you, well, that's metaphorical, but how do you know that Jesus isn't talking metaphorically, right? So there are a number of times throughout the Gospels, especially, where Jesus talks in a way that I do understand how Trinitarians get their interpretations. I would never tell a Trinitarian that, look, there's no verbiage in the Bible at all to support your point. But I will tell any Trinitarian that if you want to tell me that the Trinity is clearly and obviously and unambiguously stated in the Bible, Old Testament or New, it's you wallpapering your own interpretation over the top of it. Because like one thing that Dan McClellan likes to point out is that Trinitarians have really no concept whatsoever of how ancient peoples thought of the concept of the divine name. The divine name, which was a very common and ancient concept, that going back to the first writings of the Old Testament. The divine name is like a way that people understood that a deity, we'll just say God, we'll say Yahweh, whatever, but it could have been any deity. A deity can put his power in other people. The best modern way to think about this is like, it's like a power of attorney, right? If I have a power of attorney for you, you've truly given me, like, let's just say you've given me full power of attorney, and then I go to some negotiation on your behalf. For the purposes of that meeting, I am you. Yes, I'm representing you, but for the purposes of that meeting where you have given me power of attorney and I'm there to negotiate on your behalf, I am you. Now, we all understand that physically I'm not you, right? Because even if I have full power of attorney, your full power of attorney, that doesn't make me you. But in certain contexts, in a legal context, I am kind of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Salad.
I was gonna say, hold on. Give me a second. Sorry.
Those damn kids.
The one thing we can say for sure, like we can't say if Jesus was God or he wasn't a God for sure, but we can for sure say that he was gay.
Anka?
I mean, he did have a disciple that he had special affection for sure. That's what it says.
And he's gay and he had a foot fetish. He was really into washing them feet,
Yes.
And me and the Father, and the Father and in me. Hell yeah, brother.
We're gonna have to crowdfund our own version of the Chosen.
I never knew you.
And every time Jesus walks into a village, you'll have all these close-in shots of him as he's looking around at people's feet, like, he got some nice feet. I'd like to wash them up.
Dan Schneider theme. That's funny. I guess what I'm trying to say is that when Jesus said that, he basically called Yahweh a liar, or he was lying himself, because in Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 8, it's Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 8, basically from Yahweh's own mouth, separating the two statements.
Isaiah 42 verse 8. So here we are. I mean, this is the suffering servant. So I'm very adamant here that this has nothing to do with Yahweh, or this has nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever. And admittedly, this is one of my pet peeves about Christianity, and I've done whole videos and live streams about this where I personally believe very strongly that there is not a single, not only did Jesus fulfill no prophecies from the Old Testament, there's not even a single prophecy from the Old Testament that you can show me that any reasonable person who already isn't drinking all of the Christian Kool-Aid would tell you is even a prophecy about Jesus at all. And I'm not saying that that's where you're going with this. I'm not trying to beat you up over this, but I'm saying that when you bring up Isaiah 42 verse 8, I mean, this is part of the suffering servant, which isn't talking about Jesus. This is talking about Israel.
Oh, I realize that.
Okay. But so I see what you're saying. No, you're saying, I am the Lord, that is my name, my glory I give to no other, nor my praise to idols. That's...
He gives his glory to no one else. So, I mean, like, it would be
That's a good
impossible.
point. Actually, you
Jesus
know what?
to be
I'm going to
God.
write it, because I think I need to put this on my contradictions. This needs to be on my contradiction site. This is a really good point. I haven't seen this before. I mean, I've read this passage before, but this is great.
People
So-
point to Isaiah for as prophecies of Jesus, but they don't point out the contradictions that, I mean, Jesus separated himself from Yahweh a lot of the time.
Oh, and Isaiah has all kinds of shit that can't possibly apply to Jesus. I've talked to some people on my live streams about this, believers, a few times. So 42:8, and then let's look again at what we just looked at before. That is my name, my glory I give to no other. And then here,
We
it
and
says,
Malachi
so
says
now,
that.
Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had in your presence before the world existed. I mean, if I really wanted to try to make the best apologetic argument, I would say that this isn't specifically saying that
I mean,
the Father is
it's like-
sharing his glory, but that's a weak
how
argument.
Jesus would have to receive it from somebody higher than him, I would assume.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, yes and no. See, if you want to follow this Trinitarian bullshit, then Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit are somehow all God, right? So in that reading, if you want to follow the Trinitarian bullshit to its logical conclusion, no, Jesus doesn't actually need to get glory from anyone else. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying I can give you what the Trinitarian argument
No,
would be
I
for
like
us.
I like your argument there. See, I like talking. I enjoy talking to you about this because I try to talk to even a lot of religious people about it, and they just want to shut you up. I'm just like, why? I mean, like you guys say you guys know your Bibles. I mean, like read it. I mean, at least once.
Well, they'll try to shut you up, and if I'm being really fair, just trying to be as balanced as I can be. When you talk to atheists about this, I think atheists will just say, "Yeah, that's a clear contradiction. You're right," and it destroys the whole thing. Which I think this is kind of a contradiction, which is why I'm writing this down. But I can also tell you, having read the Bible full through, multiple times, and having been a Christian for 40 years, and I'm not a biblical scholar, but being into it more than most lay people are, I can tell you what the Trinitarian argument would be for this. Because when it says, so now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had, notice it doesn't say with the glory that you gave to me. It says with the glory that I had in your presence before the world existed.
That makes sense.
So I think that would be the Trinitarian response to that.
That was a problem I had developed being as being a Jehovah's Witness, was using, I believe, what was it, eisegesis, when you put your own thoughts into the words?
Exactly. There's exegesis
Yeah,
and eisegesis.
I struggle with that
The
sometimes.
funny part about this is eisegesis sounds a lot like I see Jesus. Like,
Oh,
look,
yes, I do. Yes, I
oh,
do.
look, I see that. I see the serpent in Genesis 3:15. I see Jesus. Yeah, you're applying eisegesis there. That's what you're doing.
I thought it was I saw one of your videos recently where it talked about the tabernacle and how Yahweh said that he was being moved inside of it. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe that's because he got his legs and wings removed in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, and I know that okay, so when I did that Godfrey Bible Study episode, because that's the episode where in First Samuel, the tabernacle, or excuse me, the Ark of the Covenant, it's not the tabernacle, the Ark of the Covenant actually gets captured. It gets captured by the Philistines, which by itself is already kind of embarrassing, because this is even if you think that Yahweh wasn't living in the tabernacle, or excuse me, you got me saying tabernacle now. Even if you think that Yahweh didn't live in the Ark of the Covenant, this is clearly an incredibly important holy relic for not just for the Israelites, but for Yahweh. And yet it just got captured by the Philistines. Now, the Christian argument or the Jewish argument would be, well, yeah, but then they got tumors and ended up sending it back. So you could make that argument. I was probably a little too flippant in saying that I don't think that there was ever a time in Judaic history when they actually thought that Yahweh lived in the Ark of the Covenant and only lived in the Ark of the Covenant. It wasn't like, I don't think any Jew would tell you, yes, when they captured the Ark of the Covenant, they literally captured God. I think that would be an overly snarky interpretation. The more realistic interpretation is this, that Yahweh was understood to be present and to be resident in and on and around the presence of the ark. Doesn't
It was
mean
renting, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that doesn't mean that, I was probably a little snarky in the video. I don't think that he was in the ark like he was trapped in a box, like he couldn't get out, because I think every Jew would tell you, oh, of course, Yahweh was everywhere, and of course he could get out of the box. But modern people, whether it's Christians or anyone else for that matter, they underestimate the extent to which ancient people in that time, especially people in the ancient Levant, ancient Hebrews, ancient Canaanites, etc., they put a lot of stock in the physical presence of their God. It doesn't mean that they thought that their God was only confined to that area, but they definitely felt like God is here. Like when you were in the presence of the Ark of the Covenant, they felt like God is literally here. I feel very confident saying that. So, and I know you didn't ask me to explain all that, but just to be very clear about what I contend happened in those verses, I don't think that they truly captured God, but I think that I think it's very reasonable to mark that up as a big L for God. Like even if God isn't trapped inside the box, how can God let his holiest of holy relics with the Israelite people? Keep in mind that the Ark of the Covenant was supposed to also contain the tablets from the Ten Commandments, right? So, I mean, this was beyond a holy relic, and yet it could just get seized in a bad battle. Like, it's embarrassing,
They might have hauled
really.
it off in an iron chariot.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because God forbid someone had iron. He can't. It's like his kryptonite. Oh, you have iron. It's so silly.
So I got one last question for you before I go.
Sure. Are you gonna ask? Are you gonna
So-
ask me to accept Jesus?
No, it's something about Jesus. No,
I just thought I'm sorry, I'm being snarky, but I thought it'd be funny if you're like, I have one last question.
funny.
Will you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
that's hilarious. So I don't remember if this was the case or not. But was Joseph and Mary, were they married before she was pregnant with Jesus?
Gosh, I should know the answer to that.
I thought they were, and he was planning on divorcing her secretly.
Well, I do know that he was. Well, I don't think the text says he was planning to leave her. The text says that the Holy Spirit came to him and basically said, "Hey, don't hold this against her." But whether or not he was, let me Google that really quick. I'm just which is really lame to do in a live stream. I'd like to be Justin at Deconstruction Zone. Like, here is the actual answer, but I don't want to lie to you. Here we go. Married when she became pregnant. Okay, they were betrothed, so they were engaged. They were legally
Basically
pledged.
the same thing.
Right. And of course,
Okay.
even in modern times, this would cause most people to cast aside.
I'll say
but
Mary
especially
was
back
Joseph's wife, basically.
then. Well, Mary was Joseph's fiance when she got pregnant.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. So, as far as I understand it, Mary gets a visit from an angel, tells her she's going to give birth to God's son. She becomes overwhelmed with Holy Spirit and becomes pregnant by Sky Daddy.
Yep,
Is that
according to the
correct?
text, yeah.
So, I guess my point is that was okay, but the Nephilim was a problem. The angels at the time of the Nephilim who wanted actual families and real wives and relationships, they were damned because of that.
Well, I mean, I feel you. I'll take your concern and I'll raise it here. That if you, I know you could be accused here of being too literal. I could be accused of being too literal. But if we read the text, first of all, the virgin birth story doesn't exist in all four gospels, of course. But where it does exist, there is no point at which Mary is ever asked for like consent, or is this cool? Like, do you want to, like, she is told this is what's going to happen, so now, to be clear, if we want to take the text at face value, if we want to assume that Mary was a good little Hebrew or good little Jew or whatever, and if we want to believe that she actually felt like she was visited by the Holy Spirit, I'm not trying to tell you that Mary was taken by Yahweh against her will. I'm not trying to tell you that there was an assault going on there or something. But there is no greater mismatch in power dynamics that you could possibly have than having the Holy Spirit, which if we're to believe Trinitarians, is basically God, coming to you and saying, guess what? You're now going to be pregnant with God's kid. There is no logical way to say that outside of a religious context without it sounding really gross, really nasty. So yeah, I mean, I'm totally agreeing with you. I'm just saying that I think it gets even worse than that. If you take off the
there's
God
a lot
goggles,
of
if you take
problems
off
with
the
that.
Christian goggles and you think, wait a minute, like, just imagine, forget whatever religion you're part of. Like, I don't care what, religion anyone wants to identify with. Let's just take that out of it for a second. Let's assume that there are spirits, that whether it's God or Yahweh, whatever. And then one night, you as a young woman, which, Mary was probably 14 or something at this time. You get this.
Oh my God, yeah, dude. The age of consent was non-existent. I
Right.
guess.
I mean, I don't think we're giving her exact age, but I mean, I think it's pretty much known that she would probably be 13, 14 years old at this time. And you get this vision from the Holy Spirit saying, guess what? You're about to get knocked up by God and you're going to give birth to God's kid. And of course, when you read this through a Christian lens, it sounds beatific, she's the Virgin Mary, and which, first of all, the fact that she's a virgin is completely, you've heard me on that diatribe, right? That's completely made up. That's a bad translation from Isaiah 7:14. It's because
Wasn't it young woman and not a virgin?
Bingo.
Pretty sure?
Yeah. So the writers because the virgin narrative is in Matthew and Luke, right? If I had that right. Mark and Luke, or Matthew and Luke? I always forget these.
Matthew and Luke.
Yeah, Matthew and Luke. And the reason that they said virgin birth is because they're trying to tie it to Isaiah 7:14. But Isaiah 7:14 doesn't say anything about a virgin birth, except it does in the bad translation of the Septuagint. So the writers of Matthew and Luke clearly were Greek speakers, I'm not saying that they didn't speak other languages, but they clearly knew how to speak Greek because it's written in Koine Greek. And they clearly were reading not from the original Hebrew Bible. I don't even know if they could read Hebrew, but it clearly wasn't from the original Hebrew Bible. They were reading from the Septuagint, which was the Koine Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, which happened because there were a lot of Jews in the Mediterranean who were primarily Greek speakers. So they, eventually they made this translation for those Jews called the Septuagint. And when they translated it in the Septuagint, they didn't do a really great job. So they translated it as virgin birth. And then even then, it's not a prophecy about a Messiah. It's not a prophecy about anything that has anything to do with the Messiah. But because the authors of Matthew and Luke were they were combing through the Old Testament, trying to make, or what they would call the Hebrew Bible or the Septuagint, they were combing through there trying to make connections. They're trying to, put things together. Oh, look, see, Isaiah 7:14 talks about a virgin birth. Jesus was born of a virgin. They're trying to stitch this together to make a legend. Anyway, I went off on a tangent there on you, but
No, I appreciate that. Yeah. There's just a lot of things that I've noticed. It almost seems as though that I know this may be a stretch, a real big stretch, but it almost seems as though the Israelites were actually Freemasons, ancient Freemasons.
We're Freemasons?
Well, yeah, they made building projects for the Pharaoh out of bricks and everything, all free of charge.
Well, were they Masons or were they Freemasons? Because Freemasonry started in Germany in the 1700s, I believe.
But don't they worship Yahweh and all that?
Well, Freemasonry is not really. So Freemasonry is really interesting. I've talked about this on other videos and live streams before, but so Freemasonry, to be a member of the Freemasons, and I'm not a Freemason, but I actually had a really good friend and business partner who's a big into Freemasonry. So I learned a lot about this. And Freemasons, they, in their vows or whatever you want to, vows the wrong word, but oaths or whatever, they require you to acknowledge the existence of a higher maker. That's not the word that they use, but some higher being. That's all that they require. So to be a Freemason, you have to acknowledge this idea that there's a God, basically. You don't have to say what the God is. You don't have to say it's Yahweh. And in fact, one of the reasons that a lot of conservative Americans have such a grudge against Freemasonry is because it's not exclusive to Christianity. And those who know more about Freemasonry get their pennies in a bunch about it. So, for example, when I was with my business partner, we used to have a business in Chennai. And when we were in Chennai, he was a member of the Freemasonry Lodge. It was a really cool building and everything. I wasn't at the ceremony, but I was there during the middle of the day when nothing was going on. And in the main hall where they had most of their meetings, there's I don't know if they all do it the same way. Okay, they're not a monolith, but in this main hall, like they had a podium, and on the podium was a Torah. I think it was a Talmud. Actually, I think it was a Talmud. There was a Holy Bible, and there was a Quran. Now that's not because Freemasonry explicitly supports Judaism, Christianity, and Islam and nothing else. It's just because it was like a symbol of like God, all religion, all God. Okay, you could be a Hindu and be a Freemason. You could be any other religion as long as you acknowledge the existence of a God. I guess if you were a hardcore Buddhist, if you were part of a non-theistic religion, it might be problematic for you because some Buddhists are theistic, but most are not. But as long as you are not able to acknowledge a creator, you could be a member. Now, of course, for like a lot of conservative Christians, especially American evangelical conservative Christians, the idea that you would be a part of an organization where they have a Bible on the same podium with the Quran, on the same podium with the Talmud, for some people, that's anathema. They get pissed off with that. I know that's more info than you probably wanted to know on that question. But
Oh no, my brain is ready to learn. I honestly believe that that the Jehovah's Witnesses are Freemasons as well, because it's all hidden in plain sight. I mean, all the symbols. I mean, if you they have these gathering halls that they call assembly halls, and they hold assemblies.
I've been in the assembly hall.
If you want to, you can Google the one in Denmark, the Google Earth image. It's quite interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I used to have a friend of mine in high school who went hardcore Jehovah's Witness for a while, and that was very, very interesting.
Really?
And they were trying to convert
Actually.
me at the time. So I also had I had a very sad scenario. I talk about this in one of my previous videos, but when I was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, and I see we have a new caller. I'll get to you very shortly here, a new caller. So hang out with us. Don't hang up on us here. I'll get to you quickly. But when I was at Nellis Air Force Base, I met a really good friend who's my best friend for a while. His name was Kevin, and he was from Utah, and but he wasn't a Mormon. His family was Jehovah's Witness, and he had been very, adamantly shunned. His family would not talk to him at all because he was openly gay. He was a gay man.
Oh wow, that's a no-go.
Yeah, exactly. For Jehovah's Witnesses, even to this day, I mean, I don't think they've become even moderately more liberal on that at all. But this was back in the 90s. It was really sad because I saw a lot of what it did to him personally. And here's what really I found was very sad and poignant, because he still believed his Jehovah's Witness beliefs. Even though he had been truly shunned and he wasn't allowed to go to, a Jehovah's Witness hall or anything, and his family wouldn't fucking talk to him. I mean, they wouldn't talk to him at all. And he was basically trying to kill himself, not in a literal way, but he was living a lifestyle that was essentially like, I don't care, I'll die. He was HIV positive. One of the last times I had a chance to talk to him, he said he went into the clinic and they said they couldn't find any T cells. And this was in the mid 90s, before you could treat it as a chronic illness. Like today, HIV still sucks, but it's manageable. It's not a death sentence. But at that time, I mean, I unfortunately, I believe he's probably dead, although I don't know that. I hope I'm wrong. But unfortunately, I moved away and we lost touch. And I saw the havoc that it wreaked on his life, and it was horrible.
Yeah, that's really sad, dude.
I hate salad. I'm not going to hang up on you here, but I'm going to get to our other caller here. So if you want to hang out, you can. But I want to kind of acknowledge our other caller here.
All right, have a good one, y'all. I got to get out of here anyways.
All right, thanks, man. I've enjoyed the conversation. It's been good.
Same here, man. See ya.
All right, I appreciated that call from I Hate Salad. I do remember talking to him before, roughly. It's kind of always hard to coordinate past conversations, but I don't have I was just about to get to whoever this person was pulling up stuff on screen, and now they have dropped. So I don't know where they went. If you were the one that was pulling stuff up, I couldn't quite see what you were pulling up on screen because it was really small on my window. But if you want to call back and chat and tell me why I'm brilliant and all of my takes are correct. No, I'm just kidding. If you want to tell me why I'm an asshole, if you want to tell me whatever it is you wanted to share with me, call back and we will.
Are you previewing before you put them on screen?
I did have him on preview. We've talked about this before. I probably need to change my settings so it doesn't do that automatically. Although I could see everything that was on his screen. So if he or she started to, I don't know, put up some bullshit, I could have. But it was preview, but it was like, it was they had a screen capture of whatever was on their computer.
The size of a Jesus's pecker, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it might have had horrible things on it. I don't know. But I couldn't see it. I couldn't even tell. And I'm sitting here looking at things on my 4K monitors. So I know most people are not watching this.
Suffering from success.
That's right. I'm watching this on my 4K monitors, motherfuckers. Yeah. I got like this circular. I have 3 displays. 2 of them are curved 4K monitors, and then this other 4K one that's vertical. So, because I'm a fancy motherfucker. So
I only have 2, unfortunately. But you know what I have? What you don't have? I have a VR headset.
Do you
And
really?
And with my VR headset, I have a setup with like really big, basically like a cinema monitor in the background, and 4 monitors in front of me.
So I have had a VR headset once, not because I've ever wanted to use one per se, but I had a job where they wanted to do this whole like VR meeting stuff. And oh my God,
That's
I hated
crazy
that. I mean, it didn't make me sick or anything, but I hated it. I thought it was horrible.
Yeah, I sometimes jump on like a VR chat to talk to random people, or I use it to like as a quote unquote productivity setup with like multiple monitors that I can set up to like whatever I need.
All right, I need participant input on this, or viewer input on this. We have 2 directions we can take this now. We absolutely have to talk about Lily J, and that's what I put on the thumbnail. That I see as kind of being the whole point of the subject of the evening. But I also have a really fun, interesting individual who's been commenting on my stuff today, and I actually thought he might be calling in, but so we can go through his comments, or we can jump into the Lily J stuff. So if you want comments, put comment in the chat. If you want Lily J, put Lily J in the chat. And I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick, and I will leave Anka here so he can say a bunch of horrible shit that will get my channel banned while I'm gone. So,
Hell yeah.
yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm always trying to do, but unfortunately you have not been yet demonetized, so I guess YouTube is just not really listening to this stream, but they should. While we are here just looking at weird AI-generated monks, guys, join the Discord. It's gonna be fun over there one day. Not right now, but it will be. Is Lily J that bad that it's a torture watching her? I never heard of her. Oh, he's coming back.
Oh no, he's coming back.
Yeah,
No.
I forgot to say the N-word, so
Okay, yeah,
you might not be banned.
that is true. That is unfortunately. I mean, not that I have any desire to say that word, but that is like one of the words. I can say fuck, I can say shit, I can say all kinds of horrible stuff, but yeah, if you say that word, I think it tends to get you blacklisted very quickly. And I'm not saying it shouldn't. I mean, it's a gross word, but sometimes, oh my gosh,
If you ever want to say this word,
yeah,
soft one, not the hard R, but soft one.
I mean,
You can learn how in Russian, like how to translate from English to Russian the word book, and you can say this instead.
okay.
So technically, you will not say the bad word, you will have the satisfaction of saying the N word.
This is probably TMI, but I probably shouldn't even go into this. But I had a bad argument with my ex. My ex was a black woman, and we were talking about the fact that there was some teacher in Washington, D.C. This is 10 years ago, something like that. And she got suspended or fired, I can't remember, one of the two, for teaching her students the word, and I'm going to say this very clearly, I'm going to enunciate very well, niggardly. Niggardly, I believe it is. Niggardly. That is a word that means miserly, you're cheap, you're miserly, etc. And it has nothing to do with talking about people of color. The root word, like where the word comes from, has nothing to do with, talking about race at all. And I was kind of surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, but I was kind of surprised that my black partner at the time, she thought that the woman should be fired for teaching the school kids what the word niggardly meant. And I'm like, no, it's a word, and it has nothing to do with black people or slavery or anything. And even if you look up where the word comes from, it has nothing to do with that at all. And if we can't even say it's one thing, we can have adult conversations about what words are acceptable or not to even speak. But if I can't even say a word that sounds like a bad word, that to me is...
I think it depends like how you're doing it, because if she was like, okay, kids, today we're gonna learn about this word.
I can see where like maybe some smartass is using it as a replacement for the N word, and then they're like, nah, you can't do anything to me because I said niggard, so they're gonna, then they're gonna think like they got away with something. I could see where clearly if somebody was doing it in that respect, it would not be acceptable. But this was a school teacher who was teaching her kids vocabulary about this word that means cheap or miserly. It's like I said, it's not a word that the etymology of the word is that it doesn't come from the N word. It comes from an entirely different root and everything. But
isn't there another word that like sounds exactly like the N word?
I'm not familiar with any. I mean, I know like, in Africa there's a country called Niger, which sometimes people, but in terms of another actual English word, not really. I mean, there are other words that are portmanteaus of that word. So like, maybe this will get me in trouble too. But if you call someone a wigger, that's a slang for like a white guy who's trying to be a black guy. And
I put it in the chat. Maybe I'm not understanding it right, but that's
yeah
what I remember.
I like Chuck Norris says, please raid that AI church with AI Vikings, please. That's good. I like the background, but I can't run this forever because it does repeat and everything. So
it's really repetitive. It's like
it is. So I'm gonna wash this out before we move on to the next stuff. Did anyone say like what they wanted? No one said what they wanted to do next.
No. Someone said that they don't wanna Lily J.
They don't want Lily J?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're still gonna get to Lily J, but we can do the comments first.
Grumpy Librarian said, "Please don't torture us with Lily J."
Okay. Well, then I will. Then since it's not like we have a massive number of people voting, I will honor Grumpy Librarian's wishes, and we will go to these comments first. But fair warning, I am going to get into the Lily J stuff because I think it's hilarious. But let me change my background first.
I googled her and she just looks like a classic internet apologist.
I would say she's worse than that, but you'll see why I say that in a little bit.
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's do this. There we go. New stuff. Okay. So let's get into some comments first because this is fun. Actually, I just have to highlight this for a second, and only because this feels apropos, because I've been sitting here, Demented Engineer says Christianity is literally a vampire death cult, which yes it is. And they are obsessed with blood and bathing in the blood of Jesus. I just think it's funny because I've been watching the Interview with a Vampire series. We're on season 3 now with the vampire Lestat. So it just felt apropos to me. This is a good point. Grumpy Librarian, he's talking about Lily J. Wait until she speaks. And then he says, "Hey, atheist, what's that all about?" Yeah, she is incredibly vacuous. But we'll get to, but since Grumpy downvoted that, that's fine. We're going to get into these comments first. I don't have a bunch of comments, but I know I put out 4 new Godfrey Bible studies, which are scheduled to come out over the next several weeks, and the members can see now. I know I still haven't been doing a great job of getting out other content. You guys won't probably care about my excuse, but I will say this, that I have this massive model that I'm training in AI. It's not an LLM. It's not ChatGPT or anything. I'm training my own model, and it eats up. Like I do everything basically on my one massive system here. So this system has pretty good RAM. It has pretty good GPU. It has a whole bunch of CPU processors. Blah blah blah. But still, with some of the things that I train this AI on, it can tank my system. And when you're trying to do video editing also is very heavy on your GPU. So if you're trying to train an AI on something, it makes very heavy use of your GPU. I know this is probably, some of you are like, what the fuck do we care about this? But I'm just sharing it with you because this has kept me from, I have a bunch of videos I've recorded, but I haven't edited them yet, because to edit them, I have to compete with my GPU to do the editing that's trying to run the AI models. So anyway, that's why I haven't posted a ton of new stuff lately, but still, you'll like this guy. Let me pull this up. This guy's fun. I thought he was going to be here tonight, which means, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're about to meet this week's
Coward of the Week.
Coward of the Week.
Coward of the Week.
I'm calling him the Coward of the Week just because you're going to see, he went off, and then he seemed to have been really excited about when the live stream starts, and yet I don't have any real reason to believe that he's with us at all. So I can only conclude that after going off for a long time here in the comments, he eventually said, fuck it, I'm just not going to even be on the live stream. I mean, I'm not even trying to say that he was going to call in, but even if he just could have, joined the chat or something, it might have been entertaining. But shit, I can't even. I have to pull up the full thread. So I'm going to do something funny, different today, because normally I'll just pull up the first comment someone gives. And then if there's like a long thread of shit below it, I don't normally sit here and go through it. But I'm going to today share with you guys, like, we're going to go through this whole damn thread because it's fucking hilarious. I love this. This is really good. I know you guys are like, what is he talking about? I'm going to put on screen. We're going to talk about it. So this is Mark. All right. Mark has put more than 100 comments on my stuff. So he's seen a lot of my stuff. I've even liked some of his things. I mean, he's a regular viewer, I guess. But something about the video that I did about Brian Holdsworth, reacting to Brian Holdsworth, I guess got stuck in his craw somehow. And oh man, did he really teach me a lesson. So you guys have to enjoy this. So first, Mark starts off by saying, URL, the Catholic Church, and the creation of the university. That's what he types. URL, the Catholic Church and the creation of the university. Now, I know, first of all, I know why he's putting this here. Because in this video, I point out that the Christianity in general and the Catholic Church in general, in specifically, does not solely get all the credit for higher education. Yes, Catholicism was, in Christianity, was instrumental in starting many, many universities in the West. And I will even go so far as to admit that the model that we have today of higher education was fostered in large part in universities that had entirely or mostly sponsorship from the Catholic Church. I don't have a problem admitting that, okay? But nevertheless, in this video from Brian Holdsworth, he tried to claim that basically the reason we have universities is purely because of Christianity, which honestly is just complete and utter bullshit. It requires you to take your brain out and shove it right up your Christian ass in order to actually believe that shit. You have to have such a myopic view of world history to think that, oh, we wouldn't have any higher education today if it weren't for Jeebus in Christianity. So I know this is what he's trying to get to. But the fact that he starts it off by saying URL, the Catholic Church, URL is not a verb. You can't URL somebody. You can't URL anything. URL, and you'll see this is funny because, I said you don't seem to know what a URL is. A URL, because I am a web-based programmer, I can absolutely tell you, is a universal, uniform resource locator. It's not like I've never heard it, and actually it's kind of funny because it's really uniform. Uniform resource locator. And I think you guys know this, but I'll say this anyway. When you go to a web address, all right, any web address, google.com or whatever, the full web address is the URL. And not just google.com, but https://google.com// whatever. That is the URL. It is the uniform resource locator. So to say URL, the Catholic Church and the creation of the university is a nonsensical statement. I assume he means that he wants me to Google or search for the Catholic Church and the creation of the university. But just saying URL, the Catholic Church and the creation of the university is actually a nonsensical statement. So I told him, you don't seem to know what a URL is. This seems to have pissed Mark off.
That's such a cheeky comment from you.
Is it really?
It's like a little bit cheeky.
If you're going to tell me to URL something, I think it's justified. Is it not? Am I being rude?
I don't even know what he means with this comment.
Like I said, I think he means, because I said in the video that it's bullshit to say that the Catholic Church is, or the Christians, are solely responsible for universities and higher education. That's bullshit. It's myopic and ignorant. I think his point is he wants me to Google the Catholic Church and the creation of the university, because this is going to teach me.
If he wanted you to Google, he would say Google.
Well, you would think.
But he said URL, so we don't even know what he means.
Exactly.
And you're so cheeky to reply to him. Maybe URL is actually something that he knows what it is. It's just we are oblivious to it.
Because this right here is not a URL. The Catholic Church, you know what he probably thinks? He probably thinks you can use this as a URL because in modern browsers, right? If I go here,
oh yeah, true.
And I put this up in the URL field where you're supposed to put in a web address, if it's not a valid web address, it will then default to treating it like a Google search.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that's
I didn't thought about it. That's actually really nice.
Right. So he probably thinks that this page of Google results right here is truly a direct result of me putting the Catholic Church and the creation of the university in the field where the URL would normally go. But if that's what he thinks, it's because he doesn't actually understand how his browser works. He doesn't understand how Google works. So that's why I said, you don't seem to know what a URL is. And what was his measured response? His professional...
He gave you a great retort.
Yes, he gave me a great retort. He said, this is a great retort, isn't it? He says, are you retarded? Universal Resource Locator. Look it up. Which, first of all, he's wrong. It's not a universal resource locator. It's a uniform resource locator. And if he looked it up, he would know that. But he's not going to look it up, is he? Because I'm retarded and he is so incredibly intelligent. So that was his response there. But it gets worse. Then he says, you are exactly as brainwashed as the educated to worship your only actual contractual legal fiction cap G God government as the religious, which is why they're
it's
called
so capitalized.
I know. He doesn't know how to use capitalization. He doesn't know what URL actually stands for. He doesn't know how to make a sentence when he's trying to ask me to search for something, but I'm retarded. So.
And for me, as a person who doesn't know how to speak English, it kind of sounds like he is saying the same stuff as sovereign citizens are saying. Like, you know,
He
it has
might
the same
be.
vibe.
He might be, because this gets crazier. And I don't normally sit here and go through someone's whole thread, but in this case, I think it's kind of entertaining. So you see, this is before I could even...
I'm sorry. Like, is he just replying to you like all this stuff without actually you replying anything back?
Yeah,
Or
so
is it
the
just
one
like,
thing that I have said, he said URL, the Catholic
Oh,
Church, and the creation of the university. I responded, you don't seem to know what a URL is. Then he
you just
responded...
poke this bear?
Yeah, then he responded, are you retarded? Universal Resource Locator, look it up, which is funny because that's not what URL stands for. And if you looked it up, you would know that. And then he says, you know, you're exactly as brainwashed as the educated to worship your only actual... It's hard to even read these because these aren't even real sentences. Then he goes on, you don't know that things can't be owned, that natural rights don't exist, and you don't know why there is no such thing as law at all, because you are a brainwashed and clueless government-worshipping, contracted debt slave of the Holy Roman Empire.
What the fuck?
And it's in the contract. The contract is capitalized, of course. It's legal fact as per religion and or education and the trick of legalese, of course. To write that quasi-sentence and finish it with comma, of course, like, oh, it's so obvious.
What does he even mean?
I know. I'm brainwashed. I'm a debt slave of the Holy
speechless.
Roman Empire. I mean, I have actually heard some people who are like big into government shit try to still talk about like all big government as the Holy Roman Empire, right? And also, just like you also hear people talk about like any big oppressive system as Babylon, you know. But still, to write a quasi sentence like that and then end it with, of course.
This is crazy work.
But he's still going. He's not done. You are governed mentally retarded, I assure you. That's a great retort, Mark. That's a great retort. And look at this. The uncoverer of Constitutor. It's like, the fuck?
And why he lied here? He's not Mark 27. He's Mark 27 T7M.
Well, I assume that's just like a random, because like if you don't pick a username, like it puts a bunch of random shit at the end of your stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So like his real name is
He
probably
doesn't even,
Mark.
like he's talking about debt slaves and stuff, and he doesn't even own his name. Like, oh,
That's a great point.
dude.
We're debt slaves, but he doesn't own his name. It's so great. And then he says, did you read at least the title of the article you're not going to look up? See, so
Why he's randomly capitalizing stuff? That's what like drives me crazy.
he's also assuming that there is an article that I should know about. So even if we assume that, hey, I should be searching here, right? To say URL this means that I should be searching this, I guess. And I guess he means maybe the first article that comes up, because even if we grant him that, hey, you're trying to, in a very stupid way, tell me to search for this phrase, the Catholic Church and the creation of the university, you would still, even if I give you that much credit, have to know that what this results in is a list of Google results. And yet, further down in his diatribe, he says, did you read at least the title of the article you're not going to look up? What fucking article? If I try to give you as much grace as I can, you have asked me to run a search on a set of terms. And now you're pissed off because I haven't read the article that I'm not going to look up.
No, the title of the article.
Yeah. Which title? Is it the first one? Is it the AI results that he wants me to read? Is it the first actual search?
AI results gonna be like different every time you put it in.
Right, that's true. Is he saying like this, the university and the church from buildingcatholicculture.com?
These results can be different based on your history as well. and
Well,
your
that's true,
location.
and it can be different based on your geography too. So, giving someone even if we give him as much credit as possible and say he wants me to search for these terms right here, if you can't actually give me a uniform resource locator, because that's what a URL is, even though he doesn't know. If
He
you
gave
can't
you
give me,
universal resource locator. That's
Yeah.
better.
maybe what he's trying to do is I think if you try to paste links in YouTube comments, it won't let you.
I think it would let you. It's just not gonna show the link. Like so.
Okay, because I'm trying to give him as much credit as I can. Like maybe he's trying to send me to an article, but he can't put the link into
I
the
think
article.
YouTube is just really dumb with this stuff. You just can't post links.
Because I know, like, I can post links on my own comments. It'll let me do that.
Yes.
But I think it's
Yeah,
because
you're
I'm
the author. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to give him as much credit as I can, you know? So where are we at here? Okay, so he says, maybe you're a brain dead phone tard, because, you know, one way to show how clever you are is to find how many words you can tack tard onto. It's not enough just to say retard, which is offensive enough in its own right. But, you know, now you have to be a libtard or a phone tard or a YouTube tard or something. You know, like it's people like this think that there's nothing more clever than taking any word that they already think is an insult and tacking tard onto the end of it. Which, if you do that, if you take a random word and you tack tard onto the end of it, you know what that is, Anka? That's a great retort.
That's a great retort. Yeah. Bone tort, I would say.
So then you see, I actually responded at this point. I said, I'm going to have great fun highlighting this in tomorrow's live stream. Thank you. So this was yesterday. I said, thank you for the live stream material. He says, not a problem, government worshiping pure slave.
Why this type slave is not capitalized?
I don't know. That's a
It
good
was
point.
last time.
Everything else is capitalized, but pure slave is not. And then he says, constitutor, he who agrees by a simple pact to pay the debt of another, and this is always a principal obligation.
I haven't. What's this about?
He doesn't know. Nobody knows. YouTube doesn't know. God, Yahweh doesn't know. Nobody knows. nobody can decipher what the fuck he thinks he's talking about.
Oh, he
So then-
continues. What the fuck?
Oh,
I
we're
thought
not
that's
done.
the end of the conversation.
Oh, we're not done. So then I think he wants me to do another search, because every time I think he wants you to do a search, he starts it off with URL. He says URL, the Treaty of Peace, Paris, signed by Ben Franklin, John Adams, John Jay, 1763 to 1780, which I think it's funny. He probably doesn't know this, but he's, telling me to search for this stuff, I assume. He probably doesn't know I have another channel where I am literally going through U.S. history month by month, starting at the year 1763. So he wants me to, I assume, search for this of the Holy Roman Empire, the benefactor, second paragraph at the end of course, Mark 27, the truth finder. Now I tell on the truth. I have a caller here, so let's see who Apex Heathen is. Are you with us, Apex?
Yes, I am. How you doing, Skeptis?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Doing good, doing good. This is like my second time on your show. I was on maybe like a month ago, and I really enjoyed, so I wanted to see how you were doing today.
I'm doing well. So I must not. I must have been pretty nice to you if you called again. I said it jokingly. I don't think I beat people up too much, but.
Oh no, you were helping me do some pointers on my new debate channel, which I'm calling you from.
Your new debate channel. What is this channel?
It's the same name on the screen, the Apex Heathen Debates.
Okay. So is this on YouTube?
Yeah,
Let's pull up and.
fairly new. I have like pretty much no live streams under my belt, but hoping to
Okay.
get started. I'm getting the software ready right now.
So, Apex Heathen Debates. All right. So here is the channel. So
Yeah.
I'm going to tell my massive audience here, because I'm so popular, that everyone should check out Apex Heathen, even though you don't quite have much content up yet. But that's okay. Everyone starts somewhere.
Yep.
And I'm sure that as a result of my endorsement here, you'll probably be monetized tomorrow. Because I'm so fucking popular.
Oh, he already monetized.
Yeah, exactly. So what did we talk about last time? I won't lie, I do not remember.
Well, honestly, we were mainly reading from Isaiah 45:7. It was like it almost turned into like a Bible study in a way.
So we were going
Yeah,
through suffering servant stuff.
Suffering servant stuff, yeah, biblical atrocities, you name it.
Okay. Cool. Did you have anything new that you wanted to go through tonight?
I would say, yeah, because I was actually talking to one of my friends who's kind of mad at me right now because he's a Christian. But he kind of got upset with me earlier. I thought it was kind of funny. So we were pretty much doing the whole Jesus versus Paul debate. So essentially he was defaulting to everything Paul said, but I pointed out in Mark chapter 7 something where it would completely contradict everything that he believes about Jesus. It's Mark.
This is what Christians do. I mean, of course, I have no shortage of complaints about Christianity, but one of them is that really it's not the religion of Jesus; it's the religion of Paul.
Yeah, it really is. It really is the religion of Paul. I mean, like, it's a big jump to say, oh, well, we should be following the Mosaic law of stoning your rebellious child to all children are the greatest in my sight. It's a big jump.
Yeah. Well, and Paul doesn't really care for children much.
No, he doesn't. No, he makes it very clear, and I don't see where a man like that could send that kind of message where children are to be regarded as such in the way that most Christians believe.
If I'm trying to be as fair as possible, because I do try to steel man wherever I can.
Yeah.
I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if there are any verses where Paul really is very adversarial toward the idea of children, but the bigger problem with Paul is that he's very clear that your best course of action is to be celibate. And if you just can't stop yourself, if you're too horny and you just got to relieve yourself, then at least be married so that it can be part of marriage. But his ideal for humanity is to be celibate.
Yeah, that's celibacy is definitely a big thing in the Christian community.
Which is kind of, I mean, by default, you could say that's anti-children or anti-natalist. But, now if I'm trying to be as forgiving as I can to Paul and to the Christian view, I will say this. The reason that Paul is like that, well, I mean, we don't know. I'm drawing my own eisegesis here, right? But
Oh yeah.
using my own eisegesis, I believe very strongly that from Paul's own words, the reason that Paul is like that is not necessarily, I don't necessarily think that he hates children, but Paul was absolutely working from the paradigm that the end is near, like very fucking near. Like he thought he was going to see the second coming. And one of the things that happens if you allow yourself, we see this even to this day sometimes with really ate up rapture kind of people. If you allow yourself to go deep down that rabbit hole, of course it's going to change your view, your worldview, because suddenly if you truly believe that we're years away maximum from being lifted off this earth or from being part of Jesus's kingdom, then why would you worry about finding a mate and having a big family when we're all about to go up into heaven, right? Like that's the basis for why Paul essentially, to be fair, I think even before he converted to Christianity, I think he had a stick up his ass because he was a Pharisee. He was a single Pharisee. I mean, there were married Pharisees, of course, but he was a Pharisee, and these were already very hyper-conservative religious people. Of course, he wasn't Paul then, he was Saul. But they were very conservative, and they thought, they thought that, especially once he became a follower of Jesus, then it's like, well, the end is almost here anyway. So it's easy to make statements like leave your family, sell all your wealth, don't have kids, cut your nuts off because he was in favor of eunuchs. It's easier to make these statements when you think that we're almost at the end times anyway.
Okay. No, I mean, honestly, it's like the way I try to describe to my friend how I view Christianity is a apocalyptic blood cult at best.
Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely apocalyptic. Jesus was a failed itinerant apocalyptic preacher, and Christians hate that characterization, but it was Jesus himself who said that there are those among you who will not taste death before I return. And that's a fucking joke. That's demonstrably false. And of course, Paul was wrapped up into that. And it is, Christians don't want to hear this, but it is a blood cult.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I want to be clear about what I'm saying. I've never been in a Christian sermon or a service and see people actually like tossing around bowls of chicken blood or something and throwing it on themselves. I mean, it's not that kind of blood cult, but the iconography, the verbiage, everything, the imagery that they promote. I mean, I know that it's metaphorical, but anytime that you can, with a straight face, say, look, we are drinking the blood of our crucified leader. If you take that out of the religious context, if you take off your God goggles, if I just said to you, come over to my house to watch the Super Bowl this weekend, and while we're here, we're going to drink the blood of my buddy, who died last year. Even if it's metaphorical, even if I give you a cup of wine and say we're going to drink his blood, doesn't that sound fucking weird?
Yeah, that sounds incredibly weird. I mean, like if Jesus were to see the traditions that the church have made in his name, he'd probably just say, as an observant Jew, I would not approve of this at all. That's my belief.
I think that for many years I would have agreed with that. I mean, now of course I'm not disagreeing with you, but I would
Yeah.
even soften that a bit and just say, the simple fact is, no one has a fucking clue what Jesus actually said or believed. They have stories, they have legends.
Yeah.
So what he actually would, of course, if you took a man from 2,000 years ago and put him into modern day, of course he'd be shocked by all kinds of shit. That's not a religious thing. But even if we brought him to the modern churches and showed him, I'm sure that there are many things that would piss him off. I don't doubt that. But, like even when we assume, well, if he overturned the tables of the money changers, then he would hate the modern mega churches. Well, him overturning the tables of the money changers is a legend. Did it actually happen? I don't know. I really don't. I mean, I'm not a mythicist. I believe that Jesus was a person who walked the ancient Levant 2,000 years ago. I believe he was a preacher. I believe he was crucified. Beyond that, I don't know. It's all legend at this point. I'm not saying he didn't do those things. I don't know. You may have, I don't know how many times you've tuned in, but I'll bring up here again, because I brought this up a few times before. This is something that never occurred to me when I was a Christian. And it's only something that I thought of when I was starting to make content for this channel. And then once I started making content for this channel, I was almost embarrassed that this never occurred to me. So, let me pull this up on screen.
Okay, one sec. I'm actually, since my phone's gonna die, I'm planning on joining back with my actual computer. Is that okay?
Yeah. No, so,
right,
so you're gonna drop off and come back?
I'm gonna drop off and come back. I already have the Video Ninja link loaded up. I'll be right back.
Just be sure that you're not a debt slave.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I think the opposite. I think we should only accept callers for the rest of the night, from debt slaves to the Holy Roman Empire. So
Oh man.
that's going to be the new subject of the live stream.
That's a great retort, Adam.
Yeah.
It's a great retort. Oh man. So what I have here on screen, there's a couple different sites you can go to for this. If you URL the quotes of Jesus, because URL is
We're
now a
collecting them
verb.
like Pokemons. We're just collecting them.
Yeah. If you URL the quotes of Jesus, you can find a couple sites like this that will give you this information. And
I would drop right now.
okay, so he'll be coming back. So I'll there he is again. All right, welcome back. So this is the one that I used in my video. I did a video on this 7-8 months ago. And this was kind of cool. It's a PDF doc, but it's linked off the web. And I like this one because this one, it puts together all the quotes of Jesus. It tries to put them in chronological order. Wrap your head around that a little bit, because you have 4 gospels. Of course, it's not perfect, but it tries to figure out what was the order in which he said them. And it also doesn't repeat things, because of course some things are repeated verbatim from one gospel to the other. So these are truly supposedly direct quotes from Jesus. And I bring this up often because this never occurred to me until even though I was an atheist for 10 years more before I did this channel. This never occurred to me until I started doing content. Look at the sheer volume of words that are attributed as direct quotes to Jesus from the Gospels, as I, lazily scroll through this PDF. So not only is there a massive volume of words, but the quotes themselves are long. Look at this from the Sermon on the Mount. When you pray, don't be like the hypocrites, for they love to stand up and pray, blah, 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 blah.
Synagogues and street corners, yeah.
So
we all know the Sermon on the Mount.
the even the most liberal, most Christian apologist estimates for the earliest gospel, which would be the gospel of which would be the Gospel of Mark. Because in the Bible, they're Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but they're written in the order of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. Why they're not in the same order that they're written, I have no idea. But even if we assume the earliest possible date for the writing of the Gospel of Mark, the earliest estimates are usually around 66 CE. Most people think that even the earliest Gospel wasn't written until the fall of the Second Temple, which was in 70 CE. But there are some people who contend that the first written copies of like Mark were written in 66 CE. So even if we grant that, let's say that let's give it the earliest date possible, 66 CE.
Yeah.
And let's also assume the latest estimate for Jesus dying, because usually there's two camps for when Jesus died. Some people think he died in 30 CE. Some people think he died in 33 CE. So let's assume the latest he died was 33. The earliest that the first gospel was written was 66, which means that the first gospel was written 33 years after he died. Now, right now, we haven't even gotten close yet to being 33 years after 9/11. I'm sure that most people, especially if you live in the US, but probably even around the world, remember 9/11. You remember something about it. You remember that there was a big terrorist attack in the US and the Twin Towers in New York fell and blah, blah, blah. If I went to you, even today, which right now is 25 years after the events of 9/11 almost, if I said to you, give me direct quotes from what the newscasters said that day, you wouldn't have a fucking clue. If I said, give me direct quotes from what George Bush, the president at the time, said that day, you wouldn't have a fucking clue. You could remember broad ideas of what they talked about, but you couldn't quote with any accuracy whatsoever what anyone said from September 11th, 2001. You just can't. If I'm being even more specific about this, you guys can't quote with any, hard accuracy anything that I've said in this live stream from 10 minutes ago. You can talk about what we talked about. You can say, hey, we discussed these concepts. We discussed that you can't URL something. We discussed that it was a great retort, but you can't actually even quote back to me complete sentences that I said 10 fucking minutes ago. And yet we're supposed to believe that these gospels, the earliest of which was written at best 33 years after the death of Jesus, are accurately quoting these long ass quotes from Jesus. It's ridiculous. It's patently ridiculous. Now, the standard Christian apologetic around this would be, well, but it's all inspired by God. It's divinely inspired. So we know they're accurate quotes. Okay, so if they're divinely inspired, why do you need 4 gospels to tell me the story if they're divinely inspired? They're divinely inspired, but you needed 4 different stories. And they're divinely inspired, but you think that despite the fact that they were divinely inspired, you think that the divine will of God said, don't bother writing it down for 33 years. I mean, if they were divinely inspired, wouldn't someone have written this shit down like a year after? Wouldn't they have already been circulating official copies of the first gospel, at least, if it was divinely inspired? So if you want to play the divine inspiration card, it doesn't make sense, because that just, there's no logical way that divine inspiration requires 33 years of, baking in the oven before you can finally pull out a finished gospel. And then you need 4 different versions of the same gospel to tell your story. And if they're not divinely inspired, there's no logical way to think that any human being anywhere on the earth could possibly pull up these extensive fucking quotes from Jesus with anything remotely approximating accuracy.
That's exactly how I feel about the human memory anyways. We all know that human memories falter just moments later. For people to really believe that divine inspiration takes 33 years without thinking that there's any kind of, redactionist history within that text is just a foolhardy endeavor to try to go ahead and prove,
Well, you're absolutely right, and along those same notes too. And this is something that I don't know if anyone in antiquity would have realized this, but in modern day, anyone who studied this even a little bit understands. I mean, I don't understand all the vagaries of how human memory works, of course, but I do understand enough about human memory to know that every time you remember a scenario, you're rebuilding it in your mind. You have certain things, certain touch points that you've remembered. So going back to like the September 11th, the 9/11 example, you might remember seeing the news report. You might remember, everyone says, oh, you remember where you were the day 9/11 happened. Okay, so you remember where you were. You might remember a few images that you saw on TV of the towers coming down. You might remember a few key points about the address that George Bush gave when he first got the news. You might remember certain key points, but when you sit down and try to tell the story of 9/11 to someone else, you are taking those touch points that you stored in your brain, which probably are fairly sparse touch points, and then you're rebuilding the story again. Yeah. And every time you rebuild it, you don't usually realize what you're doing, but whether you realize it or not, every time you rebuild it, it's kind of getting recrafted every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're using parts that weren't in there originally and reconstructing into something that comes into a coherent story, but it's not the reality of what you just witnessed. And that's something that I think that some people don't understand when they're reading the New Testament, as if thousands of years of redactionist history could preserve a divine text as they think it has.
I totally agree, and I would also add that here's one thing I think is really sad. When you take the text at face value, and when you take the history at face value, not that I know all the history, but when you put together what you know about the history from the Levant 2,000 years ago,
yeah.
And when you know about what you know about Hebrew culture and such, and then when you put that together with the text, it tells a far richer story than if you just assume that it has to tell you what your pastor told you that it tells you. Like the four Gospels things. I make fun of the four Gospels because, again, I'm like, your divine story needed to be told 4 different times, all of them kind of the same, but also slightly different, and that's divine inspiration.
Yep.
Like, that makes no fucking sense. But if you take it on its own merits and you say, notice how each gospel, especially when you put them in chronological order, because even though they're in the order of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, if you read them in the chronological order from Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, and then you start to pay attention to what changes from one to the next, finally ending in John, which had the biggest gap and has the highest Christology. And you can see the narrative being built.
Oh yeah, you can see it progressing, and where they get their dogma from. It's from gospel to gospel. It starts off in Mark, because Mark, even though he didn't have a complete grasp of Hebrew theology, I would say he definitely was the closest to understanding Hebrew theology at the time. So it's a good base to start.
That's fair.
If you're talking about Hebrew theology,
I mean, I don't know. I would quibble a little bit and say that Matthew is kind of understood to be the most Judaizer of the authors, being the one that's the most consistent with Judaic ideas. And if he is the most Judaizer of them, then you could probably infer that he probably knew more about Judaic. But I'm splitting hairs here. I get your point.
I think the difference is so minuscule that you can say one or the other, and it doesn't really matter at that point.
Right. And then, you take that to the other extreme. We have John, who's absolutely not a Judaizer in his theology and in the way that he describes the Jews. And it's very much like a love letter to the Romans. And it's very much written, if it doesn't take, for Christians, this takes a lot because they don't want to admit it. But if you just kind of read it from a meta level, you can kind of see how, okay, this is starting to spread because, John was written probably near the tail end of the first century, depending upon what estimates you use. It's starting to spread. They're getting more of a foothold in the Roman Empire, and yet they, of course, are experiencing headwinds, and they want to present it at that point as being more of a clear Christology about we worship this guy because he's God. They want to get rid of the contradictions in Mark, Matthew, and Luke that maybe indicate maybe he wasn't God. So John wipes those away, and then politically, they don't want to be. Also politically, they don't want to suck up to the Jews anymore, because guess what? By the time John was written, Judah had been violently put down by the Romans. Judah still existed, but at that point they existed as a zombie state. Not only had the second temple been destroyed, but the zealots at Masada have been rooted out and all slaughtered. So all of the pieces of resistance that may have existed in Judah were snuffed out. So at that point, they don't feel like they have to suck up to the Jews anymore. But at that point, the author of John absolutely wants to present Christianity as not being a threat to Rome. So much of John is much more antagonistic towards the Jews and much more complimentary towards the Romans.
Well, yeah, I mean, when did the Bar Kokhba revolt happen?
When did what?
The Bar Kokhba revolt. Because he was the other Messiah that came after Jesus. He was
I think Messiah. that was after John, wasn't it? Because that's after Masada, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Let's see. The Bar...
Let's see, Bar Kokhba revolt, 132 to 136
Yeah, that was 132 to 136 CE. I knew that was... So I probably overspoke when I said that, hey, Judah was a zombie state. I mean, there were still, of course... Israelites living in Judah who hated the Romans.
Yeah, the Bar Kokhba revolt was made of the underground. Yeah.
Essentially an underground movement. Yeah.
But when did Masada get? Let me see. When did they fall? Let me make sure I'm. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm not crazy. So yeah, the fortress of Masada fell in 73 or 74 AD, which was only several years after the fall, after they destroyed the Second Temple. So Masada was like the last vestiges of the first major revolt, and then Bar Kokhba was like a secondary revolt a good 60 years after that fact. And to some extent, I mean,
Christians who don't know.
What's that?
For Christians who don't know, this was the Jim Jones of the time, people.
Absolutely. Actually, I mean, all of like Bar Kokhba and Masada as well.
Masada too.
Although, to be fair, I mean, I understand why everyone at Masada killed themselves, because they had. I mean, have you seen what Masada looks like? It's an amazing fortress. The problem with it.
I haven't. I'm intrigued now.
Are you not familiar with Masada?
Not too much, no. I actually haven't taken the time to see what it looked like. I should probably look at it.
Masada is insane. So Masada is really. Let me pull up these images here, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Masada is really cool because Masada's where so the people that were essentially the last holdouts of the rebellion. Like I said, several years after the fall of the second temple, they were the zealots. Okay, which. I don't want to talk down to you, but just in case any viewers don't know, like when I was growing up, I thought zealot was just a word that meant you were over the top crazy about something. But zealots were a real group of people who...
Yes, they were.
And of course, that word comes down to us now because they were very ate up in their religion. But this is the fortress of Masada. Let me, you probably can't see it very well there, but essentially it is at the top of, it's like the craziest fucking... amazing fortress of a place to hole up. This is Masada. Okay. I mean,
wow.
Yeah. Now, on one hand, it's a beautiful place to defend yourself from, right? The problem is that the zealots who were holed up in Masada, at this point, the revolt had failed. Okay, and now you have this last group of people who are stuck on Masada. And while they, in theory, maybe they could have held out there even longer, but the problem is your incredible fortress also becomes a prison. Okay, so the Romans surrounded it. I'm sure that they absolutely, cut off any supplies coming in or out. So it was only a matter of time. As amazing as this is geographically as a defensive position, you can't, of all the places that a military commander would cream himself over, you can't get much better than this as far as pure defense. But the simple fact is that no matter how good a defensive position is, if you're hemmed in and you can't get out, at some point it becomes a prison.
Yeah, people start fighting over resources. It gets bad enough, cannibalism spreads, which obviously has happened in Hebrew history. So it's a very it's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, but look at this fucking place. It's this plateau that is 360 degrees surrounded by cliffs. It's insane. If they had enough food, they probably could have held out there for 50 years. But of course, at some point, you're just going to starve to death, right?
Yeah. I just realized that in series Preacher, it's also a comic. The base of the Christians were in Masada as well.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Really?
So
yeah, have you seen Preacher?
It's funny you mentioned that because the Preacher TV, I know it was a graphic novel, and I read the graphic novel, or not one novel, but a graphic series of graphic comics. But we watched the show. The second season of Preacher is based in New Orleans, and it was kind of cool because there are multiple scenes from the second season of Preacher. You guys won't care, but for me, it was like a geek moment because I had just recently moved here to New Orleans, and a couple of the key nightclub scenes I could tell were filmed in a nightclub which is three blocks from my house on a big street called Frenchman Street. Even more than that, like there were a couple of outdoor scenes where I looked at the buildings behind him. I'm like, that's fucking 2 blocks away. Like I could tell they were 2 blocks. They filmed it like 2 corners from my house in the middle of, because I live in a neighborhood called the Marigny.
Well, that's so cool.
Probably too much information to put on YouTube, but it's still a big neighborhood.
But yeah, I realized it looks like the scene from the series, right? And I googled it, and yeah, it's a Masada as well.
Interesting.
So the base of the Grail is in Masada.
Yeah.
Huh.
So that's I'm sorry to go down a little history rabbit hole, and I don't want to present myself as being some history expert here because I am not. But this stuff fascinates me, like Masada and what happened to them, and the fact that they held out. I don't know how long they held out on that mountain. I think they held out for a year or 2, if I'm right. But I'd have to Google that and find out. But that was long before the Bar Kokhba revolt.
Mm-hmm. Predates it by like what, 60
like
years?
60 years,
60
yeah.
some years?
Yep.
About 60 years.
Because Masada fell in like 73 or 74 CE, and Bar Kokhba happened. That was a revolt that happened in 132 to 136. So okay. I don't know what, obviously 4 years is, I'm sure there was a bunch of different, it wasn't like 4 continuous years of revolt, I'm sure. But
yeah,
that's when Wikipedia lists the Bar Kokhba revolt.
Now, I was reading something by Bart Ehrman recently, and it kind of aligned with something I kind of already believed. He was talking about the miracles of Jesus and how the New Testament authors essentially played these miracles up to combat the old Asclepius miracles from like the Epidaurus tablets and all that.
Oh,
I don't know if you know much about Asclepius. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not an expert on it, but I know who you're talking about. So in a broader sense, this is one thing, I've actually wanted to do a video on this in the future, but I haven't done it just because it's one of those videos where, hey, Michael, good night, man. Thank you for joining I'm just responding to someone here in the chat. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you being here, brother. one of the things I want to do a video on, and I only haven't done it because, you know, there's a lot of videos where I can sit here and I can write a bunch of notes and I can kind of look at the camera and I can speak. I don't want to overplay myself, but I can speak in a way that, like, okay, I feel good about the content I just put on screen. Every once in a while, like, there's a topic in my head where I'm like, no, if I'm going to do that topic, I need to really research this and have good details. And, you know, when we're talking about Asclepius and we're talking about actually on a broader level, the whole context of all of the people in the Mediterranean and specifically in the Levant who were playing off of this idea of the Messiah and were playing off this idea of doing miracles. And this is one thing that modern Christians, I think, don't ever give enough credit to. This idea that there was like this competitive atmosphere for messiahs and miracle, you know, people who could do miracles and all this kind of shit. I'm not going to say that, I don't want to overplay it. I'm not going to say that there were 1,000 people all doing miracles at the same time, but there were a bunch of people who were, of course, playing off of these desires of the people to, you know, you also have to put it in its context. We're talking about people from 2,000 years ago. I mean, today, someone like David Blaine can pull shit off because he's really fucking good at what he does. But, you know, there's a lot of street magicians you might look at and you might go, yeah, bullshit. I saw what you did. Or I saw how you know, like, people are more jaundiced and more open to this, or it's open-minded to, open-eyed to what's going on. But 2,000 years ago, I think that people, I'm not going to say that people were stupid or anything, because that's not the case. But I think that people wanted to believe these things. And if you were a quote unquote healer who came into some village and you could get someone to, you know, stand up after he was supposedly lame, that just made your legend grow bigger.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that kind of brings me to my next point, is where the Hebrews believed in magic of the supernatural kind without believing in its own in a divine nature of magic itself. Because in the Talmud, it talks about Jesus going to Egypt and practicing magic.
Well, yes, although I think they also believed that there was divine as well, because I mean, you have to keep it in context. Like, what happens at the end of 1 Samuel? 1 Samuel goes to the witch of Endor and pulls back, if we're to believe the text, you know, if we're going to take it at face value, pulls back the fucking undead soul of, or Saul. I'm sorry, I think I said Samuel.
Yep.
Saul pulls back the fucking undead soul of Samuel to consult him. You know, the witch of Endor literally pulled him back from Sheol. Like, that's the Hebrew Bible. You know, that's not even, I mean, I know the Talmud is a very sacred text.
Looks like your audio is tripping out for a second there. Give me a sec.
Mine is? Can you guys hear me?
All right. For some reason, that audio just went crazy. It was like a...
Oh, that was
like
weird.
A whole,
yeah.
It was like a whole, like...
Did it, like, turn into, like, satanic shit? Like...
Honestly, it would have made a great dubstep song if I just, like, put some bass to it.
I love it. Yeah, Demented Engineer says, Endor Witch Time. Yeah, so at the we've done that. Actually, that Godfrey Bible Study episode is public and available to everyone. It's the last one in 1 Samuel, and those things really bother me a lot, because if you want to believe anything about this God, you know, like, to me, I guess you could argue, if you believe in God, then I guess you should believe in all this shit. I guess that's the easy argument. But to me, it's like, well, the better argument from an omnipotent God would be to say, don't go to witches, because all that shit's fake, because it's not real. But if we believe the Bible, it's not fake. I mean, I hate when these, like, evangelic Christians, you know, evangelical Christians go ape shit about the occult, right? Because it's so much scare tactics, it's so much bullshit. But on some level, I can't blame them, because if you really believe your Bible, the Bible absolutely supports the occult. I mean, it supports Saul pulling up the dead soul of Samuel to consult him. It supports what's his name with the talking donkey to doing talking to God and doing oracles. Balaam. It supports the idea that Balaam, who supposedly was not a friend of God, could still somehow call down God and talk to him. Like, it supports all these occult-like ideas. So, as much as I want to make fun of Christians for believing this stupid shit, there's a little bit of empathy I can have, because I'm like, well, if you take the first leap to assume that your Bible is real or to assume that your God is real, well, your holy text supports all of this stupid bullshit. So of course they believe that Dungeons and Dragons is going to turn you into a Satan worshiper. And of course they believe that rock music played backwards has messages from Satan. Because even though those things aren't listed in the Bible, they flow naturally from the voodoo bullshit that you get from the Bible. If you believe the voodoo bullshit that's in the Bible, it's not that big of a stretch to think the other voodoo bullshit that people have panics about today.
Oh, Adam, I'm so happy for this retort of yours, because you're finally considering magic. Nice.
Was it a great retort?
Yeah, it was a great retort.
We're gonna need t-shirts.
I'm gonna URL it.
I need all of you to URL that. If I thought anyone would get the joke, I would love, like, if in my real life, I would just like, yeah, will you URL that, and just look at people like I expect them to know what I'm talking about.
Oh, dude, do you know Gretchen? Like she is like she's sometimes like on Justin, and she has her own channel, Async Network now, where she does debates, and I was on her panel, and I gave this comment. I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a great retort," and then I realized they don't know this.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, "Oh shit."
You're like, that's a great inside joke, and then you realize, oh, it's so inside that no one else knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
We watched one of your videos. It was with this,
you watched my videos on her channel?
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't strike it down, please.
No, I'm all for this.
It was fun. The only bad feedback that they gave is that too much clown music or circus music.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, because I do the reaction videos. So, or not the reaction, but when someone calls on the live stream, and it's it's good to clip it. So yeah. So here's the downside. Like, I've had people say that they like that music. I've had people say they don't. But the downside is, if I don't put any music in, then the problem is that I've learned now from experience that some people are just listening to myself, which is great. Just put my video on, listen to it. The problem is that if you're just listening, and I want to just put something on the screen, but I don't want to talk over it, then if I put it up in its blank noise, like no sound at all, people will say, oh, that, I don't know what to do with that because I'm trying to listen to it. But if I put it up with music to let you know that, hey, there's something you have to look at the screen for, they complain about the music. So,
yeah, I think like it's not bad to do it sometimes. It's just we were watching this dude who was like homophobic dude.
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but like there were a little bit too much of music.
Yeah,
and maybe sometimes you can just like talk the stuff over, like instead of the music. I know it's a little bit more effort than to just cut it and like put the text sometimes, but yeah.
I might try, like, of course I don't do this a lot. I only do it when I get a live caller who would then say, okay, I have to turn this into a synopsis video. I might just try it without any music, or maybe just music the first time, and then after that. But I just know from experience that when I put words up on screen and then there's no sound, I also get complaints about that.
Yeah. Words with no sound is bad because then person who watching it, they are like, oh, I don't know if video is still playing. Am I like disconnected? Is my like headphones that are on Bluetooth, are they disconnected? Why I'm not hearing anything? Yeah, that's distracting.
Yeah.
It's better to have the music on. It's just for people who are like, for example, only really care to listen to what you're saying. The text and the music is distracting as well.
I agree. I got to figure out the best way to do that. I want to mention again here that the friend of the channel here, Apex Heathen, has a new
Apex
channel. So even though he doesn't have a ton of content yet, although I see he has a live stream scheduled for the 28th. Wait, that's today.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I set it up, and for some reason, it's just not catching. For some reason,
Well, given that that was an hour and a half ago, I'm going to assume that that's not going to happen.
You can update the page. There are going to be 2 live streams.
Of course, I'm giving you
Both
shit,
of them
Apex
are
Heathen. You
not
know, like,
happened.
but
of
yeah,
course.
you
I'm
guys.
just glad to be on, honestly.
Well, I'm trying to send all of my thousands of viewers to to go, and of course,
Millions even.
yeah, and I'm sure that as soon as I do that, then Apex Heathen will put up a video tomorrow that will go against everything I believe in, and people will be like, "What the fuck? Why did you promote his channel?" And I'll be like, "I don't know, dude." Like I didn't know.
I was a Christian in disguise this whole time. I hid my clear cognitive dissonance away from the world this whole time just to embarrass you, man.
Exactly. just as it's because let's face it. I mean, really, if we're being honest, isn't everything really about me? I don't mean on my channel. Isn't everything in the world about me, really?
Classic Dep Slave move.
Exactly. Exactly. Let's look at more of his shit. We have to look at more of his shit because remember, this now I'm definitely calling it. This now is our
Coward of the week.
Coward of the week.
Coward of the week.
So he is still putting shit. He says, make sure
You need to make another one. You need to make like there is a coward of the week, and there need to be like the depth slave of the week.
Yes, I know. Oh yes, Debt Slave of the Week. That would be awesome.
Dead slave of the week.
What is the perma-sheep?
Well, he says here, make sure to include that verifiable legal fact unless you are also a fainting goat perma-sheep. What the fuck does it? And then he puts Mark 27, comma, the anti-world champion. He's won the anti-world championship. Okay. And then he says, thank you for showing the VM plan to end the scam, which is contractual liberty. like, dude, look at this shit. Oh, also, congratulations on like this dude right now is locked in a room in his basement playing with his own feces. Seriously. I mean, this is some major. I know this is untoward,
You
and I
know,
should.
sometimes you read the comment and you're like trying to give like benefit of the doubt and understand what person is trying to say, like all this stuff. Here, I don't even know like how can I start.
That's what
giving
I'm
him
saying.
benefit
You know,
of
like,
the doubt.
I think you guys know, like, I normally, whether I'm talking to someone live or whether I'm going through comments, I think I'm normally pretty good about not just assuming everyone's an idiot and I'm just gonna make fun of you. Like, I don't even have fun doing that. But like this shit here, like, I really think, he needs some help. He says, let me know as soon as you need more
no,
verifiable
URL again.
legal fact VM constitutor information material.
What is VM?
I don't know.
Is it a virtual machine? But
That's what
it
I
can't
thought.
be.
What he said, because I'm like, what does this have to do with virtual machines? I don't know. And then I guess he wants me to search more stuff because he says URL, legal definition, constitutor, publican authority. Let me know as soon as you're ready. Okay. Then he says, you're welcome as long as you aren't a government worshipping, paralyzed, fainting goat, perma sheep, pure slave, by not including every bit of verifiable legal fact I gifted you. He gifted me this. Oh, thank you for the gift. That's so awesome. I gifted you that backs up everything I am saying. What are you saying? Which is obviously true.
We still have no idea what he was saying at all. Like fainting God, I can't understand.
I assume that means like sheeple, you know?
But the thing is, like, kind of fainting goat is okay. Like, I can understand this. Pure slave, I can understand this. But what is a perma sheep?
And then notice here,
implies that there is like not
at this point in the thread, I haven't responded to him again, but he says thank you so much too, just the way I planned it. What is he's put the last the last 8 things in the thread, and now he's saying thank you so much too, just the way I planned it. And then I guess once again he wants me to read this article. Did you get the time to read that article about how the Catholic Church created the university yet, by any chance? He did not give me any article. He literally wants me to Google a search term, and then he wants me to know which article he's talking about. Dude. Then he says, P.S. The Holy Roman Bibles and the world constitutions are the same thing. Oh, God. So I think this is like one world order, new world order kind of conspiracy shit. A voluntary, holy pedophile government worship world federal debt contract scam.
Holy pedophile.
Look at this. What the fuck?
What makes a pedophile holy? I mean, fuck.
Well,
that was fucking weird. My ring light just got really bright. That was strange.
Well, I mean, technically it is holy since pedophilia is very common in these holy books, but
that's true. When does the first virtual machine constitutor info versus Skepticus show start? We're not done, people. We have more replies. You can see,
fuck. No way.
I said, this is pure comedy gold.
One problem with this message is they only now are starting to give like a timestamp, because before it was just 1 day ago. So we couldn't see that it was like a 1 hour apart or when he's giving this.
Yep.
But now we can see how often he's gonna answer this.
Yeah, and Anka, you said this before. Secular scripture says he sounds like sovereign citizen BS. Yeah, he does. So you see, I said, this is pure comedy gold. And then you see, I said, the live stream starts at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay. Notice this is 22 hours ago. So this is last night at 10 o'clock or whatever. He says, okay, I'm going to need to see it to make sure you're putting the verifiable legal fact that backs up everything that I am saying, which is obviously true after you verify it as your verified legal fact. At some point, you are aware of that, correct?
What? Man, this guy's tripping.
So I said, I can't even pretend to understand your babble, but I'll definitely be reviewing all of your unhinged comments on tonight's live stream. So he says, it's English. Oh, I should totally get it because it's English.
Stop forwardly being brain
Stop
dead. Hey, man.
Federally being a brain dead phone tard that can't read over 9 words at any given time online. I mean, I can read all of your words, but they don't make sentences.
Well, technically, you're not reading online. Technically, you're reading offline because you're reading in real life.
True.
So you don't even read online.
Although I'm streaming it at the same time. Then he says,
but you're not reading it online. You're reading it offline.
Right. Clearly, you don't know what URL means when I am gifting you. Again, he's gifting me. I should be so happy. You easily verifiable legal fact to look up and read to see everything that I write is true. And when you don't do exactly that, you don't get to have an opinion on it. Oh, so I don't get to have an opinion unless I know how to URL the article that he's vaguely referring to that I don't actually have an address for.
He's not vaguely referring, he's gifting. Please use the correct terminology.
And then he says, no common sense having, illogical brain dead phone-tard. You know what you learned in college? How not to think, but what to believe and how to have more debt than the idiotic government worshiping Christians at a mere 10%. I mean, first of all, if I can get the debt that I have down to 10%, I would love that. I mean, the credit card debt. My mortgage is lower than that, of course, but that'd be great to have credit cards at 10%.
Oh yeah, easy. I'm getting very heavy vibes that this guy is the type of person who says he's a lawyer, but the only type of thing he does as a lawyer is playing lawyer in Barbie house with his daughter or some shit.
Kind of like Matthew, who told me that he was a software engineer, and then when I asked him, "Oh, really? What languages do you program in?" and all he did was name AI tools.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, you weren't here for that, Apex, but Anka knows what I'm talking about. He aside from the many stupid things that
I'm also an engineer. I program at Grok language.
Yeah, exactly. Your cognitive dissonance is pure slave babble. LOL. Don't worry. After you look up that legal, there he is with the legal fact. I will be here for you as you deconstruct your holy pedophile, debt slave, educational, government, worship, federally programmed, one world religion. Like, look at this phrase, man. Your holy pedophile, debt slave, educational, government, worship, federally programmed, one world religion.
You know,
word salad, bro.
I think he's so delusional that he's actually an atheist. But he's so delusional that he thinks that your channel is a Christian channel.
I think he is too. I honestly think that he is because this guy has left like more than 100 comments on my stuff, and I've even liked some of his other stuff. I can't. It would take me forever to find it, but like I think he's an atheist too. And to be fair, I will be the first one to admit to you that some of the most unhinged shit that I get on my channel sometimes is from atheists. I will admit that all day long. Also, LOL at your feeble attempts to try to join your pay-per-view idiotic chat room that anyone with any sense at all knows are designed to negate any real communication.
Is this my friend Chris? Like, this is some kind of shit my friend Chris would say.
Guys,
This
I'm
is the guy
paying too much to join this chat room.
That's good.
The guy my friend who I told you is mad at me would say something exactly like this. Like, this is my buddy incognito.
Oh, look, we have another. I assume it's a search request. URL Capitis Dominutio Maxima. And then Capitis Dominutio Minima. No, I'm not going to URL that. I said, how about I look up things when you learn that URL is not a verb, and maybe after that you get back on your meds.
Well,
he goes, we actually got to the point. I can't keep reading all of these, but there's one more thing I want to pull up here. Already told you what URL means. Yes, that doesn't mean that it makes sense in a sentence. Just first of all, you defined it wrong because it's not a universal resource locator. It's a uniform resource locator, but you yourself don't seem to be able to Google things, so you don't know that. But you can tell he doesn't know how the interwebs work because he says, put what I write in the URL. So he clearly thinks that this address up here, which admittedly shows the URL when you're on a web page, I think he thinks that because you put search terms up there, that is the URL. You know what I mean?
I think he changed his stuff.
He changed what?
The Matthew guy that you were talking about?
Oh, do you think it's... No, so
Guess who?
That's a fair question. That's a fair point, John. But I'm going to say this: I don't think it's Matthew, only because Matthew, every time he would reply with these long things that he had generated with AI. So he would put his shit in his AI, and then he'd give me this big long thing because you could tell it was formatted with Markdown formatting, which is how I knew that it was all from AI. So
I'd be fair.
I mean, that's a fair
That's fair.
point, John, but I just
Sounds
don't
like
think
it.
that's true because I remember what Matthew's responses were like. Oh, here we go. Are
Sounds
you
fair.
on the psy-quackery anti-care pills you were taught to take for big pharma side? Is that you, Anka? I think he means AKA. I think he's trying to say AKA.
Yeah, that's probably about me. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh man, Anka.
Oh,
Oh man,
the FDA government
you're
worshiper.
public
The
enemy
big
number one,
pharma
Anka.
side.
You sure have plenty of excuses for federally being a brain dead phone tard. I mean, how many times has he said phone tard in this whole which
At
is
least
funny because
4 times.
none of this conversation is happening on a phone. But I'm a phone
Like
tard.
the more you say it, the more of a verb it becomes that people understand. That's his belief.
Right.
It's like if I say it, people will understand it eventually.
Yeah. So,
And why do-
gosh, look at all these responses. Like, dude.
What's wrong with using phones, by the way?
So you see, I said here, I said, you're feeling yourself here, aren't you?
I'm getting Dale Gribble vibes from this guy.
Oh,
Like,
this is very Dale Gribble. That's very true.
this is Dale Gribble. Right
Oh my
here.
God. Hello again. Have you wisely decided to begin the deconstruction process for your educated government worship federal programming yet? Contracted constitutor of the Holy Roman Empire? Jesus, man. Oh, look at then he says, Psst, legal fact up there, not my opinion.
Legal fact. I guess the conspiracy
The next message
theorist-
could be on the T-shirt.
Yeah. Then he tells me to URL cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, this is just a pure T-shirt material.
Then he says, let me know
Literally.
exactly when you're ready to show off my definitions for these two phrases I came up with for me. Christianity, insanity, the cult of Jesus. Oh my God. He just keeps going. So this is funny.
His
This is what I wanted to show you guys. So 4 hours ago, this was 4:30 Central Time, which means it was a half hour before the live stream started. He says, let's get this show on the road. What's the holdup? I said, it starts at 5 p.m. Central Time, which is 30 minutes from now. That's when it always starts. He says, so what? Where's my free pass? This is hilarious. Oh my God.
you got a stalker, bro. You got a stalker.
Like it.
Oh,
Really does. It does sound like it.
I am. Yeah, we are all making fun of you right now. Thank you, thank you for
Like, why would you need a free passcode? It's a live stream. Just look at the channel, dude. So
what an idiot.
that's all we're going to do with Mark. He actually commented a few other places. I think we've had enough of Mark for tonight.
Yeah, my face kind of hurts. I'm laughing.
So here's what we're gonna
He-
do.
Is he ever been like on YouTube live streams? Why he's talking about guest passcodes and
Yeah,
stuff
I don't think he has a fucking clue like what the live stream even is. He seems really clueless. I know this is rude normally to say about people, random commenters on the internet, but man, that thread, it really feels like, dude, you're off your meds. You know what I mean? Like something.
It's not too rude to say like you read like couple hours of guy like thoughts that he put into words and you get nothing from it. Like he said nothing that can be understood.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Same
there are
kind
plenty
of-
of other
yeah.
people who write rude shit on my videos, and sometimes I make fun of them here on the live stream or whatever. But normally I don't say, oh, this guy needs to be on his meds. But this guy, yeah, Secular Scriptures has a great point. She says Matthew was able to construct sentences better. That's true. I
he had
have
AI to do
plenty
it.
of fun things to say about Matthew, but he could construct sentences. He couldn't construct cogent thoughts very well at times, but he had a sense about him. I think he probably felt kind of full of himself sometimes because he was that kind of guy where if he talks, I'm talking about Matthew here, of course, if he talks to another idiot, the other idiot will think that Matthew knows what he's talking about. In fact, the other idiot will think that Matthew's a genius. You know what I mean?
Well,
This is
He
a
can
great
talk bull
report.
crap.
Dale
He can
says,
talk the bull crap but not do it.
what's that?
He can talk the bull crap but not do it.
Yeah, exactly. Dale says, I want to see Matthew's
they
flat
talk
Earth video.
nice
I'm sure
enough.
it's entertaining. Here's the deal. I don't know how late we're going to go, Dale, and it will probably be something for a future show, but I would like to go through Matthew's flat Earth video. I don't want to do it tonight because I do want to get into the Lily J stuff. That's going to happen next. But I'm going to hit the restroom really quick, and these three gentlemen will say a bunch of shit that will get my channel banned while I'm
These two gentlemen, because
Yes,
I'm gonna go
exactly.
sleep. It was really nice hanging out with you. I'm really confused now,
here,
and I
man.
don't know if it's my English or like whatever. But I don't even know if I understand English now after this reading and listening to these messages. So yeah, have fun. I am totally confused. Bye bye.
Later.
Oh man, that was absolutely hilarious. Reading Mark's comments, that was wild.
Yes, it was.
Oh man, to think that most of us know someone like that in our lives who could go completely unhinged like that. Even in just passing, you would notice it right away. Like you just hang out with them for 5 minutes, and this is what they come out with.
Oh yeah, you should have seen the one that Matthew did. Oh gravy.
Oh my god,
Oh, that one was a fun night.
I wish I was there for that. I would have had a great time.
Oh, it was a very fun night. It got to the point where okay, I think I'll just want to tune out for a little bit because he was just absolute out there.
Yeah, sometimes at some point you need a reset. Like when you hear that amount of stupidity in such a short period, you're just like, my brain's gonna shut off, even if I don't want it to.
Yeah, it was wild. Oh man.
All right. Here we go. Ladies, gentlemen, John, we ready?
We are ready.
This is what we're going to do.
ready.
Okay. So I've probably buried the lead here far too much. I know that some people were like, who's this person or what are we talking about? So I know that on my live stream, I put out the thumbnail tonight that was a picture of Lily J and let me pull it up here just a second real quick. You won't really be able to see it here, but it's kind of so this woman's picture, you won't really be able to see it there on there. But
Oh yeah.
this is Lily J.
I saw that. I saw
And,
that first part of it.
Of course, the thumbnail says "Scamming for God," and I said Lily J is a scam artist, and that should worry Christians. So I'm finally now going to touch the what was the putative main subject that you know with the live streams we keep it loose. We do a bunch of we do comments, we do a bunch of other stuff. So it's not like I feel like we had to hit that initially when we got into the live stream, but nevertheless. For anyone who is still hanging around going, when the fuck is he actually going to say something about scamming for God and Lily J? Okay, this is, drum roll please, this is the what I thought would be a cool subject to hit on today's. Exactly. I need something on the soundboard for a drum roll too. Actually, you know what? For what we're about to go through with Lily J, I mean, drum roll doesn't work. This is much better. Yep, this is what we're about to get into with Lily J. So, I wanted to bring this up for a couple different reasons. First of all, since I started this channel, oh shit, where'd that other? Hold up, give me just a second. I had to find. I had an article about here. I didn't want to pull up. I need to URL this article. There we go. Okay. So since I started this channel, it doesn't happen all the time, but it is not uncommon that in my comments, I get these butthurt apologist Christians who are like, why don't you talk about Muslims? You should talk about Muslims, which, first of all of that is, bullshit, because Demented Engineer says viewer count dropped to half. Like, shit. But anytime, if your defense of your religion is why don't you talk about Muslims, then your defense sucks ass. And I don't actually want to hear any of your bullshit excuse for a defense. Because if I have a critique to level at Christianity, then the critique stands or falls on its own merits. You can't defend the critique that I bring against Christianity by saying, what about Muslims? You haven't talked about the Muslims. That is not a defense of any critique. Even if I have the worst critique possible, a valid defense is never, why haven't you talked about the Muslims? And I've said on this channel before that often I speak more specifically about religion in general, but specifically about Christianity because I live in the American Deep South, because I was raised as a Christian and was a Christian for 40 years, because it is my background and I am most comfortable speaking to all of the, slings and arrows that come inherent with Christianity. And I am not tremendously well versed in Islam, and I don't pretend to be. That doesn't, does that mean that I am afraid to talk about Muslims? No. But I'm not going to sit here and get into some deep theological argument about like the Quran, for example, because I haven't read the Quran. I don't know shit about the Quran. All I know is probably the same stuff that every other, bigoted asshole Southern evangelical knows about the Quran. So I normally have no problem at all not spending a lot of time talking about Islam, not because I love Islam and I hate Christians, but just because Christianity is my paradigm and I make no apologies for that. It's just the background in which I was raised. But I think this is funny because I was like, oh, look at this. I can talk about this and it's a Muslim. So the next time someone's like, why don't you ever talk about Muslims? I'll be like, okay, let's pull up the replay of this live stream where I talked about Lily J. I feel like from some of the comments that I've seen in the chat since we started the live stream hours ago that maybe my audience doesn't have a big crossover with Lily J. And if you don't, then I applaud your good tastes, because following Lily J, watching her videos, etc., is nothing to be proud of. And I would not watch her shit or subscribe to anything of hers if I did not also just subscribe to a lot of apologist bullshit from around the world, because it's kind of just gathering grist for my channel, right? But if I weren't doing this channel, there's no way in hell I would ever be watching any of her shit. And even then, I don't watch a lot of her shit because most of her shit's on TikTok. She doesn't do nearly as much stuff on YouTube, and I don't do the TikToks, but this is a woman who, if you follow her history, and not that I've followed her for long, but if you kind of look at her history, she started off wanting to be like a pop star, just another pretty face with slutty outfits. I shouldn't say slutty. I hate that word slut, but I love sluts. But just a pretty face with. Well, I do. I love sluts. Sluts are great, and no, I mean that sincerely, because I do not believe in slut shaming and dogging women because she gets. She has a lot of sex and I don't, when in fact, we applaud men for having a bunch of sex. I hate all of that shit. So I shouldn't use that term, but, she started off years ago trying to be a musician, trying to be an artist of some level. And that apparently failed badly. And then she kind of flipped to just being the dreaded influencer, like she couldn't sell records, so instead I'm just going to be an influencer. Like I'm going to show off my booty shorts and take a bunch of pictures in a bunch of really rich places, whether I have the money to be there or not. and I'm going to act like everyone should live my lifestyle. And that didn't seem to work. So it seems as though the third iteration, where she finally found something that worked, is that she realized, what if I find God? And I've seen this time and time again in the Christian apologetic space, where people who have modest skill sets, to say the least, find that they can get an audience if they suddenly find Jeebus. And to her credit...
Still looking.
What's that, John?
I'm still looking.
Still looking for
Yeah,
what?
I've been looking for 30 years. I've never found him either.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's Jeebus and Yahweh. They are the undisputed hide and seek champions of the universe. They are.
Oh, I did meet a Jesus one time. He was some Mexican guy that worked out at Puerto Loco.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, that's about the only Jesus you're ever going to meet. Is probably Muhammad too, you know.
But the only one that showed up on his show the other day was Satan.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Hey. Damn.
But
Praise
Lily
Jesus, hail Satan.
took the route that I've seen many Christian apologists take. Like, you know what? Maybe if I find Jeebus, suddenly I can start to get a little bit of an audience. And I will give her credit on this. And I don't mean this ironically or sarcastically. I think she kind of realized that if she was just another Christian apologist, you know, blonde, you know, tall, pretty woman or whatever, who decided, look, now I'm all for Jeebus, she would probably still have a popular channel. She would probably have gained followers, because one of the cheapest ways to gain followers is to suddenly find Christ. But at some point, she realized that, you know what, there's a niche that I can slide into that hasn't really been conquered yet, which is this, I think she's Australian. Yeah. This white blonde Australian chick who hasn't found Jeebus. She's found Allah. So for, I don't know, several years at least, 2 or 3 years, she has been doing all kinds of TikTok content and everything about how she loves Allah. I first became aware of her because whenever she, you know, every once in a while she'll do something talking about atheism, and it's always the most tired, brain dead takes on atheism that you've heard from the worst, from the worst apologist ever. Like, she's not even trying to be even modestly original. She's not trying to put all 6 of her brain cells into the pot and figure out what she can talk about. She's just recycling and regurgitating the same
6 brain cells? That's pretty
yes,
generous.
exactly. All half dozen that she's got working in her brain there. Although I say this, I mean, that's a cheap cut, right? But I say this, like, there's a certain part of me that says, you know, deciding to be the Australian blonde model who converts to Islam is like, I think this was very calculated. I don't think this is an accident. I think she needed a new avenue to try to find followers. The music wasn't working. The generic influencer wasn't working. And when she looked at the religion thing, I think she realized that I can be the next Christian apologist woman. And not that she wouldn't have been successful there, but she would probably have to compete with more generic Christian women who look like her. Or she could probably carve out a little bit more of a unique niche by saying, look, I'm Muslim. So she's been doing this for a while. I've been aware of her, whatever. I don't really give a shit. Like I said, her takes are exceedingly bad. I've never even felt like doing a reaction video because, again, she's normally on TikTok, and even when she talks about things that I give a shit about, her takes are exceedingly bad. Nevertheless, I find this to be fucking hilarious. I don't care how petty this sounds. To me, this is a perfect instance of Schadenfreude. Like, I just love seeing shit like this just crash and burn. So you can see that this article came out on abc.net.au, which is, abc.net.australia. Australian influencer Lily J's tangled web of AI manipulation. So it's not enough. I didn't know this until recently, but it's not enough that she's scamming through her generic look, I found Allah thing, right? Yeah, secular scriptures. This is a great point. I have to highlight this because it says, she did the watchmaker argument using a cup of coffee. I nearly keeled over from boredom. I've also seen her do the watchmaker argument with French fries. I'm not fucking joking. She did the watchmaker argument with French fries. There was some TikTok she did like, oh, I have a question for you, atheist. How could this French fry just come into being? Clearly, someone made the French fries. And she thought that was so clever because that proved God. So, yeah, I think the watchmaker argument is probably the only argument that she knows for God. I think she just uses it with French fries, and she uses it with cups of coffee, and she uses it with anything. I think that she is that vacuous. But apparently she doesn't just do YouTube content or TikTok content. I guess she has decided to up her game. So here, how can you have a meal without a chef? Exactly. So then you can see here, this is the blonde woman with an Australian accent beams at her millions-strong audience in this Instagram video. She is surrounded by smiling African children. Of course, it's always African children, isn't it? As soon as you want to tell white people how incredibly magnificent you are, you got to show yourself giving lollipops to African kids, obviously. Because I'm sure that there are no hungry kids in Australia. I'm sure there's no poverty in Australia, right? Everyone there is rich, I guess.
Does it go against that verse?
What's that?
Does it go against that verse on the corner?
I don't know what you're talking about. Which verse?
With the preaching on the corner.
Oh, I mean, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the fact that you start a charity isn't inherently, anti-Christian or anti-Muslim or anti-God. Although remember, she's a Muslim, so a lot of the verses, although the Muslims own, they claim a lot of the Hebrew Bible, they do not claim the New Testament. So I think what you're referring to is Jesus talking about, not praying in a way that to be seen by people, and not giving in a way that's seen by people. Those come from the New Testament. So I'm not sure if she would even give a shit about that according to her professed belief system, right? But I know what you're saying, John. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So the Lily J Foundation...
Drifting for the Muslims? That's crazy.
The Lily J Foundation opened an orphanage. Well, at least according to her AI shit. And she...
orphanage.
A lot of times she's wearing her hijab to show you just how Muslim she is, because she's a good Muslim. And she has the Lily J Foundation. I don't want to read this all word for word to you, but has a massive following. Its logo often adorns banners that appear in her videos, usually fixed behind her. In one of those videos posted in February, viewers are introduced to our newest children in Africa. They wear white t-shirts adorned with the same Lily J Foundation logo and the Ugandan flag. We washed them, gave them new clothes, everything a child needs to grow up in a positive environment. I hope she doesn't mean that washing and clothing them also defines everything a child needs to grow up in a positive environment. But okay, we'll see. Let me make this big.
I guess the bare minimum is acceptable, I guess.
Yeah, well, and there's nothing that makes white saviors feel better about themselves than implying that they washed those dirty black African kids. because that just makes them feel like, yeah, those dirty black African kids, they just all need to have their ass washed. You know, like that just appeals to every white savior bullshit, regardless of what religion you are, or whether you're Christian or Muslim or whatever.
They say the craziest things. They'll be like, "Oh, I came there and fed them. Where were their parents?" And I'll say something like, "Their parents were probably busy getting eaten by a cheetah or something."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But at ABC News, Verify investigation has uncovered a trail of AI-generated fakery that casts doubt over some of the foundation's charitable endeavors. Dun, dun, dun. Of course, we get more of the videos from her channel here about kids allowed to be kids. You know, we actually let the black kids dance and wave, so that means we're good people. And then we gave them a shitty T-shirt, and that means we saved them from something, I guess. And then, yes, then we gave them a Quran, because that when they're really hungry, you can eat a fucking Quran.
Oh, you know what? I was wrong. Maybe we're not living in the 1700s. Back then, they weren't allowed to read. These kids can read.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the woman who appears at the start of the video enthusiastically announcing the establishment of the orphanage is not the real Lily J. This blonde woman is a fabrication made with artificial intelligence. So too are the children with lollipops and the foundation's banner behind her. And notice they give you the forensic shit where, like, here's what's actually going on in this picture, and then they used AI to slap Lily J Foundation over the top of it.
See, with CGI
and they literally put lollipops in some of the kids' hands. Like, it's gross. It's not the only shot in this video that appears to be AI generated. At one point, an extra L appears on the back of the shirt of a Lily J Foundation worker. So in other words, we're supposed to believe that randomly there are some of the people who had Lily misspelled on their t-shirts. Because they made some t-shirts that spelled Lily correctly and other ones that spelled it wrong. Or it's all fake bullshit and she's a liar.
That looks like a shirt that's been worn, not one that he was just gifted.
Well, it looks like a shirt that was generated by AI. Notice here, see, they put on here AI image. It says, untangling the Lily J Foundation. In Uganda, it is illegal. In Uganda, it is illegal to operate an orphanage without registering it with the government. The Ugandan Registration Services Bureau initially confirmed to ABC News Verified that there was no orphanage registered under the Lily J Foundation name, or Adanur, the name Lily J has given to the orphanage on her website. So, of course, they tried to talk to the Lily J Foundation. Shockingly, no one answered them. Several days after our questions were sent, a registration was lodged. In other words, once you started poking around, then they said, shit, we need to put in a registration. It is unclear if this registration is related to the Lily J Foundation. Verify has been unable to find any independent material corroborating the existence of this orphanage or find any aid operators or government officials in Uganda familiar with the foundation. The Lily J Foundation, I'm kind of selectively skipping some things. Like I said, I don't want to sit here and read the whole article to you, but this is going to get funnier. The Lily J Foundation's website and social media accounts have churned out regular content claiming aid initiatives in Nepal, Gaza, Uganda, and Sudan since at least September last year. It claims it has built a mosque, given out food, provided education, and distributed Qurans. She invites the public to donate money to support these initiatives. In May this year, a press release was published announcing that Lily J, this is where it gets really fucking good, people. The press release came out saying that Lily J... What's that?
I'm still waiting on the punchline.
Oh, it gets better. So she was awarded, according to this press release, she was awarded the 2026 Austral Global Excellence Award for humanitarian leadership. If that sounds weird to you, if you're thinking, wow, I've never heard of the Austral Global Excellence Award for Humanitarian Leadership.
Peace Prize
It's
again.
because no one has ever heard of it, because it does not exist. So
This is Trump with the FIFA Peace Prize. Oh my
I want to be
God.
very clear on this, people. If I actually have, I don't want to say fans, that sounds pretentious, but if I have followers, people who like this channel, I want someone to do some AI, like really bad, shoddy AI shit that shows me making some bad fake award. And I want to brag about it in all my future live streams. And I want the name of it
What should it be called?
to be even more egregiously fake than the Austral Global Excellence Award for Humanitarian Leadership. I think I should be awarded like the World Award for Christian lols, you know, like for Christian humanitarian lols. That should be my award or something like that. And it should also reference how big my cock is or something too. You know, like the best atheist humanitarian with the largest cock was won by Adam of Nola. Yes, secular
He was the
scriptures
reincarnation
says
of
so. She's
John
literally
Holmes.
scamming people out of money for a fake charity. Yes, she is, and we're not just gonna look at this article, secular scriptures, because I'm gonna show you her website, and it's fucking disgusting. It is really gross. So analysis has confirmed that both images carry ChatGPT's imperceptible synth ID watermark. So apparently, for all of the amazing intelligence that Miss Lily J has, I guess she doesn't know that when you create fake images with AI, that they come with watermarks. I guess you have to be an
already
amazing
drowning.
hacker like me in order to know that we can figure out when these things were generated by ChatGPT. It says analysis has confirmed that both images carry ChatGPT's. Oh, I just said that. Okay, so look at these images. Look at this. This is her getting the Austral Global Humanitarian Excellence Award. This is so beautiful.
With a watermark.
I love this.
Where's Noah's Ark?
She looks like the type that when she hears about the watermark, she's like, "How do I do it?"
I mean, if you're gonna
bad. Where's the
be a bold scammer, then be really bold. Like go all in. I want to see a pic. I want to see Mohammed.
Natalie said that you have Pierre Cadena?
PM? I thought you.
What do you say, Natalie?
Guys,
We don't have Advil, but we have regular Tylenol. So I just thought you said that you had to wait.
guys.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, we're gonna mute you for a second. we're gonna put you on timeout. Apex, you've been put on timeout. I will take you off timeout, but you've been put on timeout. if you won't
Sounds like
act
pretty
right,
cool guy.
if you won't act right, Apex, I will have Lily J show up at your house and take all of your money so that she can feed fake Africans. Okay? Don't make me do that.
That's good.
Okay, Apex, all right. Apex
I will
is there.
act
All
right now.
So the
I
press
think you
release.
got a pretty cool guest here.
So notice this here. Then it says, not only did she give herself a fake award, it says the press release came from a PR company called Real Media Group. It posted the announcement on its website and referred to Lily J as its client. But also on the Real Media Group's website is a page displaying photos of its team, and Lily J's photo is displayed there, referred to as its co-founder. So this group that she co-founded made a fake award to give her and then sent out press releases about the fake award that they gave her.
This is pretty embarrassing. I ain't gonna lie. This is
Notice
getting
here,
really
meet the
good.
team, and I don't know why they're blurring everyone else's faces, because if you are on this website, you deserve shame. But I guess they just wanted to make it about Lily J. So here's the team. Oh look, there's Lily J. She's a co-founder of the same group that gave her a fake award. Yeah, and this is great. I love this because it's so simple, but it's so perfect. Host of the Demon says, "Real Media." I didn't even catch that irony. That's a perfect irony. Like, you named your place Real Media, and Real Media's job is to use fake media to give your founder fake awards and send out fake press releases to announce that you've sent a fake award using fake pictures to your founder. And that's Real Media.
Well, how else will you know if it's real if it's not real media?
Well, that's true. I mean, if it doesn't say Real Media, then it can't be real, right? I mean, that's the perfect defense. Like, well, why wouldn't I think it's Real Media? It's called Real Media, so clearly it must be real. You can't call it Real Media if it's not real, right? That's not possible. Mm-hmm. So it says, while the award is a clear-cut instance of generative AI fakery, the way AI is used on the Foundation's Instagram account can make it genuinely difficult to distinguish fact from fiction. I'm thinking right now with Lily J, I don't know any part of her public persona that is distinguishable in any way between fact or fiction. In the Ugandan orphanage video, fake footage appears to be interspersed with real clips. It is a similar situation in videos purporting to be from Gaza featuring aid workers wearing the Lily J Foundation logo. Some scenes are clearly manipulated or generated by AI. In one clip, it's obvious that the Lily J Foundation sign has been added to a truck as it flickers over her arm. I'm sorry, let me put this on screen. So look at this. They created this image, I think it was actually a video, of her talking in front of this truck, and the truck supposedly has the Lily J Foundation logo on the truck, but the logo is over her sweatshirt.
That's so bad. I thought
awful.
that looked weird. I didn't even look at it closely.
I mean, I'm saying, I have a son. God bless him. I love him, but he's a special needs son. If I sat with my son and taught him how to use AI, he would do a better job with this. He would make it more realistic than what. I mean, I could only assume that she actually paid someone to do this too. That's what makes it even worse, because even though I'm sure she's scamming almost all the money, she's not sitting there personally in her bedroom making all this media. I'm sure that she has some people, people from Fiverr or whatever, who are making these fake things, and they're not even close to done right. The foundation claims to have opened a bakery in Gaza to deliver much needed humanitarian aid. However, ABC News Verify was unable to geolocate the bakery or find any corroborating evidence that it exists. Human sources who conduct work in Gaza said they had not heard of the Lily J Foundation. You know why you haven't heard of it? Because it doesn't exist, or at least not other than to be an internet scam that gets money off of people. Let me scroll down here a little bit.
All right, Skepticus, I got a couple things to get to. Thanks for having me on your stream.
All right, Apex, thank you for joining us. I want to remind everyone too, he's got a new channel that he's kind of pushing up here. So let's, he doesn't have much content yet, but check out Apex Heathen. I had it on screen, but now I moved it off. So check out Apex Heathen, subscribe to his channel, and let us know when you have, some more stuff coming up, and I'd love to coordinate on some stuff.
Well, I got some content that'll be out in the next few days. I'm just doing some editing.
Cool, man. I'd love to see it. Thanks for calling in.
All right, brother. Good talking.
Good
Later,
talking,
John.
man. Thanks.
Later. And I'm
Later,
looking
brother.
for the show.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
All right. Cool. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.
So notice these pictures here are from like her prior attempts at being somebody and actually having an internet presence. This is one of these is from when she was doing music. Another one is from like the one in the middle is like, when she's in front of a luxury car, is just her being influencer type. I'm not going to sit here and read this whole thing, but we're going to go through some other stuff here. All right. But also, of course, I'm going to add a few happy comments about this. As I've already said, I don't get a ton of this, but once a couple weeks, I get some butthurt Christian telling me about, why don't you talk about Muslims? So here you go. I'm talking about a Muslim. Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel like, suddenly this verifies anything that you want to talk about? I see we got a troll there. So like, if you want to call, then call. Otherwise, just, keep spreading your bullshit, I guess. But that's the last time I'm going to acknowledge your trolling bullshit. But, it's like, I love the people that want to get in the chat and be like, well, why don't you talk about this? Why don't you talk about it? Why don't you fucking call? Like, if you fucking call, then you can actually have a full conversation and be an adult, like you can actually like really talk. But I guess your whole thing is to sit there and bitch about how I didn't say the proper things, but you won't actually have a real live adult conversation. But, good for you. Like I said,
I encourage him to call in.
Oh yeah, exactly. Call, but he won't because, once again, how many times do we always have the
coward of the week?
Yeah, exactly. Nitty says, "What's Apex's channel?" So let me pull it up really quick because I had it up earlier, but I want to make sure to give proper love. Of course, if you, I'm not trying to. This is gonna sound like I'm being a dick, and I'm not trying to be like. I could be like, well, if you fucking search for it, then it'll come up here. But no, I'm not trying to be that. It's Apex Heathen. It's at the Apex Heathen. So here, I'll put this even. Well, I think I can put full links even right in the chat.
Yeah, that's why I put it in wrong.
There you go. Okay, that is Apex Heathen's channel. So he certainly doesn't have a lot of content yet, but he's, I'm sure that he will. So I appreciate his presence on the channel and good chat. So show him some love, and I'm sure we'll get him a little more attention as he grows his channel. So here we go again. Yeah, it's the butt hurt shit in the comments, man, in the chat. Like, just keep bitching, man. Like, I love the total butt hurt, man. Talk about whiny ass shit. So, like I said, point number one was simply like, okay, look at me. I'm talking about a Muslim. I mean, personally, I don't give a shit whether you're Muslim or Christian. I know I talk about Christians a lot because, like I already said, this is my background. This is the environment that I'm steeped in. I live in the deep South, and Christianity is by far the dominant religious force around. So, of course, I talk a lot about Christianity, but does that mean that Christianity is the only problem in the world? Does that mean that it's the only religion? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Of course not. There are plenty of other religions that do stupid shit and foster this kind of shit as well. So I didn't pull this up today because I wanted to make a point to talk about Muslims finally. I pulled this up today because this is delicious to me. This is hilarious to see this bullshit. But also, I wanted to pull this up because this is not the free pass that Christians think it is. Christians are going to point to this, oh, look at that stupid Muslim. What did she do? So before I get into that, I'm going to get into all the reasons why Christians should not be running too many victory laps around this. If you're a Christian and you think this somehow makes you feel good, you have a really sad fucking soul, and you are very myopic about the reality of the religion that you live in right now. But let's, it says, any fans of Dr. Kip? Dr. Kip is fucking awesome. Dr. Kip and Josh Bowen, I say this in the straightest way possible. I think I have a man crush on Josh Bowen. I think that guy's awesome. I also have a crush on his wife. I mean, I say that with respect. Like, I would never say anything or do anything with those guys, but they're both awesome. Dr. Kip Davis is awesome. They're really cool people. But back to Lily J here. Christians will like to think that this is somehow, oh, look at that. A Muslim fell. Oh, a Muslim was exposed. So before I get into those specifics, as I promised to secular scriptures here, it says, I'm Nitty from Budget Scripture Saturday. I'm sorry, Nitty, I don't know what budget scripture Saturday is, and I'm sorry if I should, but I don't mean that with any disrespect. If that's a channel, I guess probably a channel you're referring to. But anyway, I'll look that up in a second. But let's also look at, as I promised, 2 secular scriptures. Let's look at Lily J Foundation website, because this is where it really gets so much better. Wait, okay. I was like, did they take the site down? Like, that would be hilarious. Okay, I want you guys to look at this, because while this woman is a complete fucking scam artist, I will also say that to a certain extent, I have to look at things like this and say, dude, what are you doing when you, if anyone gives money to something like this? Because you notice it says Lily J Foundation up here in the corner, and we have Team Gaza, Team Sudan, Waterwell, Orphan Care, Build a Mosque, Quran distribution, animal sacrifice. That's a really weird way to put that up there, by the way. If you look this up, it's basically like you can buy an animal to get delivered to some poor village. The fact that they put it as animal sacrifice, like, okay, whatever. But well, I'm not gonna, fixate on that. But here's what I want to point out to you guys. First of all, like, if I go to, let's go to Orphan Care, because who doesn't love an orphan, right? Gotta love the orphans. Okay, Orphan Care program. I can support one orphan for €60 a month, right? I can click here, and that will take me to the payment thing, I presume. Although it's funny, I clicked on that, it did nothing. Their website probably sucks, but it probably was built by AI. I'm sure it was built by AI, actually, now that I think about it. But that's funny, I click on that, it doesn't actually take me to a checkout. I wonder if it's because I have my ad blocker on. There we go. Wow, that was slow as hell. Wow, that takes forever to respond. So if I wanted to give €60 a month to support an orphan, I would, of course, go through this checkout process. But let me show you something on here that I find to be borderline fucking evil. Boy, their website sucks ass. If I scroll down, we got, what impact does my monthly orphan support bring? Will I receive updates? Can I cancel my sponsor? Blah, blah, blah. All this stuff about support, trying to get people to send in money. But, gosh, this website is fucking horrible. I mean, dude, I could have made something better than this in 2007. So,
where do I send my Monopoly money?
Yeah, well, you send it to Lily J, dude. But then look at this. When we scroll down, why they need help, which is like a standard, this is why we have to help the kids, okay? But let me show you pure evil. And you guys, it would be hard for you guys to see here. Let me kind of, I'm going to try to put this in a way that you guys can see this. But of course, you guys can go to the website too if you guys really want to check this out. But you'll see. This website just hangs. It's really weird. Okay. I don't know how well you guys can see this, but this is what it says at the bottom of the Lily J Foundation. The Lily J Foundation Impact Framework. It says, I'm going to have to shrink this because it won't even dynamically update the size. This whole site, I'm sorry, I know I'm fixating on this, but as someone who builds web applications, this thing is horrible. It's really laggy.
It really is.
Although I'm surprised that they haven't just taken it down, to be frank. But it's still up. Give me a second here because you're going to see how this is truly pure fucking evil. Okay. Boy, it's... You guys won't care, but like the fact that this goes off screen, it shouldn't do that. Like if I make this bigger, it shouldn't do that. Like this is poor design. Okay, you guys won't be able to read it, but I'll read it to you. It says, driven by purpose, built for speed. Lily J Foundation is a next generation social enterprise and high-speed humanitarian logistics firm executing rapid aid deployment in global crisis zones. I know this is like a lot of word salad, but hang with me here, okay? To maintain absolute speed, we operate as a private commercial structure. Purchases made on this site represent a commercial procurement service and are not tax deductible. If logistical or geopolitical issues prevent fulfillment, a full refund is guaranteed. Let me read this again. To maintain absolute speed, we operate as a private commercial structure. Purchases made on this site represent a commercial procurement service and are not tax deductible. In other words, although she is absolutely pimping this as though it is a charity to help all those poor kids, the simple reality is this. It's not a charity, and she doesn't even pretend that it's a charity. Now, you might say, well, you know, if you just want to help the kids, what does it matter if you can take it off your taxes or not? But it matters massively. Because, yes, Hosa the Demon just said, so she doesn't have to report shit. Bingo. With charities in almost any first or even second world country, if you are registered as a charity, you need to have, almost every country is going to require you to have some degree of transparency. Now, to be fair, like in the US, for example, there are some charities that operate as charities who send almost none of their money to their chosen purpose. And you won't know that unless you look up their documents that they file, right? So even if you have transparency, you can still scam people. There are still so-called charities registered in the US and I'm sure in other countries where they operate very poorly as charities. But they still hang on the fact that they have the name of a charity and therefore they use that to scam people out of money. But at least in those cases, you can trace where the money's going. You can trace how much of your donation is actually going to where you think it was. If it's not already painfully clear, I'm not saying this as a bad thing like, oh, you can't take it off on your taxes, although that's annoying if you're worried about finances. What I'm saying is more important here. If you were to go to the orphan care page, right? And you think you're gonna sponsor one of these orphans for, let's say, €60 a month. Under the setup that they have created, where it is a private organization, and they tell you, even though it's buried at the bottom, they say that this is a logistics firm executing rapid aid deployment. What this means is that if you give €60 a month to help some orphan and 2 pennies, what is a euro penny? Is it still a penny? What's 1 cent of a euro? I don't know. I should know that, but I used to trade currencies. But even if you send 20 cents of that €60 to the orphan, technically you have no recourse, because technically they have never promised you. There is no part in this process where they say, if you send us €60 for this orphan, €60 will get to this orphan. There is no part in this process where they say, if you send us €60 to this orphan, at least 80% will get to the orphan or 90% will get to the orphan. So there is no legal requirement whatsoever. I guess you could argue in terms of fair advertising, because they say that it's a logistics organization. So in theory, you're buying a service to send money to the orphan. So I guess you could argue that something would have to get to the orphan. A penny, 20 pennies, something. Because if nothing got to the orphan, then you could probably argue legally that they have failed the commitment given to you here on the website. But as long as 1 penny out of 60 euros gets to the orphan, you have no legal recourse whatsoever. And I think it's kind of funny because on this site here from ABC News, where they expose all of this fake AI shit, which is great that they expose it, the one thing that they never really talk about is this complete, utter bullshit of a structure for the Lily J Foundation. And I know you guys know where I'm coming from, but I'm just going to make this painfully clear. You can't call your place the Lily J Foundation without implicitly giving people the idea that you are a charity. So the mere fact that you have called it the Lily J Foundation, and then you give us this disclaimer bullshit at the bottom that says, well, it's not really a charity. It's just a next generation social enterprise and high-speed humanitarian logistics firm executing rapid aid deployment in global crisis zones. Talk about a fucking word salad. That is horrible. Also, I want to give credit here because Nitty says, great job finding this. It's not like I'm the one to uncover this thing. I don't want to sit here and make it sound like, oh, look, I've done investigative research. It's funny because when you search for Lily J now, a bunch of these videos that come up are red flags, and her response is she's got a crying response. And there's more stuff too. Like as you go down this rabbit hole, we won't have the time to go through it all because it'll get boring as hell. Apparently she stole money from people in Thailand or something like that, or Cambodia. I think it was Thailand. Yeah. And, so now she's getting a kind of accosted on all sides. And to be fair, there are a bunch of Muslim channels that are putting out videos like, what the fuck? What's going on with this woman? Most of them do not seem to be very supportive of her. So in case you think that all the Muslims are just going to blindly line up behind her, I don't think that's playing out to be that way at all. Of course, there are a bunch of Christian apologist sites that are piling on her, and she deserves it.
Do Muslims do anything like that anyway? I don't recall
anything
any
like
Muslims
what? What do you
doing
mean?
that.
Like anything like what?
Doing the what she's doing. I don't recall any Muslims doing any of this stuff.
Charity?
Yeah.
Muslims do charity, John.
They do?
Yeah. Of course they do.
I must have missed.
Yeah.
I must have missed it somewhere.
Well, I mean, to be
have-
clear, I know where you live in the country and you know where I live in the country. You're not going to hear much about Muslim charities here in the United States, especially not in the South in the United States. Because let's be frank, I don't want to assume what your experiences are, John, but if it's anything like mine, you probably don't hear that much about Muslims on a daily basis anyway, other than the occasional bigoted person on, at the bar saying, oh, Muslims suck or something. But yeah, there are Muslim charities. There are good Muslim people doing good things. I'm not saying I'm trying to defend Islam. I'm not trying to, destroy Islam. I'm just saying, like any other religion, there are Hindu charities. There are Muslim charities. There are Buddhist charities. Yes.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying I just ain't heard of them.
Well, I don't know.
I ain't seen anything bad against them.
I don't know if this is where you're going at all or not. So if it's not, forgive me, but like Muslims don't officially have banking. Now, to be fair, they have a bunch of ways to get around that. But according to the Quran, you're not supposed to be able to charge interest. Now, to be fair, they have a bunch of ways to get around that. So Muslims do have banking. But the point is, they don't officially have some of the financial institutions that you see in Christian countries, or at least not organized in the same ways. But they absolutely have charities. And I went down this path of bringing up the YouTube search because you'll notice here, it's probably kind of hard for you guys to see, but one of the top things that comes up when you search for Lily J is Atozi. I had not heard of this guy before, but he's the one who originally I saw his video about this. Of course, the original news comes from AustralianABC.net. And then this guy, Atozy, did a great video on it. So I recommend you go check out his video as well. ATOZY is his thing. And, you know, so there are a bunch of people that have been all over this. I'm not breaking this story by any means. Although, I will say this again, Atozy mentioned this in his video, but I have not seen too many people talking about the obvious, purely scam-ridden structure that she has set up here. Because even on this article here from Australian ABC, they mentioned the AI stuff. They mentioned how they think she's faking stuff. They mentioned how she got a fake award that she gave herself. They never mention the structure of this bullshit non-charity that she has. This disclaimer that's at the bottom of the site, I think, is more damning than anything. And, you know, the fake AI stuff is cheesy. The fake awards given to yourself with fake AI pictures is cheesy. But if real money was actually getting to these kids, I could look past a lot of the vainglorious shit, right? But the fact that this then rolls up to this organization she's created that openly, I mean, it's not listed at the top of the site, but if you look closely enough, you can see it. It openly tells you, bro, this is not a charity. And it doesn't say it here on the site, but what that really means in practical terms is that they don't have to get any particular percentage of this money to their orphans, if the orphans even exist. Okay, even if they get 0.1% of the money to the orphans, they can say, well, we never guaranteed we were going to give more than that to the orphans. So if you sign up on here and say, I'm going to pay 60 euros a month for my orphan, it could be conceivably a couple pennies in the aggregate that get sent to some orphanage somewhere, you know? And that to me is the biggest possible scam. That's worse than giving yourself the fake award from your own media group, the real media group. That's worse than making videos about orphans where you're using AI to plaster your image. See, because again, I want to be very clear about this. And I want to be as fair as I can be. Let's say that I have a charity where I'm sending $10,000 a month to Uganda, right? And if I was really doing that, and I know that, well, but I'll get more donations for the orphans because the way the marketing works, even with charities, is that if people feel like they can see where their money is going, they will give more, right? So if I was sending $10,000 a month to Uganda to some orphanage, and then I made a few fake AI videos about me standing in front of the orphanage, I could see where you could make an excuse for that. Because if the money's really going there, then you could argue, well, yeah, I used AI to make a fake video, but it was all in the idea of trying to show you what we're doing with the real funds. Like, you could make an argument for that if you wanted to. But when you see the structure of this Lily J Foundation, it then pretty much proves to you that this is a fucking scam. This is all a fucking scam. And I don't care if she comes out with all of her financials tomorrow in a full audit. I will still, even if she can show that every penny she's collected has gone to the orphanages, I'll still tell you it's a scam. Here's why. Because even if for a while you were sending all the money to the orphanages, which I'm sure it's not happening, but even if you could prove that to me, your structure means that any given month, when you're short on your mortgage payment, you can decide, nah, the money's not going to the orphanages this month. There is no legal binding basis that says, well, shit, now that we've accepted 60 euros a month from John, we have to send at least 55 of those euros every month to the orphanage. Because with regular charities, with legitimate charities, there's I forget what they call the metric, but there's a metric that they use to communicate to people what percentage of your donations actually go to the cause that you are supporting. Of course, in theory, you say, well, I want 100% of my donation to go to my cause, right? But for people that actually run nonprofits, they'll tell you, we have to keep our doors open. We have to you have to pay the electric bill. We have to pay salaries of people that run the website and shit. So, people think, oh, I give 60 euros a month to this orphanage. And in their head, they want 60 euros to go to the orphanage. But in practice, there has to always be some skim off the top so that the charity itself can operate. And that's okay within reason, as long as, it's a reasonable amount. And more importantly, as long as it's transparent, as long as the charity shows you in good faith with a real audit, oh, you know what? Every month we send 97% of your donations to the cause. And if it gets to a point where, a year or two from now, we're only sending 75%, then you can, in theory, make a choice as a donor, whether you want to keep donating to that charity or whether you want to start moving your money to another charity, because maybe you feel like too much of your money is going to pay overhead for the charity itself. With this structure that they are openly admitting to in the fine print at the bottom of their website, they don't have to ever worry about ever sending anything more than 0.1% to the so-called charity that she says she's supporting. So, all that being said, of course, I could sit here and go through more shit, because if we look at the YouTube searches, of course, we see a bunch of people piling on her, and that's well-deserved. We see a bunch of her own videos, which I could go through, but I think it would kind of be beating a dead horse or beating a dead Lily J. Like her response, and she's all crying and she's sad. It's a 38-minute video. We're not going to watch that. But, it's time I responded. And granted, if you go watch it, it's nothing but dodging for 38 minutes. It's nothing but her pulling up, look, I have a picture here, which is just a picture she's showing you on her phone in the video, like she thinks that somehow proves something. Like, she literally cannot prove that any of this money is actually going to where people think it's going when they donate. But here is the additional thing that I wanted to talk about on this. Of course, to their credit, there's a bunch of Muslim channels, like I said, that are basically turning on her, and as they should, because she's fucking gross. There are also, I won't sit here and pull them all up, but there are Christian apologist channels that are piling on. In fact, I saw the same day that I saw this video, or the original video from her, I saw Ruslan KD doing his own video talking about, oh, look, she's been busted for all this stuff. And what's really sad is that Christians who know a little bit about this and think that they're going to make great commentary on this, they will talk about this in the most oblivious fucking way. Because when a Christian sees this, if a Christian has actually been following Lily J and knows something about her, especially if the Christian has a YouTube channel or TikTok channel or whatever, they're going to pile on this. Like, oh, see that? Look at that. Stupid fucking Muslim. Look at, she's a scammer. And she is a scammer. She's an absolute scammer. But they will say this shit with no sense of self-awareness whatsoever. They will point fingers at this woman like, see this stupid Muslim? Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that because a Muslim influencer has proven to be a scammer, I'm not saying that that directly implicates anything about Christianity or about religion in general. There are scammers in every religion. There are scammers who are atheists. There are plenty of people in every religion who are not scammers. So Lily J being busted for being the scammer that she is doesn't by itself say anything bad about religion. It doesn't by itself say anything bad about Islam, although plenty of Christians will try to tell you that it does. But what's hilarious to me is that Christians who know about this scam will point their finger at Lily J, like, look at her, she's a horrible scammer. And they will have no fucking sense of self-awareness about it whatsoever. And that is blowing my mind. I'm watching, the little blow up here on the YouTubeosphere and everything. And it's like, you honestly don't see any connection between who she is and what she's doing and religion in general. You don't think that Christianity has anything in common with this at all. Of course, I understand that when one Muslim influencer gets busted for a scam, that doesn't directly implicate anything about Christianity. That's obvious. But the simple fact is that religion in general teaches you to not question things thoroughly. This is the kind of shit that religion in general primes you to be a victim of. And once again, I'll point this out because although it is in the small print at the bottom of her site, it's not hard to find. Her admission down here that the Lily J Foundation is not a foundation at all. And it's nothing more than a commercial construct that allows her to put money in her pocket. The admission is right at the bottom of her site. Now you could say, well, I guess all the stupid Muslims didn't read the bottom of that site because the Muslims are so stupid and they don't know how to be smart with their money. I mean, if you want to be a racist, bigoted piece of shit, you could say something like that. But the simple fact is that this shit happens with Christians all the time. And while scams are not purely the fault of religion, because there are atheists who scam people and there are plenty of secular scenarios where people get scammed, but religion is such a perfect breeding ground for this. Religion teaches you to not ask questions. Religion teaches you to have faith. And when you think that you know something about this woman on social media, and you're like, well, she wouldn't scam us. Of course she's sending 60 euros every month to the orphans. I'm sure that Lily J wouldn't ever lie to us. This is absolutely fostered by religion at large. It's not the fault of Christianity, and quite frankly, it's not the fault of Islam. But this is absolutely the mindset that religion fosters. And I say this is totally joking or sarcastic because I'm never going to do this, but I'll tell you, the first day that I decide to become a fucking con man, the first place I'm going to go set up is in the closest, biggest local church that I can find of any religion. I don't care what the religion is. I don't care if it's a mosque. I don't care if it's a temple. I don't care if it's a super church. The first time that I decide that I need to find a way to pay my bills by raking money out of someone's fucking wallet without them knowing about it, I'm going to go find the biggest fucking church that I can, the biggest local church, and I'm going to set up shop there. Because they are, as a class, the easiest marks. Now, of course, that doesn't apply to everyone. There are plenty of Christian people who can't be scammed easily. There are plenty of Christian people who know to check the terms and agreements. But the system of religion absolutely fosters this kind of shit. Every single time. I mean, if you don't believe that, let me give you a different scenario. I don't know where you work. Some of you may not work. Some of you are retired. But if you work some place of business, right? If I just walked into your place of business, because sometimes people do this in America, they'll walk into places of business trying to solicit charity, right? If I walked into your place of business and I didn't have any particular religious affiliation, and I just told you I'm trying to get donations to feed people in Uganda. Of course, you'd probably tell me to get the hell out of your business, right? That's would be the default thing that most people would do. But there would be some people who would listen. There would be some people who would have their heartstrings tugged. But could you imagine not even asking full questions about how you know where the money is going if you were giving money at your place of business? Maybe you could be scammed just as easily at your place of business, but I think that I would have a far easier time scamming you if I was pulling that scam in your church than I would if I was pulling that scam in your place of business. This is a great comment here. Just a second. Hostess says, I get calls from my mother every few weeks. Hey, I got this email. Hey, I'm seeing this pop up. Fucking Google it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Demented Engineer says, my dad was brilliant yet gullible, which is sad, although I understand that very well. And Secular Scripture says, yep. And the idea that you can't question authority, and especially respected higher-ups. I mean, that is all baked into this. So I'm not trying to go over the top with this. Okay, I've said this several times, but I'm going to keep saying it again. I know that this scenario is not an overall indictment on Christianity, of course, because it's not even a Christian doing this. It's not an overall indictment on religion, because that's just too big and too broad to say that religion in mass is responsible for this. It's not even an indictment on Islam, because yeah, there's a scammer who purports to be a Muslim. Guess what? There's a scammer who purports to be every religion in the world. But if you can't see the connection between how gullible someone is and how religious they are, then maybe you're the next one to be targeted. Seriously. This is the kind of shit that we are primed for by our religious leaders, whether they want to admit to it or not. And I do think it's kind of funny, you know, it's not that I don't expect people to point and laugh, because she deserves ridicule, because she's a fucking scam artist. So I don't have any empathy for her whatsoever. Nevertheless, when I see some of these, you know, here's one right here. This is the one from Ruslan KD. I said, you know, 6 days ago, she faked charity videos. Now she's threatening us. Which, first of all, I don't know why he said that. That's like clickbaity, because I don't think she was threatening Christians. Oh, I know why he said that. Because in her paranoia, she's been threatening people who put out videos exposing her shit. She's been trying to sick her lawyers on people to get them to, you know, force them to take down videos and to do copyright claims and all this other shit, right? So that's why he put that there. And I think go ahead, John.
I just said, go figure.
And I think it's funny because...
Is it a fake lawyer too?
Oh, probably. Yeah. I mean, more than likely. And if you ever follow Ruslan KD, which I don't recommend that you do, but if you ever watch any of his shit, here's the funny thing. And I have no reason to believe that he has ever pulled some scam like this. So I want to be very, very clear. I'm not accusing him of anything remotely like this kind of shit that she's doing. But I also think it's funny that this Christian guy is, you know, doing a video kind of feeding off of the controversy from Lily J. And at the same time, there's something kind of hilarious to me, because Ruslan KD was originally trying to be a rapper. And I think he even had some singles or something. I think they sold like 42 copies somewhere. He wanted to be in music. He wanted to be a star. And I don't mean this as a dig on him, but that didn't work. Okay. He didn't get rich. He didn't get famous being a rapper. Just like Lily J tried to be a musician. And she didn't work for her either. Now, I don't think he ever tried to be just a generic influencer. But my point is, they have similar roots. They were both trying to get rich and famous, being stars. And when that didn't work, you know what they pivoted to? Guess what? I found God. Yes, she pivoted to I found Allah, and he pivoted to I found Jesus. And in his mind, he probably thinks that somehow that's a very different scenario. But of course, for someone like myself, it sounds very fucking similar. It sounds like this. Now, again, I'm not trying to say that he's a scammer like she is, because I have no reason to believe that he pulls this kind of shit. Okay. But what I am saying is that even for those people who have tried other ways to get online audiences and failed and then said, you know what I can do? I can find Jeebus, or I can find God. I can find Allah. That alone is a certain type of con. It's a certain kind of game. Now, I'm not saying that he's making shit up. I'm not saying that he's not actually a Christian. But what I am saying is that he and Lily J are not the only people who have tried to get internet famous through multiple different means. And when that failed, guess what? Suddenly he's religious. Suddenly he's found God. I mean, we see this with Kirk Cameron. I mean, Kirk Cameron, of course, was legitimately famous and probably fairly wealthy when in the 80s with Growing Pains. But then after that, nobody wanted to hire him for shit. I mean, I know he did other acting stuff. All the other acting stuff he did was for Christian stuff. Because then he quickly pivoted to being Christian man, to being apologist man. And you can take that a couple different ways. You can say, well, because he legitimately loves God and that's what he wanted to do with his career. But I think that if Hollywood had been trying to hand him leading roles in big time movies after he got done with Growing Pains, I don't think that he would be doing YouTube videos right now telling you about how you should love Jeebus. I'm not saying he wouldn't be Christian, but I think that he would be living a very different life. And so many of these apologists take this route where they tried other things, they didn't work, and now let me try appealing to Jeebus. So Larry, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So welcome to the show. Are you 18, Larry?
Yes, I'm over 18.
Have you called in before?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. Are you a believer?
Yes.
All right. So what led you to share your presence with us here on the phone?
Well, I guess, I took astronomy and philosophy in college, and I've always been curious about the beginning of the universe, and I guess what led me to believe would be a first cause of the universe.
Okay.
And the Kalam cosmological argument, which is it's impossible to have a past infinity, that there must be a beginning.
Okay.
And so whatever that beginning is had a cause, and that cause had to be external of itself. And it couldn't come from nothing. Time, space, and matter had to come from something outside of itself. Out of nothing, nothing comes. So there has to have been something metaphysical, because the physical can't create the physical. And I believe there was a first cause, and the best case of that first cause would be God.
Okay. So I'm sure that you probably, I don't know if you call into other shows like this, but I'm sure if you're calling into a show like this, you probably had conversations with people like me, either online or in real life or whatever. So I'm probably not going to tell you anything you haven't heard before. That being said, so I'm not claiming this is going to be a unique and edifying new argument for you, but I have to ask. So if we're going to play the first cause game, then why is it that your God is the only special pleading instance that doesn't actually require a first cause?
Why does God not need a first cause?
Yeah.
Because causation of one thing affecting another happens within this physical universe. And you can't apply those same physical principles to something outside of the known physical universe. So there would be no first cause. The first cause had to be caused.
So what is your basis for saying that something outside of our space-time requires no first cause?
Because time as we know it, time and space and matter couldn't have created itself, including time. So there has to be something metaphysical, meaning something outside of the physical properties of the universe, time, space, and matter, to have caused it. So that means it's timeless, spaceless, and no matter to whatever was that initial cause of the universe.
What makes you believe that not only that there is something, but that there can be something outside of space and time?
Well, by applauding logic, you have the physical universe can't have come from nothing. Like the definition of nothing is absolutely nothing. Nothing comes.
Hold up. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to point this out. So, you say by definition the universe cannot have come from nothing.
Correct.
So what do you think that God made the universe from?
What do you make it from? That question is a little bit of a self-contradiction because we don't know what necessarily from.
Well, when you say self-contradiction, you just told me that that the universe can't come from nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And you believe that God created the universe, right?
Right.
So what did God create? So if the universe cannot come from nothing, then the only logical conclusion to that is that God made the universe from either you believe that God made the universe from nothing, which violates what you just said about how the universe could come into being, or you believe that God made the universe from something.
I don't think he made it from something, because that would mean there'd be another pre-existing.
So you do believe that the universe can come from nothing?
I'm not saying it's nothing, but I'm not saying it's something of the physical properties of the known physical universe.
Well, wait a minute now. I'm not trying to nail you on something, but I am going to hold you to your words, okay? You said initially that the universe can't come from nothing. But now when I press you on, okay, then if it can't come from nothing, what did God make it from? You don't seem like you want to answer that.
Well, it'd be something metaphysical. So God is not nothing. He is something.
What does metaphysical mean?
Something out in the way that I'm using the term. Is it something not of itself, not of the physical? It's metaphysical. So I don't know
So the universe came from something. It's just not something physical.
Right. I mean, we obviously don't know how God did it. But obviously you can't have something create itself. So there has to be something outside of itself to be created. Like you can't create yourself. I can't create myself. There's always some kind of cause for anything created. So I don't know. I don't think we know exactly how God formulated the laws of the universe. But there has to be something outside of the known physical laws of the universe itself to have it be created.
Do you know where time comes from? Do you know why we perceive time? Like, what does time mean to you?
Well, we have a past, present, and potential future. Future has not happened yet.
But what
doesn't exist?
causes time?
Oh, there had to been a beginning of that time. What caused the time is you have time, you have space and matter expanding. You can almost imagine as time as like a ruler to the universe.
Okay, so you have a Newtonian idea of time.
A Newtonian view of time. I'm not sure if I would slap that label to it.
I would.
But if you want to slap
This is
the
what
label
you're
to
describing.
it, that's okay.
Okay, I know this is crude, but this is my rough approximation of a timeline. Okay, like a ruler.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. So if I am misstating anything, please correct me. But you believe that there's this line like a ruler, and everything is moving along it, right?
Kind of.
Okay.
Kind of.
So
more be like an arrow.
Well, yeah. So this is the timeline, and our perception is that everything starts here. Oh, it's hard for me to draw sideways, but starts here and goes across the timeline, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes and
Go
no.
ahead.
Yes and no. But I'll go along with it.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so I want to make sure we have a common understanding. So
definitely the top line. But you can also measure that line. But yes.
Well, that's why I have the marks underneath it on the like a ruler there, right?
Yeah,
So
that's okay.
You could consider like every big line a year and every small line a month, or whatever we want to. The idea is that the ruler's on the bottom and there's a line going across that indicates your path through time, right?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have you spent any time looking into physics at all?
I have taken a physics course. It's been many years, but a little bit, yeah.
Can you define for me what space-time is?
On the top of my head,
and none of this is meant as a
time?
gotcha. If you can't, it's okay. I'm not trying to like pounce on you if you say the wrong thing.
Like define space and time, or
No,
space,
define
time?
space-time, not space and time. That's a very different concept. You do understand. You do understand that
Yes.
Einstein referred repeatedly to space-time, right?
Yes. It's basically our dimensional like fabric of the universe, with like length, width, and height. That's with one dimension of time.
X, Y, and Z. Yeah.
Which includes space, if you have length, width, and height. So, if I remember it correctly.
Are you a believer in general in special relativity, or do you think that those are crackpot theories, or what?
No, I don't think it's crackpot theories. I mean, everything's a theory at the end of the day. But I've read a little bit of that from what I can remember.
Okay, so if you subscribe at all to general and special relativity, how much sense does it make to talk about time independent of space, or space independent of time?
Well, they're all interwoven together, so it's difficult to splice. I mean, they each have their
It's
own
space-time.
definitions. Right, right.
Right. I mean,
so
go ahead.
I follow. I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm.
So here's my point, and I don't. I want to be respectful here because I'm not trying to talk down to you, but here's the point that there's a lot going on in physics, like quantum mechanics has problems with general relativity and such. So I'm not trying to say like these things are absolutely decided, but general relativity and special relativity are two of the most successful scientific theories that have ever been presented in
I don't disagree.
Physics or even science overall. Okay. And general relativity tells us that there's not space and there's time. There's a reason why they keep saying space time. There's a reason why they keep squishing those two words together, because the idea that you can have space without time or time without space are, from every scientific aspect that we know, nonsensical. Now, I know we can play the special pleading card. We can say, well, God isn't, part of the science. But I'm going to talk to you from an empirical perspective. Okay.
Okay.
So, time does not exist without space, and that's not my theoretical construct. This is
right. For sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you'll see, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm not just a blowhard. I am a blowhard, but I'm not just a blowhard. So if we take the Newtonian view of time, was that there's a line that's independent of space. Okay. And all of space is just kind of marching along the line, but they weren't connected. That's why I say, if you talk about this, anytime someone starts talking about like a Kalam cosmological argument, anytime they start talking about a first cause, a first mover, what they're talking about is Newtonian concepts of time, because they're assuming that time is actually separate from space. And I'm not going to yell you down off of that ledge, but I will say that you are, if you were to hold to that construct, you are already way outside the bounds of anyone in modern physics, because they now understand that time and space are inseparable, which is why they use the convenient smushed together term of space-time. This isn't just a theoretical idea, okay? So if you assume, I'm gonna give you two different ways to look at this. First of all, let's just, for the sake of argument, let's keep Newtonian.
Can I just inject something real quick in here?
Sure, of course.
That
yeah,
like you said, they are inseparable. So they must have began at the same time. They must have actually started.
It's actually illogical to say that they started at the same time.
Well, I was just about to say I'm using time in a
right. So
in a handoff way, but I'm just saying it's that there was a single start for space time. Is what I believe. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's okay if you believe that, but there are a couple of different ways that you can look at this. Okay. One way that you can look at this is a way that, and I'm not trying to bully you into anything, but one way you can look at it is a way that complies with general and special relativity. Okay, general and special relativity say to us that this set right here, it's just a circle, but this set is all of the universe. It's all of the space of the universe. Which also means, if it's all of the space of the universe, that it's also, and this is kind of hard to get your head around, it's also all of the time of the universe. So,
correct.
And you probably heard this. I don't think I'm, laying anything on you never heard before. So, like this, under this argument, the idea that we can say, well, what came before this space-time, right? What was over here? That's like saying what's south of the South Pole.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
You can say the words "what's south of the South Pole," but anyone who actually knows what the globe is like says that, dude, that doesn't make any sense. You're trying,
Right.
So that's one way to look at it. Okay.
Yes,
Let's look at it
yes.
a different way though, because that does not comply with most religious ideologies, and I understand that. I was a Christian for 40 years. So most Christians, and I don't mean this as a dig, adhere very tightly, whether they realize it or not, to Newtonian time. Okay? So if Newtonian time exists, meaning that time exists separate of space, it's just a ruler that we're marching along, the arrow's going this way, we won't get into time travel and when you can go backwards and all that shit, right? We'll just say, okay, you're marching along the arrow whether you like it or not. That's the river of time idea, right? So the river of time idea says that, I don't know, at this moment right here, this is when God created space, which also created our space-time.
Right. That's not what I believe.
Okay, what do you believe?
I don't believe in that. There was a time before time.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but that
where your arrow is pointing at right there is that there is a timeline before your arrow, and I don't believe in that.
But when you say that God created the universe, that language automatically embeds within it time. Now you can say, okay, fine. I don't believe there was a time before then. Okay, let's erase this then. Okay. So is that what you believe? That at the beginning of the time arrow,
yes,
God created the set, which is space-time. Now, like I just said, this is a little bit problematic by physics standards because according to physics, this is not just space, this is space-time. So the fact that you're taking space-time and putting it on another on another ruler actually doesn't make sense, unless it could make sense, okay, if you assume that there is a broader space-time in which our space-time came out of. That is a workable model. Of course, that also gets you back to the infinite regress problem, right? Because then you say, well,
infinite regress. I don't believe that either.
Right. Okay. So the key here is that infinite regress blows a lot of minds, and I'm not going to sit here and argue for infinite regress. I actually don't believe in infinite regress. What I believe
I believe there was just I think a lot of people try and plug in God to our concept of time, where God was before. I don't want to say the word before time, but people try to plug in. Well, what was God doing before time? He must have his own timeline, and it's hard for us to wrap our heads around that concept.
If God wasn't doing anything before time, then guess what? That means that God is part of our space-time.
Well, I think he was outside of our space-time. I think he embedded...
And you know what that means? It gets us back to that. That means that God... I'm not writing well, but God is here. That's what that means. I'm not. I know I'm not going to convince you of this, but I'm telling you logically, what you're telling me actually equates to this. So while I'm trying to respect your beliefs, what I'm trying to point out to you is that, and this isn't a dig on you. I said some of the same things when I was a Christian. Every single time a Christian tries to tell me about God creating everything, even when they think that they're not, if you listen to their language, what they're actually doing is they are building another space-time that God sits in. which is okay if you want to believe that there's, you know,
and I'm not making that case.
No, I know, I know you're not. I know you're not. But I'm saying
because it's something else that, you know, we try to apply these physical properties, like you just said, like here's another space-time bubble and this and that. It's not that. It's something metaphysical. Back to that point where it's,
well,
we don't have an analogy or anything to compare to, because all we know is what we know in this universe. But there is no past infinity where God existed either, as far as what we know as time. Because if you have a negative infinity, you would never get to the present. So if you have negative numbers,
that's not
you
true.
would never get to zero.
That's
right.
Larry, I'm going to be blunt here. You don't understand how infinite sets work and how set theory works. Have you ever studied set theory?
I have read the things that I've read that have come to my conclusion is that if you have the simplest way I can actually portray it is a set of negative numbers, for example, like let's say your timeline that you drew, it goes on
the
negative.
Set of negative numbers will never get to positive if that's what you're getting at, but
it'll never get to zero, right? You'll never get to zero.
But like
you'll never get to zero.
The set of whole numbers is an infinite set, but the set of whole numbers will get to every single number. So like when you have the set of whole numbers, which is an infinite set. Okay, it goes negative into infinity, positive into infinity. It's a set of whole numbers. Okay, to try to say that if to pick any number on the infinite timeline of numbers and say that you'll never get there is actually factually wrong. Just because the set is infinite doesn't mean that you can never get to a certain point in the infinite set. And let me also just throw this out. Before you respond to that, Larry, I'm just going to say that this is going to sound condescending. I don't mean set theory blows my mind, so I don't mean this like I know all this shit, but I will say that this is something that's very, very hard sometimes for even some of the top mathematicians and physicists to understand or it's hard for them to conceptualize because we did not evolve to even think of infinities. It's, you know, there's no scenario in nature where I'm hunting for, you know, a deer and I have to think about, you know, the deer being an infinite distance away or a predator who wants to kill me being an infinite, like that doesn't make any sense in a physical local world. But that doesn't mean that infinite sets don't exist, and it doesn't mean that we can't understand. You know, there are infinite sets that are bigger than other infinite sets. There are infinite sets.
I agree. I think there are in math there are infinite sets. I mean, we have a symbol for the word for infinity. But the thing is, if you have negative sets, or let's say if you're counting down,
we have a generic symbol for infinity, but that's a really lame symbol because it's used in your equations when something comes out to infinity. But the fact is that in terms of there are many different types of infinities, and some infinities are much larger than others.
I'm just saying if you have going back to the negative numbers, you would, if you're counting from negative to zero, you would never get to zero because there's always a negative number that keeps going negatively. You would never get, so if
I think you're thinking of like irrational numbers. I'm thinking the irrational set. The irrational set of -1 to 0 never gets to 0. Because there is an infinite number of irrational numbers between -1 and 0. The irrational set of whole numbers that are less than 0, it never gets to 0 because by definition we have defined it as the set of whole numbers less than 0. But it does get to -1. It absolutely gets. And if I define the set, if I define an infinite set of all whole numbers that are negative and 0, it absolutely gets to 0. It totally gets to 0.
Well, so if today is 0, right? Tomorrow is +1. Yesterday was -1. If you have a negative if you have an infinite number of negative numbers, you would never be able to get to zero going from
Well,
negative
first of all,
to
you're,
zero.
you're picking arbitrary points to try to bolster something. So, you're assuming that if I start at the first of all, you're using negative and positive interchangeably when they don't really work in this paradigm at all. There is no reason to believe, for example, that the first instant of time is a negative instant. That doesn't logically make sense.
Well, I'm thinking of, I'm saying, it does when I'm saying there's a past, present, and future. And if you can represent a past, present, and future as far as number files, so if you have past being negative, present being 0, the future being positive.
Right, but you're assuming that
you can.
infinite regress. So we've already said neither one of us believes in infinite regress. So the only way that actually validates your point is if we said that the set of whole numbers going to negative will be infinite to negative. So, but we both have already conceded that we're not going to believe in infinite regress. So that point actually doesn't make a lot of sense. Logically speaking, in terms of set theory, it makes most sense to say that, okay, at the beginning of time, if we were to quantize time into whole numbers, then the first number in the timeline would be 0, and everything past them would be positive. Now I know you're saying, well, relative to where I am, but even then, if we said, well, relative to where I am, then it's not a number that goes infinitely negative.
Right,
there.
right. There is a finite past or a number of negative events or sequences, however you want to define it. But my main point from the very beginning of the conversation was I even with the Big Bang model or whatever, however you want to put it, is that there was some sort of point of singularity, a beginning to space-time, like you mentioned.
But you do understand that the idea that there was a beginning is your assertion. And to be fair, there are scientists who make that assertion, although most of them don't. But you're making an assertion that you can't actually back up with any empirical data.
The scientific consensus is that there was, obviously the background radiation, you see the visible universe expanding, that when you rewind back the clock, things do get funky, but even Einstein, if you go back to many of the scientific literature that's there, they do believe in a singularity point.
The scientific consensus is absolutely not that the Big Bang was the beginning of space and time. I can actually show you. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull up my companion site, and I will share this with you. Let's see here. We have. Let me find. Oh, I need titles on this. Oh, I do have a title there. Okay, Copenhagen Survey on Black Holes and Fundamental Physics. So let me get down to the money part here, and I'll pull this up on screen so you can see. I hope you can see my screen, but give me just a second.
Yeah, no, I can see you. You have a killer background.
Right. And I'll switch it here in a second to get to the what I'm trying to pull up. That's many worlds. That's gravity, quantum gravity, dark matter. Bouncing cosmic inflation. Give me just a second here. I'm going to get there. Okay, so let me put this on screen. So this is, I don't know when this is from. It's from recently. This was done 2025. So this is not, old antiquated shit here. This is the title on this is the Copenhagen Survey on Black Holes and Fundamental Physics. So this is kind of interesting because Phil Halper has a really great YouTube channel. I recommend you check it out if you're interested. I'm not sure who the other physicists are, or cosmologists, just because I'm not a scientist, but I'm sure that they have their great shit in their own right. But this did 2025, so this is a recent survey of top scientists And it talks about a lot of great things. And, you know, the idea of this study is to come up with a consensus for right now, what are the thoughts, opinions, theories, etc. of leading scientists, right? And I'm not going to bore you with all the other stuff, because there's some great stuff on here. I recommend you check this out. And by the way, this is linked off of my companion site, which is skepticus.info, which is a free site you can go to if you're so interested. But here's the money one I want to show you. Meaning of the Big Bang. So, and I don't mean this, take this with, please take this in good faith here, but generally speaking, one of the worst pieces of pablum that we get, we being, I'm acting like I can speak for all atheists right now, but one of the pieces of pablum that we get when we're speaking to theists is that time and time and time again, they try to characterize the state of science and physics and cosmology as though, well, scientists understand that, they've all come to this conclusion, or this is a wide consensus that space-time began with the Big Bang. And that actually couldn't be more wrong. So you can see here that they polled these top scientists and said, what is the meaning of the Big Bang? Now, I don't know, it's hard to read what these exact, although I guess they have a, all right, so here, let's just look at the text one. It's a little better than just reading the chart, okay? So 4 people didn't have an opinion on what the Big Bang means. 8 men had thought other, whatever that is. 5 of the people polled, the scientists, the physicists and cosmologists, thought that the Big Bang is an absolute beginning of time, but without a singularity, okay? That would be, I think, the closest to the theist position, all right? 9 of them thought it was an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start. And 54 of them, 68%, believe that it's a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. In other words, while I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a reputable physicist who simply doesn't believe in the Big Bang, it's one thing to say they believe in the Big Bang, because basically they all do. I do. Not that I'm one of them, but they all do. But the conclusion then that, you must think that that's when time and space started, is a conclusion which is routinely, I'm not accusing you of anything, but it has been routinely foisted upon scientists from the theist community, because the theist community wants to have scientific backing that the Big Bang is the start of space and time, because that still doesn't prove God, it still doesn't prove Yahweh, but admittedly, it feels a lot more comfy if you believe that the Big Bang is the beginning of space and time, to say, oh, well, see, there's God.
Okay, but when I read that carefully, what a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state. Okay.
Right, which means
but the
that there was a hot, dense state before.
But that says that it's a theory that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. So not that they believe that, but they are voting on a theory that says the first part of that sentence, but the theory doesn't say anything about an absolute beginning. It doesn't say it refutes it. It says nothing.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I guess they could have been a little more verbose here, but the point here is that having a Big Bang, which again, I think almost any physicist believes that the Big Bang in some form happened. Having a Big Bang literally is disconnected from your belief, whether it's a scientific belief or a theological belief or what have you, that this was the beginning of space and time. Those are 2 different things. Now, you can believe in a Big Bang and also believe, that it was beginning of everything. And as you can see from this survey, there are 5 of them who actually believe that. Well, if we say that, depending upon whether or not we want to say with this singularity or not, we could be a little more forgiving and say there's 14 of them, or 17%, who believe, whether we believe in a singularity or not, that it was the beginning of time. But the vast majority of them do not believe that.
Even just largely thinking about this, right? Let's say there was a singularity, or like that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state. That as it expanded, and we were just talking about this earlier, what space-time is, right? Space-time is space moving out.
I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but I have to point out that although the people that put this together are far more intelligent and educated than I am, I would also quibble and say that there's a certain problem with the wording here too, because when a lot of theists see the words "the universe," they assume that is talking about literally, cosmologically, empirically, everything. Usually, and I know I'm getting out over my skis here to make this claim, but I'm going to make it anyway. Usually when physicists talk about the Big Bang and they talk about the universe that resulted from the Big Bang, what they're really talking about is the known universe or the observable universe. In other words, because I'm not trying to get into every cosmological theory, but there's theories of quantum bubbles, and there's theories of black holes. I mean, one of my favorite is that if you do a lot of the math on this, it's very, very embryonic at this point. But if you do some of the basic math, it's very tempting to think that we are all literally, the entire universe is inside of one black hole. Now, I'm not asking you to believe that, and I don't know enough about it to sit here and say, here, let me prove it to you. But my point is that this is one model where if we are inside of a black hole, and I'm not saying we are, but I love that theory, honestly. It's one of my favorites. Then it means that the black hole exists in a much, like this whole froth.
Sure.
Okay, so...
But I guess what I wanted to point out was that we had defined earlier together that space-time is defined as, like I had mentioned, length, width, and height, right?
X, Y, and Z, yeah.
Yes. So now if you have a hot, dense space that begins to expand, you begin to have what? Length, height, and width as it begins to expand. There's your beginning of time and space as it expands from that point of singularity.
With
right?
regard to our time, and I don't even like saying, with regard to our space time, I fully believe, and I think that most physicists, even though it's not represented on this survey here, but I think that most physicists would say that our space time may not have began at the Big Bang, but as far as the space-time as we know it, as far as this big expanding universe, and when our arrow of time started, although I hate that term too, arrow of time is very misleading, but that started at the Big Bang, okay? But again, whether or not the Big Bang was a localized event in a much larger universe, or whether it was, like a multiverse, or whether it was, there are multiple ways to skin this, where the Big Bang itself is not the big U universe, so, and that's why I know it's going to sound presumptuous of me to sit here and second guess the survey given to these highly educated people. But I would argue that in this survey, when it says a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state, I think that implied in that is the universe as we know it, or our local universe, or our observable universe, meaning that everything that we could ever know, because there's an information horizon. Outside of that information horizon, the laws of physics literally tell us that it is impossible for us to ever know what is outside that information horizon. You can say, well, what's outside the information horizon is God. Okay, that's one theological view, but that doesn't mean that it's God. It doesn't even mean that it's not just still the same space-time. It just means that as far as what we can ever know, according to the laws of physics, we have a bubble that we live in. It's a big ass bubble. It's huge. It's mind-blowingly, you can't even imagine how huge it is, but it's still a bubble that we live in, which we call our universe.
Right. And I just kind of tying some of this stuff together. It's just, that there is a scientific consensus of if you want to call it a singularity, like some of the others voted on, or the one where they mostly voted on was the hot, dense state. The thing is, but
again, even for those who agree that there's a singularity, that doesn't mean that the entire big U universe was in the singularity. It just means that what we understand as the universe was in the singularity.
Yes, I mean, going by what we understand so far, is that it began to expand, and then from the expansion, that's where you do have space-time. And you do have a fine-tuning argument as well from all of that.
Oh no!
And
Larry, don't do that.
That is a whole other. We can go all night. I know we can.
Don't do the fine-tuning, man. Come on, man. I mean, I'm actually enjoying this conversation, but like, we're gonna do fine-tuning now.
I didn't want to obviously open with that.
I'm sure you know about the anthropic principle, and also what I really dislike about the fine-tuning argument massively is that the fine-tuning argument assumes that we know exactly what is required for any type of life to exist. Now, we can sit here, I know that with the fine-tuning arguments, our physics has gotten pretty good where we can say, well, if this value was a little bit off, maybe we couldn't form stars. Maybe we couldn't form galaxies. Okay. But it is so small-minded to assume that because this is the universe that we live in, and this is the planet that we live in, and this is the environment that spawns life for us, that there isn't possibly any other way to configure life in the grand scheme of physics. You know what I mean?
And I'm not arguing that. It's just the theory of chance. It's that, life does exist. I exist, you exist. We're having this conversation.
But it's not chance. It's not chance.
I'm not, maybe use a different term, but the chances of a universe actually coming into a being, and there are the physical properties and physical constants within the universe, and life does exist. It's a very extraordinary thing. And
do you know what a tout is, Larry? Tout?
Tout.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So, I've been a professional gambler in my life. I'm not one now. Although I still have a certain taste for high stakes Texas Hold'em. But
nice.
When I used to live in Vegas, I used to have, I won't call them friends, I had acquaintances of mine who were touts. A tout is someone who tries to get you to pay them for their picks, right? Now, of course, logically, if you're smart about this, you'd be like, well, if your picks are that good, why would you be selling them to other people? But there are a lot of degenerate gamblers out there. And when they're in a hole and they're desperate for a win, sometimes they'll pay someone $100 or $200 or $300 for their lock on the Monday Night Football game. Like, we got a lock. Okay. So the touts have a very insidious marketing scheme, and it's simple, but once you see it, it's kind of gross. Okay. So they will have a mailing list. Let's say that they have, let's say they have 50,000 people on their mailing list, right? And then you can call it email list, or you can call it phone tree, whatever you want, right? So out of their mailing list of 50,000 people, the Monday Night Football game is coming up. And Pittsburgh is playing Baltimore. So here's what they'll do. It's really gross. They will send out 50,000 messages. To 25,000 of them, they'll say, we have a lock. Pittsburgh's going to win tonight. We're going to give you this free pick. We want you to know, you don't have to pay for it. We're telling you, Pittsburgh's going to cover the spread tonight.
Sucked you in. Uh-huh.
Yeah, the other 25,000, they send the same message, except it says Baltimore is going to cover the spread tonight. Okay, so what happens after that is that 25,000, let's say Baltimore wins. So the 25,000, they're like, what the fuck? That was a crappy pick. They're never, they're never going to listen to these guys again. But the people that got the call, even if they didn't buy the service, they're like, ooh, I remember that guy told me to pick Baltimore, and Baltimore won. So they can track this. They know of the 25,000 they sent Baltimore, the Baltimore pick. Next Monday night, Cincinnati is playing Detroit. Okay? And from the 25,000 that they gave the right pick to Baltimore, they'll send 12,500 a message telling them to pick Cincinnati tonight. And they'll say, this is a free pick. You don't even have to pay for it. And the other 12,500, they'll send a pick to say, hey, Detroit's going to win tonight. Now, of course, let's say that Cincinnati doesn't win, right? But now you've got 12,500 people who are like, even if they haven't bought your service, they're like, holy shit, man. I haven't been paying them for their picks, but they've sent me, two weekends in a row. They said who was going to cover the spread in the Monday night game. And this goes on and on. Okay, so next Monday night, New England is playing Green Bay, and now you got 6,250. You send a message says New England's going to win, and the other 6,250 you got says Green Bay's going to win. The point of this is that yes, the list of people who have gotten all your wins gets smaller and smaller. But if you start enough with a big enough list, you still end up with hundreds or sometimes even thousands of people who are saying, holy shit, I haven't been paying these guys for their picks, but they've sent me 5 or 6 or 7 winners for free in a row. And this weekend, I'm short on money and my bookie's fucking with me and I really need a win. I'm going to call these guys and I'm going to send them $500 for the pick. What is my point of that whole story? You're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Why is he boring me with these stories? The point is that none of this was random. This wasn't random at all. This was to the person who actually gets the 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th winning pick in a row, he feels like it's amazing. He feels like, holy shit, these guys really know what they're doing. They sent me 7 consecutive winning picks in a row. It feels to him like it's magical, but it's not random. It's just a process of elimination. And this is, when we talk about fine tuning and we talk about, lucky, or how is it we got so lucky that we were in this universe? I mean, I don't want to go deep into this because I don't know if I believe in many worlds theories, multiverses. I don't know. I mean, I'm not against it, but in a many worlds multiverse idea, this is easy to pull off. This is really easy. And all the people that are on this earth that holds people will think, oh my gosh, how could we have been in a universe where all of these, where it's just right for life? But it's not luck. But even if we throw out the multiverse process, right? Even if we say, okay, this is not, there's not a billion universes out there.
Real quick, the thing is, you're right. It's not luck. It was a design.
Right.
Even what you just pointed out to me right now.
But what I pointed out to you is that in this
thing.
particular, this is a design of people looking to scam people. But the point is that if each one of these is a universe with different constants, then one of them will have everything right in a row in order to make us. That doesn't require a designer. That requires many universes. Now, to be clear, I want to be very clear about this.
Yeah,
again,
that's a whole different theory for sure.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and die on my sword for the multiverse theory. You know what I mean? I think it's interesting. Incredibly intelligent physicists who know much more about this stuff actually believe in it. Do I think that there's an infinite number of universes, or even that there's multiple universes? I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm saying that
all we can go is base it off the one we do know. And what
Right.
we do have is life, and that there is a particular tuning for life to exist.
What we do have is a universe that is tuned for our type of life. And even
Yes.
then when we
Yes.
say, actually, let
Yes.
me rephrase that. That was actually said very poorly. We have a planet that is tuned very well for our type of life. Our universe is absolutely
Massive.
shitty for our type of life. I mean,
Well-
granted, I think that there's other life out there in the universe because of the math. Just kind of, I mean, it's mind-boggling to me to think that we wouldn't have other life out there. But if I'm being honest, the empirical data that we have so far says that we live here because it works for us, and every other part of the universe is a fucking massive death trap for life, as far as what we know right now.
No, for sure. I'm not disputing that. But there is life. You know what I mean? And so there is us. And
But one more thing I want to point out here too with the fine tuning stuff, you know, when we talk about these constants, all right, and there are a lot of them, and I'm not going to say that. I mean, there are atheists who actually think that these are interesting arguments. I don't find it compelling, but I'm trying to be honest and say, okay, there are people who, you know, have thought about this and thought, oh, that's compelling. But also, every time you hear about a constant that feels random, like, well, someone just had to set the dial at that level, what you're basically saying is you don't understand why the constant is at the level that it's at. I'll give you a perfect example of this. If you ever did high school, you know, chemistry or physics, I don't know if they teach this in physics. I guess it's in physics now. But when you learn about atoms in their orbits around a nucleus, or excuse me, electrons in there, it's not really an orbit, but you know, they build the old school model of the electrons, you know, orbiting the nucleus. And you start to learn that depending upon the energy state of an electron, there are certain orbits where they are allowed to be and they're not allowed to be. And at first, when you've learned this, if you have an inquisitive mind, it feels very unsatisfying. Because if you want to learn why the universe works and to have a teacher tell you, well, it's just not allowed to be in that other orbit, that feels weird. Or I guess you could also say it feels like God or something, right? If you want to go that route. But if you're trying to think of science, it feels wrong to say, what do you mean allowed? Why can't it be in the other orbit? But then, and I'm not going to do a good job of describing this. I was literally watching a video on this the other day. It was talking about there's reasons in quantum mechanics why the electrons can be in certain states or orbits around the nucleus. And it's not just because of some arbitrary rule, although when it was first discovered, it was communicated as an arbitrary rule. And then when they learned more about what electrons are and how the whole, you know, physics of the atom works, then they started to realize, oh, that's why these electrons can be in this orbit but not in this one.
Yes.
And they started to realize, oh, it's not just the hand of God who's decided the electron has to go. Now, I know you can always argue as a theist, everything is a hand of God, right? But the point is that it's not just this arbitrary thing that Yahweh came down and said the electrons can be in this orbit but not the other. No, there's actually quantum reasons why they are in one orbit or the other, and not the other.
Yes.
So my point is, with all of the other fine-tuning arguments that we discuss, all of the other variables like the cosmological constant, for example, but there's a whole bunch of others, what that really represents is that empirically, experimentally, we have discerned a number through our observations, but we don't understand the underlying physics behind it. So in lieu of
that's why they call them constants and there's like you do have like I think you were talking about the nuclear force, you know, what binds protons, neutrons, and things like that. But what I'm basically saying in summary of a fine tuning is you have these different constants like the cosmological constant, the gravity, the nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, particle masses, whatever, that they're dialed. It's almost like someone dialed them to a specific like like on a volume knob or whatever.
But that's
so
what I'm just
precisely
saying.
to
This
get
is,
together.
with all due respect, this is a lack of imagination, because basically what you're saying is that we don't understand why the constants are where they are at, and therefore it feels like someone magically put them in place. But as we gain more understanding, we start to learn for some of these things, oh, that's why the number is what it is. For example, the speed of light. All right. And I'm not going to be able to describe this to you because I was literally watching a video on this the other day, and it actually blows my fucking mind. We know now, of course, we've measured the speed of light for more than a century now, like 150 years. But only fairly recently, in the last like 30 or 40 years, have we known why the speed of light is what it is. We actually can give you a empirical reason in physics why it's 186,000 miles per hour, which I know is a shitty imperial way to say it, but as opposed to 100,000 miles per hour or per second, or 500,000 miles per second. Like, we can actually quantify why it's 186,000 miles per second. I can't give you the answer right now off the top of my head because, like I said, it kind of blows my mind, and I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around it. But the point is, when we first measured it, it felt like a random number. Like, why is the speed of light 186,000 miles per second? I don't know. It just is. And when you don't know, it's very easy and very, if I'm being frank and being fair, it's very natural to say, oh, well, God must have set that light. That's why it is, because the hand of a creator made it. And then as you learn more about it, you realize, no, it's not just a creator setting it. There are actually empirical reasons why it is the speed that it is.
Absolutely. I'm not refuting that. I'm saying that when they do discover these things, it is when they eventually do, that these things are so precise that it's that where I see that it was a design, in my opinion, a designed thing. That is where I'm coming from. Or we discover things all the time. And I'm coming from a point of a designer for those things.
Okay,
not
so
that it's magic or anything.
Let's talk about precision really quick, because precision to me, I feel like it's a chimera. And here's what I'm going to point out to you. Let me pull this up on the screen real quick. Look at this number. It's incredibly precise. In fact, the way that I put it on screen, it is, let me make it a little smaller. It's precise to 100 digits. And if that number were off, even if I changed this 4 to a 3, then guess what?
Yes.
We wouldn't be able to the highest degree of accuracy, define the area of a circle or the diameter of a circle, or many other, I think you probably recognize what this number is. It's pi.
Yes,
okay.
pi.
It's also
It's
an
very
irrational
precise.
number, which means it goes on forever, which means that if we want to, we can make it precise to 1,000,000 digits if we want to. And you could say,
sure.
why is it at the 1,000,000th digit, it's exactly the number 7? Well, is it because of the hand of God, or is it just because when you take out an irrational number and keep multiplying it out till you get to the 1,000,000th digit, you're going to hit some number. It's going to be precise, but that doesn't mean it's God.
Well, I'm not necessarily making that case. Well, I kind of am, but I'm saying I'm looking up right now. The cosmological constant is about 1 in the 10 to the 120th power. That's a lot of zeros. Gravity and electromagnetism is 1 in the 10
but do you
to
know
the
what
36th
do you know what the cosmological constant most prominently defines?
It's the expansion rate.
Bingo. So
the
the
universe.
cosmological, it's not the expansion rate, but the point is, you need the cosmological constant to understand and to calculate the expansion rate. So the expansion rate is driven by dark energy. Dark energy is something that even our top physicists today don't truly fully understand. They will all tell you that. My point is that it's, of course, it feels really precise to look at the cosmological constant and say, oh my gosh, look how precise it is. Yeah, but it also feels magical when you don't understand where the number comes from. And right now, admittedly, as a society of humans, we don't understand where the cosmological constant comes from. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a sound, basic might be the wrong term, but a sound quantum physics reason why the number is what it is. You know, the best theories that I've heard
I'm sure there is.
Right.
I'm sure there is again, there's, you know, after, let's just say the Big Bang, there was precise actually sets of events and causes for these things. And I mean, that's where I put my belief in, is that there was a beginning.
I'm not mad at you for believing in God, but I'm just saying, let's also be honest here. These fine-tuning constants are, in another way of speaking, God of the gaps dressed up in cosmological physics terms. I say it's dressed up that way because we know that the numbers are there. We know that they're tremendously precise. We know that if they change by even a little bit, our universe as we know it would cease to exist. But we don't know why the numbers are what they are. Some of them maybe we'll never know because, you know, at some point you reach, you know, limits of the frontiers of knowledge and science. But even if we never learn why the cosmological constant is exactly what it is, doesn't mean that the answer has to be God. I mean, and I'm not trying to insult you when I say this, but I mean, every time you reach for, like, this is why the fine-tuning argument kind of, you know, makes me exhausted sometimes, because ultimately, whether people want to admit it or not, the fine-tuning argument is another dressed up version of the God of the gaps. There's a number, it feels really weird and random, and it feels very precise, and I don't know why the number is the number it is. So, God.
It's just very difficult for me to imagine it coming from nothing, you know, and so that and not.
No, I didn't say it would come from nothing. So again, like talking about the speed of light, for example, the speed of light does not come from nothing. It was not just magically set there by a deity. We actually can tell you now why the speed of light is the exact speed that it is. For the first 100+ years that we could measure the speed of light, we didn't know why that was the speed. We just knew that was the speed. And admittedly, a lot of people, even scientific people, probably would have said, well, the speed is just what it is. It comes from nothing. But the simple fact is that there are real empirical reasons why the speed of light is not twice what it is, or why it's not half of what it is. And those reasons are not nothing. Those reasons are physics.
Yes. And those physics are, to me, they're finely tuned to the degree in which light travels and the gravitational forces and things. And I mean, that's just, when it comes down to it, it's just a set of beliefs. Like, I'm not refuting that these discoveries don't exist. Of course, evolution might even be true, but where it all began from.
Larry. Might even be, Larry. Don't tell me you're a young Earth creationist.
No.
Okay. But you said that evolution might even be true.
Well, I'm saying that I do believe the universe is probably around 13.8 billion years old, but I believe that it is that old. I think there was a beginning to it. That's what most of the consensus is out there, that the universe is that old.
I'm sorry to be a dick, but you just said that evolution might even be true. Like Larry.
Well, it is. I'm saying it is true. I'm just saying. I'm just giving a.
I mean, it's not what you said. You threw in a might even in there too, and yes, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire on this one.
Sure. I concede with that. I'm just saying that what I'm basically trying to say is that all of this had some kind of beginning. And obviously there's
But
the
which is
objective
fine
moral
for you to
argument.
believe in. But again, I'm going to say it again. That is an assertion, and it's an assertion that you can't actually back up with any empirical evidence. The entire evidence that you have, and maybe I'm being overly
Well, that's
dismissive
both
here, so
sides of
tell
the
me if I'm
argument,
wrong, but the
is that-
entire evidence that you have is a thought experiment that says I had one thing that came from something else, and therefore it had to come from somewhere else, and on and on and on, and you feel like, okay, that can't go on forever, and therefore God. That is a thought experiment, and I'm not telling you you're wrong for having a thought experiment, but that is your entire evidence.
Well, my thought process is that it can't be of the known physical universe. It can't. Something physical can't create itself, so it has to be something metaphysical, just by that logic. And then obviously, I know we touched on
God can't create himself, which I agree. God can't create himself. So where did God come from? I mean, that's where that's going to go. I mean, every time it's going to go there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's God creating himself, or God can't create a mountain he can't lift, or whatever. I mean, there are certain logical contradictions that just don't apply.
There's not a logical contradiction in saying it. So no, hold up. I understand the logic about, can God, create a burrito so hot that he can't eat it? Okay, that's a logical contradiction. There's not a logical contradiction if you have posited a chain of cause and effect that goes back all the way until you have then decided, you have asserted that there is a magic man outside the chain of cause and effect who doesn't have to abide by cause and effect, and that's why my worldview works. And to be clear, I'm not trying to dig at you for believing in God. Believe in God, that's fine. But this argument that you're giving is, if I'm being really blunt about it, is intellectually bankrupt, because you're saying that everything has to have a cause, and then when at the point where you don't know where the cause comes from anymore, guess what you're throwing in? The God of the gaps. So many of the arguments for God,
an uncaused cause, an uncaused cause.
That's word salad. That is, so in other words, that's special pleading. That's what that is. That's special pleading. It's saying, well, I think that everything has to have a cause, but because I can't resolve that through to infinity, I at some point have to stick in a special case. Oh, my special case is God. And I'm not.
Everything in the physical universe has to have a cause. I'm talking about something, something
Why?
metaphysical has to have created something physical.
Why?
That's because something physical can't create itself. That's a logical contradiction.
Creation and cause are two different things.
I know, but if you can't say that that a cause can't cause itself, I'm saying that the physical universe can't cause itself. Something physical that can't cause something physical can't create itself.
You know what you're thinking about
so
again?
So it has to be something outside of it.
You're thinking on the timeline again. You're thinking in Newtonian time, because in your head, you're saying that there's this timeline that goes back and feels like almost infinite, or 14 billion years or whatever, and you're like, I can't figure out what came before then. But what you're doing to fix that is you're creating a Newtonian timeline and saying there has to be something before that. Even the statement that God created is a temporal statement, because God created automatically implies there was a moment before God's creation when there was not a creation. So creation, the verb, the action of creation is a temporal statement, which means if you're going to state that God created anything, especially if we're talking about the universe, you're putting God on your own Newtonian timeline.
I'm not though, because I don't know what that is.
Okay. Work through me with this, because we've had a good conversation. I feel like this is in good faith. So do you understand when I say that the statement God created is a temporal statement?
Yes. At that time, he placed himself in time.
Let me be
If that
even
makes
more
sense.
blunt about this. So let's look at the Word of God. And
Okay.
you may not like this. I don't know what versions you like to read. The New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, is every time I've been able to tell the most faithful to the original Hebrew. It says, when God, let me say it again, when God began to create. Those are temporal statements. This is the word of God. This is from the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
When God began to create, that immediately, there is no logical way in the human construct. I mean, unless we're going to just default back to, well, his ways are mysterious. If we're going to assume that words mean something, there is no logical way to read those and assume that the idea that when God began to create means that he's outside of space and time. The word of God itself is spoken and written in temporal terms. So according to your own scripture, he's not
Yes.
outside of space and time.
Well, he was until he became temporal when he began to create.
Let me ask you this. Where in the Bible...
Does that make sense though?
No. Where in the Bible does it say that God is outside of space and time?
It doesn't say. I'm just making the conclusion when he began to create. So if he began to create, he became temporal. So he wasn't temporal.
Listen to what you
before that.
said. He became you can't even say it without using temporal terms, okay? If he became temporal,
Well, right,
that means at
right.
some point he was not temporal, which means he was on a timeline. And of course, I know what the answer to this is already. There is no place in the Bible that it ever even insinuates that God is outside of space and time. That is entirely a post hoc tradition that is created in Christianity to try to wrestle with this problem. But the simple fact is that if we look at God's word, every bit of it from word one, the first word of the Bible, is a temporal statement. And if you think that he wasn't in space and time and then entered space or became part of space and time to create, that is a temporal statement.
Yeah, he became temporal.
So became
To
means
create.
that there was a before and after, which means that either there's an Newtonian timeline, which, as I've already pointed out, is against everything that we know about physics, or it means that he is in his own. It doesn't mean he could be outside of our space and time, but it doesn't mean that he's outside of all space and time.
It could be a different type of time. We don't know. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Larry, that's where it's
We
a
don't know.
different type of time. I mean, if
But
we're
we
going to
don't
do
know.
that,
I mean,
then we
we
could
don't
just
know.
say,
We don't know.
well, yeah, and God's ways are mysterious. I mean, that's what that comes down to. You know, a different type of time. I mean, with all due respect, you can't even define what that means.
Well, honestly, I can't. All I can say is that there was a beginning of our time, and that whenever that began, whatever caused it had to have been outside of itself.
Yeah,
And
which
so
would be its
I don't
own
know-
space time.
Okay, it could be. Logically, I can accept that.
But you didn't earlier because I showed you the graph of it when I was like, okay, here's our space time, and then God is in His space time, which of course most Christians don't want to admit that, because then it leads them back to the infinite regress. I mean, every single time you tackle this question, it's always going to lead you to the infinite regress question until you do one or two things. Three things. If you either accept that it's possible for something to be infinite, and I'm not asking you to, okay, but that's one answer, okay? If you accept that God also lives inside of a space-time, which then leads to an infinite regress, okay? Because then where did that space-time come from? Where did that space-time come from? Or the third one, which is that if you accept that space-time, as every physical or physics theory that we understand in the modern era tells us, they're not two different things. Space-time are the same thing. So to talk about something being outside, we can talk about something being outside of our space-time, but we have no reason whatsoever beyond woo, like, oh, because God can, other than using magic language. We have no reason to believe that anyone or anything or anything can truly exist outside of a space-time. It's perfectly reasonable to think that something could exist outside of our space-time, but there is no reason other than because it makes me feel good to say that something can exist outside of all space-time. And even with all due respect, every time I talk to a theist about this, if you ask them to explain it, they can't explain it without using temporal terms every single time.
Yes. Well, it's like trying to describe a color I've never seen before, or something like that. But what I'm saying is, like, if God is outside of space, we just talked about space and time being together. If there's no space, there's no time. And could a mind exist in that realm? I don't know what other term to describe it. That's what I'm trying to explain.
That's another big thing for me as an atheist.
He exists. If there's no space that he exists in, then there would be no time at all.
Well, let's be more tactile about this, because I feel you. All right, I've thought about this myself. Clearly I'm coming from the atheist perspective. I mean, that's not hidden, right? But let's look at it from a different perspective. Give me just a second. I'm sending my wife a text. Okay, so the Neoplatonic ideal of God, which is not consistent with the Hebrew Bible, but that's another discussion. The Neoplatonic ideal of God is that he is omnipresent, he's omniscient, he's like this universe mind or outside universe mind or whatever, okay? We have no evidence whatsoever. I know there are like panpsychists. There are people who've, I'm a sci-fi fan, so people have thought about, could space clouds be conscious and such, and that's fun to talk about. But we have no reason whatsoever, empirically at least, to believe that a mind of any type could ever exist outside of a physical brain. Now I know that Christians don't want to hear that because they're like, oh, but my soul's going to go on. So let's not even talk about God for a second. Let's just talk about your soul. All right. So it's one thing to think that there's some essence about you, that when you die, your essence is going to float to heaven or hell, or it's going to float through the universe or something like that. Right. But nobody ever actually thinks about what that means. If you could be conscious, how would you see anything without an organ that's actually designed to collect photons?
I agree to that.
Yeah. And how could you hear anything? How could you, so I'm not going to say to you definitively that you couldn't have a consciousness without sensory organs, but I will tell you this. I think that the idea of a consciousness with no ability to sense anything is a recipe for utter fucking madness.
Yeah. And I understand what you're saying. I mean, a lot of this is skeptical, and I completely understand. And even for atheists, for Christians, whoever, some of the stuff we'll just never know. It's like when it comes down to it, just never know. And they're great thought experiments, and
as a theist, you believe that you will know because you believe that after you die, you'll be like, oh.
Well, what I meant is I won't know if I'll be seeing or not or whatever. I don't know, and but I'm just saying that it's hard for me to imagine an infinite regress like there was definitely some sort of beginning. And
Well,
we have one thing we haven't touched on either is the objective moral argument as well.
oh,
And,
that's
I don't
that. Oh God, no, that's
I don't
worse.
think you can have. I don't think you can have objective moral truths if you're an atheist.
There are no objective moral truths. So you're right. You can't have objective moral truths without God. And by the way, you can't have objective moral truths with God. At least not with the Christian God. That's for sure. There is no. I would. It doesn't feel. I don't want to say this as an accusatory way. It doesn't feel to me like you're a big Bible reader, but I'll say this anyway. Can you please show me anywhere in your Bible where there is objective morality?
The Ten Commandments.
Okay, good. Let's pull that up. And full disclosure, I've done a whole video on this, so like I don't want you to feel like I'm just trying to lay my cards on the table here. Okay, so these are objective moral truths, huh? Okay, so I am Yahweh your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. You shall have no other gods before me. What's the objective standard in that?
You shall have no other gods before me. That I interpret it as you shouldn't be worshiping anything else other than God.
Okay, first of all, do you understand what you just said? I interpret it as. So any statement that starts with I interpret it as is probably not going to be very objective. Now, I know I'm being a little harsh here, but I'm saying to you, you have the words right there. You shall have no other gods before me. As simple as that might sound, believe it or not, there are multiple ways to read that. When I was growing up, and for my 40 years as a Christian, I was always taught that meant that there are no other gods, period. But that's actually not what it says. In fact, if you read carefully throughout the Hebrew Bible, it's pretty clear that the Hebrew Bible believes that there are other gods. Now, it believes that they're lesser, okay, but it definitely is written from the perspective of people who believe that there are other gods. So, like I said, and I'm not putting this interpretation on you, but when I was growing up, I was taught that this meant that there are no other gods, like this was the Shema. But the fact is, that's not what the words say. So if you accept that that's not what the words say, because quite frankly, that's not what the words say, so then what are the other interpretations? And these are all interpretations. Well, one interpretation is that you should not put any gods, you should not worship any gods above me, okay? Which still isn't technically what it says. That is a reasonable interpretation, but it's not technically what it says. And if you look at how they treated the temple, like the tabernacle and then the temple, these were treated as sacred spaces where one of the big things that gets actually revisited multiple times in the Hebrew Bible is not that there aren't any other gods. Again, the Bible basically confirms that according to this theology, there are other gods. But what's really important is that in the temple, you don't have any other idols of any other gods that are anywhere near my Holy of Holies. That's another interpretation. Now, I know some Christians will not like that interpretation, but my point is, I have just named to you 3 different interpretations, and I have not stretched. I have not sat here and, I have not tried to tell you this is how they conjugate this, this word from the Hebrew. I'm not reaching here. I'm saying that even within basic text, there are at least 3 ways to read that one. So that if there are 3 ways to reasonably read a commandment, it's not objective. It's based on your interpretation.
They all point to the same thing, though. I mean, there are people who claim to be God. It actually sums it up quite nicely and simply for Bronze Age people to understand. You shall not have any other gods before me.
I just told you there's at least 3 logical interpretations of this. So the idea that you can then turn around and say, but it sums it up neatly for Bronze Age people. No, it doesn't. Not if you can actually read it 3 different ways. Now, to be clear, Larry, I'm not telling you that in the city of Jerusalem in 500 BCE. I'm not telling you that every Hebrew read this and thought of this 3 different ways. They may have all had a common cultural understanding of how it should be read. But I'm telling you that the words themselves are anything but objective. And if there is an objective standard to it, it's because you have subjectively, as a society, decided this is the objective standard that we're going to settle upon. It's not in the text inherently. You have to bring, it's not in exegesis, you have to bring it to the text via eisegesis. Let's continue. You shall not make for yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water underneath. I mean, I can tell you, again, as someone who's a Christian for 40 years, what exactly is an idol? That is massively open to interpretation. I sat through many sermons where my preacher told me that if I was, really concerned with making more money at my job, or if I wanted to be famous, or if I wanted to screw a bunch of, beautiful women, those could be considered idols. Of course, you can also look at this as a much more literal thing, like, no, you can't actually have an idol of Chemosh, or an idol of Baal, or an idol of Asherah. I mean, those at least are 2 very easy and reasonable interpretations to be taken from the text.
but they all point to idolization. So it can be a statue.
You can't just look at it and say, well, because they all fall under a big, broad umbrella that I'm making, that means that the commandment itself is objective. That doesn't make the commandment objective just because you have decided in your head that these 2. See, you say that they all.
What's the definition of an idol?
That's what I'm saying. There are multiple definitions of idol. There's not one definition of an idol. So we can go through these.
There are universal definitions. There's a universal definition for idol.
You do understand that for most words in any language, there are multiple definitions for that word, right?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I want to be clear. Do you understand that in almost any language, for most words, there are multiple definitions for individual words? Well, yeah, of course. Like an idol it can be a physical object. It could be.
So just because you have decided that you think that you know what the broader category is, doesn't make this objective. It makes it subjective. You have brought your eisegesis to the text. You have decided in your head that you know what this means. And to be clear, Larry, I'm not telling you you're wrong, but I'm telling you that this is anything but objective.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I think an idol is anything that can be idolized that pulls you away from God.
Do you know?
It's pretty simple.
Do you know what subjective means? The word?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's my own personal point of view on
it's
something.
Mind dependent. So in order for something to be objective, it has to be independent of a mind. So I'll give you an example of something that's objective. Math, like 1 + 1 = 2. That is an objective fact. It doesn't matter whether you agree with it, it's still true. It doesn't matter whether you feel like you have a different interpretation for 1 and 2. The simple fact is that 1 + 1, as long as we know what the symbols mean, but the abstract concepts of 1 and 1 = 2 is an objective concept. It is independent of mind. There is not a single one of these commands that is independent of your mind.
So in any kind of law, like you're in your state or in your city, you can just use any of the words and say, oh, well, it means something else over here, or it can be up for interpretation. So
almost all laws are by definition subjective. Now, I mean, I could get really esoteric on you and I would say, look, even if the law says that it says something that feels very objective, I could still say technically it's still subjective because it still has to be interpreted by human minds. But I assume what you're trying to get to is if the law says, that here's something you must do or that you can't do. Like I have to file my taxes on April 15th. that feels like an objective law, although it's not objective because there's a bunch of, exceptions, and, but there are some things that get closer to objective. And here's the funny part, Larry.
What about context?
Well,
So,
hold
for
on.
example,
The funny part is that some of the most objective commandments in the Bible are the ones that Christians absolutely refuse to accept. They're like, no, we don't have to follow those anymore. Those are the ceremonial laws. Those are the ritual laws. Those are the like, for example, I can pull up Leviticus for you and, don't eat shellfish. I mean, that's still, we could still say, because it's words and words get processed through your mind, technically speaking, it's still subjective. But I would understand if you said, look, that's an objective thing. Don't eat shellfish. Except guess what? Christians don't believe they have to follow it, even though it feels really objective to say, don't eat shellfish. How can I make it simpler? But they're like, no. But everything else that they still feel that, no, that still applies to us is totally subjective. These 10 commandments are a perfect example of that. Let me give you a perfect one here. Let's scroll down. You shall not murder. You didn't say this, but I've had Christians say to me, oh, that's subjective. It's not objective at all. First of all, it's a tautology, because murder is by definition an unjustified killing. Every society in the history of mankind has always banned unjustified killings because it's an unjustified killing. So the only way that we know whether it's murder or just killing is what's justified and what's not. Oh, guess what? That's completely subjective.
So you shall not murder is subjective?
It's totally subjective. It can't be anything. I mean, again, there's two problems with it. One is that it's a tautology, because the idea that you can't murder, guess what? You didn't need God for that. There is not a single society in the history of mankind, going back to when we were just apes, that ever thought murder was okay, because murder by definition is an unjustified killing. Every society, pagan societies, atheist societies, it doesn't matter. They all ban unjustified killings because by definition, if it's unjustified, it's not allowed. So then the question is, but what's justified and what's not? Guess what? There is no definition here for what's justified and what's not. And you know that inherently. I mean, we have states where you can kill someone they will kill someone for committing a murder. Other states will not. It's a subjective call based on each state decides whether or not they support the death penalty or not. It's when you go to war. Most people think that when I go to war, if I get drafted and get sent to the front line, that I'm not morally responsible for killing the other people. And normally I would agree with you, but that is a subjective call. Jainists would tell you, no, even if you're drafted, you should never go to war and kill somebody. There are people now who would say, well, the Nazis that went into the front lines, they weren't justified. Although I would argue that the young men going to the front line, most of them didn't know what they were doing. They were just answering the call. But the point is that there is nothing remotely objective about the statement that you shall not murder. It is completely subjective. You shall not commit adultery. Well, what exactly constitutes adultery? Because guess what? In the Hebrew Bible, going to a sex worker does not constitute adultery. But I don't know what your relationship status is, Larry, but if you are married and you go talk to your partner and say, hey, I went to a sex worker tonight, is that cool? Most partners would be like, no, that's not cool. They would not be very happy with you. But guess what? The Bible doesn't have a problem with it, because it's subjective. You shall not steal actually works the same way as murder. Stealing is in a tautology. Stealing is by definition an unjustified taking. Every society in the history of humanity has always banned unjustified takings because it's unjustified. But what makes it unjustified and what makes it justified, that's completely subjective. There is no definition here for what is justified and what is not. That is a subjective judgment call. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. First of all, the question of who is your neighbor is subjective, because there are reasonable readings of this text that would have you believe that your neighbor means you can't lie against fellow Israelites or fellow Hebrews. Now, of course, modern Christians won't take it that way. They'll say, no, it just means you can't lie, period. But, there's subjective stuff here in what your neighbor means. But even false witness, I mean, as soon as you start talking about lies, white lies, lies of omission, I mean, what is or is not a lie? Completely subjective. You shall not covet your neighbor's house or your neighbor's wife or male or female slave. That's always a fun one. Ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. What constitutes covet? If I just look over at my neighbor's wife and I'm like, yeah, she's attractive. Have I coveted her? I don't know. It's a subjective call. If I had a wet dream about her last night, but I don't do anything to act upon it, am I coveting her? I don't know. It's a subjective call. All of this stuff is subjective. I know I'm beating up with this, but you still there, Larry?
Yeah, I'm here. No, it is a very thought-provoking and interesting angle to the Ten Commandments. The command that they are from God would make them objective.
So that's called divine command theory. And not only is that morally bankrupt, but even worse than that is that if we're supposed to believe, so there are multiple problems with this. First of all, as I've already said, subjective means mind independent. If it's dependent upon the mind of God, that's still mind dependent. It's still subjective. So just saying, oh, but it's the mind of God that makes it, doesn't make it mind independent. It's still subjective. But even worse than that, you could try to get around that and say, well, okay, it's based on God's mind, but God will lay down the law, exactly what we should do. Except the problem is, throughout the Old Testament and especially into the New Testament, the edicts of God change all the time, and the morals and the commands that we're supposed to follow change all the time. They even change today depending upon what denomination you're in and what verses you think apply to you and which ones don't. Remember, like I just said, in Leviticus, it's not Moses who's telling you not to eat shellfish. According to the text, it's God. It's God telling you not to eat shellfish. And yet, even in the New Testament, in Acts, in Galatians, and etc., there's all these other rules that they try to say, look, we don't have to follow the dietary laws, which is fine. I'm not mad at you for not following the dietary laws, because guess what? Shellfish are delicious. Bacon's delicious. I don't blame you. I would eat shellfish and bacon too, even when I was a Christian. But my point is, if you want to tell me that, well, it's subjective because it comes from the mind of God, then first of all, that is logically incoherent, because anything that comes from any mind, even the mind of God, has to be, by definition, subjective. And even worse, if you wanted to somehow fall back on the idea that, well, it's subjective because it comes from God, so it's not going to change. No, it changes all the time. An objective standard wouldn't change. An objective standard...
It's objective, but it might be applicable in different societies that might be different from one another. So, for example, you said, don't covet your neighbor, right? And you said, what is a neighbor? Well, I live in Southern California. My neighbor is the guy that lives next door. In a different country, or in a different setting, might be your neighbor above you or below you, or someone who shares a bed, or I don't know, next to you, whatever. I don't know.
Right. That's the definition of subjective, right there.
But the act of coveting can apply in all those different settings, though. You get what I'm saying? So you could still covet in those different cultural settings that may differ from one another.
But the point is, what constitutes coveting is subjective.
We just gave you examples right there, right? It actually
you gave me examples where you feel like this would be covetous. In other words,
he gives you examples in the scripture. Your neighbor's wife, a donkey, whatever. He's giving you examples of what coveting is.
Larry, you're not listening to me. Larry, you're not listening, because I read it that you're not supposed to covet your neighbor's wife. I understand that. But I said, what constitutes coveting? That's not given in the scriptures. If I look across the street, my neighbor and his wife are walking out, and I just think to myself, she's pretty hot. And that's all I do. I don't try to hit on her. I don't go in the bedroom and jerk off. I don't do anything. Have I coveted her? I don't know. It's a judgment call.
It's a want. It's a want of something that you don't have.
It's a judgment call as to whether or not I've coveted her.
Well, no. Did you want her, or did you just compliment her in your head? Oh, she's pretty, or hey, that's a nice looking car. Or do you want that car or woman? That's
Again,
what
whether or
coveting
not,
is.
even whether or not
There's a difference there, man. I mean, you can't just say like you can't
No,
conflate
hold up.
compliments to coveting.
What does subjective mean?
Well, we established that, right?
Right. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm trying to make a point here. So what does subjective mean?
You said it's dependent on the mind, right?
Right. Where does coveting happen?
In your mind.
Right. So how can you possibly say that a command not to covet, which is a crime which in theory, I know you can act upon it, but in theory, the crime happens in your mind. And subjective means mind independent. And yet you're going to tell me somehow that the command not to covet is objective.
Well, you're wanting something though.
Where does wanting happen?
That's still a verb though. You get what I'm saying?
But where does it happen?
It's not dependent on where it happens. If it happens in your mind, you're still wanting something.
It's dependent upon where it happens if we're going to define whether it's subjective or objective.
Yeah, but it can still be objective though. We can all still objectively
It cannot be
see
mind
the sky
dependent
blue.
and be objective. That is illogical.
So is nothing objective?
No, I've already explained. So like, for example, first of all, to be clear, there aren't many things.
Everything is processed in your mind.
There aren't many things that we deal. Well, I mean, on a
you know what I mean?
On an ontological level, yes, because we could be in the
It just happens
matrix.
to mind, so nothing's subjective.
Right. I mean, and
everything happens in
this,
your mind.
you know, this
Everything's
kind of
processed
devolves
in your
into
brain.
hard solipsism, and I'm not trying to go there. Okay. So, but yes, on a theoretical basis, everything that we have to make a decision on is subjective. Even if the decision is, hey, there's a law that says you can't eat shellfish, and then I have to understand the law and I have to decide whether or not you ate shellfish or not. I mean, that feels, if I'm being honest, that feels pretty objective. You either ate shellfish or you didn't. But because of the fact that it goes through the mind on an ontological level, yes, that is still technically subjective. But I'm not trying to be a rules lawyer here, okay? I do understand that the question of whether or not you ate shellfish, most of us would consider that to be a reasonably objective question. The question of whether or not you have or I have coveted some woman or wanted some woman is the definition of subjective.
No, did you want her or not?
Even answering that question is subjective because you don't even know sometimes what emotions have fired in your own brain. You have to decide whether you have wanted her.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, exactly. It's an act. That's exactly what I'm saying. Wanting
Right,
is a
but
verb.
my
You
point
are
is,
acting
this is
upon
subjective. I mean, other people could look. So I could sit here and say, you know, every time my neighbor walks to his car with his wife, I stare at his wife and man, she's hot. And someone could say, oh, you want her, therefore you have violated the 10 Commandments. And I could say, no, I didn't. And you could say, well, you just told me that you think she's hot and you stare at her every day. And I could say, yeah, but I didn't want her. I didn't. It's a subjective call.
Okay, well, that's a type of compliment then. That's just saying, oh, I like the color.
That's
of my neighbor's
your
car.
subjective definition of it.
Well,
My
no,
point-
that's not acting upon anything. If I observe something and think that something's beautiful,
Larry,
that's a
a
difference
want
between
or a
wanting
covet is a mental state. Are we really going to argue about whether mental states happen in your mind or not? Because if it happens in your mind, it's subjective.
Well, every decision starts with your mind.
Yes. This is
But
this
that-
is why
but that's not that's
this
not
is why
subjective,
objective facts and objective morals would be mind independent. Just like
So-
I
so
said,
if I pick up a cup of coffee right now, right, and I take a sip of that, me wanting that, or me saying, oh, you know what, I think a cup of coffee sounds good. That's me subjectively thinking that. But me actually picking up that cup of coffee and drinking it, that's an objective act. That's of me actually doing something.
okay,
right?
but
me actually doing something.
you're talking about wanting and coveting. That's not picking up an object and doing something. Wanting and coveting are mental states. There is no way. I mean, with all due respect, dude, there's no way that you can try. We've just covered multiple times that subjective means mind dependent, and there are so many other aspects of God's commands that we could have more meaningful discussions as to whether or not they are objective of subjective. But I feel like you're going to die on the hill of whether a mental state is from your mind.
Well, every experience is of the mind, but if you are wanting your neighbor's wife, that's not a subjective.
That's called subjective.
I know, but it's you're still coveting though, which is
Yeah,
an objective
it's
thing.
subjective. The whole thing is subjective. You want so bad to be able to call this objective, and there is no part of this that actually. And like I said, we could pick other laws, commands that at least you would have an easier time defending. You've honestly
So why
picked
can't
one
you?
of the
Why can't
worst
you
ones.
Well, why can't you interpret it as God saying, "Do not subjectively do that"? Then, so why can't that be? That's what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? What's wrong?
That's
what's
fine,
wrong with
but
that?
Larry, there's nothing wrong with that, and that's still subjective.
But it's an objective command though. So again, I'm saying, so the command for you to not do something is what
Oh
the
my
objective
God,
part
dude.
of it is.
Oh my God. It is in the so if I said to you that you must be happy tomorrow, okay, yes, I do understand that it is an objective fact that I said to you, you must be happy tomorrow. But whether or not you are happy tomorrow, whether or not you comply with my command is all entirely subjective. Don't mix up the objective fact of whether or not a command was given. You can give someone
it's an objective moral. Is
you
what
can
I'm
give
saying. So the
someone a
command is
subjective
what's
command.
moral.
And the fact
no, the
that you have
command is-
given Larry,
The
fact
command
that you
is
can,
what is the moral.
the fact
the
that you have
morale.
given someone a subjective command can be an objective fact. Yes, I have objectively given you a subjective command. That doesn't change the fact that the command itself is subjective.
It's a morale that it's an objective morale.
Calling it
though.
moral doesn't make it less subjective. I feel like you think like if you name it moral, then now it's objective. No, morals are not objective, and I'm proving it to you in terms of trying to pin it down to Christian morality. I'm still waiting for any Christian to give me an objective moral command.
Yeah, well, that's what I guess we're kind of not aligning up here. So like, when not
To be clear,
steal
Larry,
and-
I'm not insulting your morals. I'm not saying you're immoral. I have subjective morals, and you do too. There's nothing wrong with that. What I am pointing out to you is that your definition of what is subjective or not is honestly not very well aligned with the accepted understandings of what is subjective or objective. You can't just say, well, God said it and therefore it's subjective. I mean, you can say that, but that doesn't make it true.
Well, I'm saying that's the point that I am taking, right? I'm taking that divine command theory that you mentioned, that the command itself is what the objective morality is, that we should not be coveting.
That's a category error. So you can objectively say that God commanded a subjective thing. That's fine. That doesn't mean that the command itself is then objective. And like I said already,
Well, if it comes from a higher authority, claim.
okay, so that doesn't make it objective. That just means it came from a mind that you acknowledge as being higher than you. Congratulations, you acknowledge a subjective command coming from someone who has more authority over you.
Well, that's how I'm defining it as objective. Is that
Except that's not. But that's not what objective means. So I mean, you can call it objective all you want. Again, you can fall back on this really flimsy idea that, well, he made the command and therefore it's subjectively true that he made the command. That doesn't make the command objective. It's simply not true, Larry. I mean, just because and as I've already pointed out, even if it was an objective command, it's even more damning because objective commands wouldn't change. An objective command would be mind independent, which means it would have been true back in the days of Abraham, it would have been true in the days of Christ, and it would be true today. And you would have to follow it if you wanted to be moral at all times. But there is nothing throughout most of Christianity that even qualifies for that, because their commands from God have been shredded and discarded left and right.
Well, I'm saying what the qualifier is this: we all experience, me and you, for example, have coveted before, and if we pose the question, hey, is it right or wrong to covet my neighbor's wife? Is it right or wrong? Because we both experience that thing. You can say on one hand, well, no, there is no objective or greater authority than myself and my own subjectiveness. So then
I've never said that
there is no right or wrong here.
But go ahead.
And I can point to, well, no, there is.
Well, I've never
just saying
said that
that's
there's no greater authority than myself.
I do point to something objective.
Okay, but I'm still waiting for you to point to one single objective thing. Please enlighten me on the one single objective thing, because so far you have not succeeded.
Well, I guess the only way you would believe in something objective, of an objective moral truth, is if you do believe in God. And that's the thing, is that I can't.
No, even if you believe in God, believing in God doesn't make.
See,
that's the thing. Believing in God doesn't make this objective. Just because you believe in God doesn't mean that you can magically anoint something as objective that's not objective. It's like saying that it's blue, but I have decided because I believe in God, it's red.
Well, it's truth. It's a truth claim.
So
I'm making if it's right or wrong. Is it wrong? I'm making a truth claim that no, God says it's wrong to covet. So that is where I take the objective stance. I'm making a truth claim.
Well, no one doubts that. The scriptures say that God says it's wrong to covet, but that doesn't change the fact that the command itself is subjective.
So then it's not true. Like, that's the thing, is I believe that is
objective and subjective with true or false. Those are two very different concepts and are not even directly related at all. Just because something's subjective doesn't mean it's true or false.
Well, because I'm saying, is it wrong? Because I'm saying if it's wrong, is it wrong? Is it true that it's wrong? That he's saying that it's wrong. So he says, don't do it because it's wrong. So I have to objectively think to myself that is a truth claim.
Again,
and
Larry,
I am stating it as an objective
error
morality.
So the category error is this. You're saying God says it's wrong to covet, and that's objective, that, by my reading of the Ten Commandments, it's objectively true that the text says you shall not covet. I will admit to you, I have it on screen right now. I will admit to you, it is objectively true that according to the most recent translation of the Ten Commandments, that if we're to believe the text, that God says you shall not covet. That is an objective fact. But the content of what he's commanding, the substance of what he's commanding you to do or not do, is by definition subjective. I can give you a commandment to be happy tomorrow.
I don't see how it is by definition.
If I say to you, Larry, I command you to be happy tomorrow, is it an objective fact that I have commanded you to be happy?
You commanded me to do that.
Right. If I say to you, Larry, I command you to be happy tomorrow. So now that I've commanded that, is it an objective fact that I just commanded you to be happy?
That is an objective commandment.
What's that?
That is an objective commandment. That's an objective commandment, yes.
It's not an objective commandment. It's an objective fact that I have just commanded you to be happy. The commandment itself is completely subjective because there is no objective way to determine whether or not you are happy tomorrow. Even if you tell me you're happy tomorrow, it's still not an objective fact. That is a subjective fact. So this is why I say there's a category error here that you're making, which is that we can objectively say, yes, the text says you shall not covet. I'm not denying that at all. That is objectively what the text on screen in front of us both says. The substance of the command itself, what the command is actually telling you to do or not do, is by definition inherently subjective. It's no different than if I commanded you to be happy. We could agree that objectively, I have just commanded you to be happy. It doesn't change the fact that a command to be happy is a subjective command. Everything about it is subjective. Everything about the concept of happy is subjective. Everything tied to an emotion is subjective. Everything tied to an idea in your head is subjective.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is he's giving a command for us not to feel that emotion of coveting your neighbor's wife.
Right. That doesn't make the command itself objective. It is just objectively true that he's given you the command. It is objectively true that he has given you a subjective command.
I'm just trying to process this here.
Okay. I mean,
a little bit.
Honestly, I mean, we're having a good conversation. I would say we should kind of move on to something because we've already kind of gone around subjective, objective so many times. I also don't want to sound like I'm beating you up on it. Okay. Like at a certain point, you either hear what I'm saying or you don't. So, I'm not saying.
No, I do get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. I'm just, I guess it's objective because it comes from God, right? Like that's what I'm.
And that's the antithesis of what. So let's get the covet thing out of the way. Okay. Let's go to the broader question of, is something objective because it comes from God? Okay. So again, I'll give you the example that according to your holy text, the Bible is not vague on this at all. You should not eat pork and you should not eat shellfish. Now, I know whether or not you eat those things, I don't know. I don't know what your dietary habits are, but I know that most Christians eat one or both of those things. And most Christians have all kinds of reasons for why they say it's fine, because they'll point to verses in, the book of Acts and the book of Galatians. And, they'll point to they'll even point to some of the things that Jesus said in the Gospels. And they'll say, look, see, we don't have to follow these anymore. But even if they're right, okay, even if the law used to be that I couldn't eat shellfish 1,000 years ago, and now I can eat shellfish, which is fine. Laws change. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. But you can't tell me that the original law was an objective moral law, because an objective moral law wouldn't change. if it was wrong to eat pork in 1500 BCE, that it's wrong to eat pork now. And if you say, well, no, but God changed the command. Okay, that's fine. That's just proving my point that it's subjective. You can tell me it's divine command theory. Okay, you can say I couldn't eat pork if I was living in 1000 BCE in Egypt with Abraham or something. Okay, fine, because God told me I couldn't eat pork. Okay. And then you say, all right, but then now in 2026, I can eat pork because God says it's okay. That's fine too. I don't have in terms of defining what's objective and subjective, I don't care if your God had a rule 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago and now changed it. But the mere fact that he changed it.
No, I get what you're saying. I think that those laws were a different category.
Because guess
the
what?
Ten Commandments.
During the time of Abraham, 1 + 1 = 2. And today in 2026, 1 + 1 = 2. Now, someone might not agree with it because they're uneducated, because they don't know math, or they might be a little, touched in the brain. They might be like Terrence Howard and they think that 1 × 1 = 2 or something. But even if you don't know math, okay, even if you've never heard of the concept of math, it doesn't matter. 1 + 1 still = 2. It equaled 2 before. 1 + 1 = 2 before there was a single sentient human on the planet, and 1 + 1 will equal 2 after every human has gone extinct and there are no more people in the universe. 1 + 1 will always equal 2 because it's an objective fact.
No, I see what you're saying. They were objective for the ceremonial laws, but they aren't moral absolutes, right? So they're from like a different category of commandments other than the Ten Commandments.
We can play the category game, and I know that discussion pretty well. But
that's a different category of laws for something else.
Well, but I mean, first of all, if we're going to get into like what laws apply and why they don't apply or do apply anymore, we can have that discussion, and I have some fun stuff to share with you there. But that's a completely different discussion about what is subjective or objective. Okay, if the law changed by definition, it can't be objective. It's always going to be.
Well, it didn't change. It was just objective for that ceremony. Now,
it did change. You couldn't eat pork if you were following God's law 3,000 years ago. You couldn't eat pork. Period. There wasn't a like, well, you can eat pork if it's Tuesday. No, you couldn't eat pork. Period. And now, according to Christians today, they think you can eat pork, which is fine. I don't care because pork's delicious. But the point is that it doesn't matter why it changed. Objective truths don't change. Objective truths are constant. If they changed because your God changed his mind, which is, again, for the purposes of this conversation, is fine. Okay, you can tell me that every 3 days God changes his mind and sends you new laws. Sounds a little crazy to me, but okay, if that's what your God does, that would qualify under divine command theory, but it absolutely would not qualify under objective morality. It would be absolutely, by definition, subjective.
Yeah, I from what I remember, I didn't think that those, not eating shellfish was like a moral absolute. It was not in the same way the Bible treats "you shall not murder" or the Ten Commandments. It was.
See, even then, I love how you're throwing.
It wasn't.
Go ahead.
It wasn't like a declaration that eating shrimp is inherently evil in the same way murder is. Like,
okay. First of all, right here on screen, it doesn't say you can't murder because it's evil. It doesn't give you any rationale as to why you can't murder. It's just that you can't murder. And again, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I'll say this again. Murder, even saying that you can't murder, is a tautology. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say it's a tautology?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning it's a borderline pointless command, because it may sound great, like, oh, of course, we don't want our God to allow murder. Guess what? No one has ever allowed murder in the history of humanity. Now, people have had vastly different definitions of exactly what constitutes murder, The idea of what is or is not murder changes from society to society. It changes from sometimes from year to year. It changes from, all different things change what the definition of murder. But no one has ever said, yeah, we like murder. There have been places that say we like killing because we think that we're killing for just reasons. No one has ever said we like murder because murder is by definition a tautology. But that being said, and I know I'm hammering that too much, but I feel like Christians, I don't mean to lump you in, but Christians just never seem to get that. But on top of that, this doesn't say you shall not murder because it bothers my evil funny bone, because of this moral reason, because it hits this higher moral law. No, it's just a basic, simple statement that says you shall not murder. So that being said, as simple as, it's completely subjective because it does not in any way define exactly what is or is not murder. It just says you can't murder and then leaves it alone. And then it also gives you a whole bunch of conflicting stuff later in the text as to what is or is not murder. But that being said, let's look at, that's the statement for murder, right? Now let's look at Leviticus 11, 9 through 12. These you may eat of all that are in the waters, everything in the waters that has fins and scales, but anything in the seas of the streams that does not have fins and scales in the water, and among all living creatures that are in the waters, they are detestable to you, and detestable they shall remain. Of their flesh you shall not eat. Now, remember, what was the 10th commandment for murder? It was just, you shall not murder. Here it says, of these things you shall not eat. And yet you're trying to tell me that one is some higher moral law in the... Now, to be clear, I'm not trying to beat you up over this because I understand that here's what Christians do on this. There's a long tradition of breaking these things out into different categories, which, by the way, are never defined in the text. You're never going to find any list that says, well, those are the moral laws, those are the ceremonial laws. Like, those are all post-biblical constructs. But even if we want to say that, okay, if you want to tell me, I understand. I'm not trying to be obtuse here, Larry. I understand. I'm not trying to say that murder and eating shellfish should be seen as the same thing. That's not my point. But I'm saying that in terms of reading the objective laws from your God, that there is no logical way to sort these out. Like, oh, clearly you can see that the murder is really important, but the shellfish isn't. One says you shall not murder. The other says you shall not eat these things.
Right. I just see the 10 commandments, they affect usually someone else. But the ceremonial type of laws.
So those are constructs that you were laying on top of it.
Well, I'm just saying that they're for your personal, to keep yourself clean. And then there are civil laws also,
but I'm saying the words of your
Like,
God don't make that distinction. The words of your God say you shall not murder, which, by the way, I can get behind, even though I've said it's a tautology, but yes, let's not murder people. And it says you shall not eat these things. They're detestable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
they're not in the same place in the Bible, though. There's context into when God actually commanded these things and why. But
yeah, you're right. They're not in the same place in the Bible, but also keep in mind that a lot of these things, not the dietary laws, but a lot of these things carry the penalty of death. Not the dietary laws, they don't. But my point is, you can't. I'm not trying to. Maybe I'm being unfair by painting you in this corner. But just because they're in different parts of the Bible doesn't magically make one more important than the other.
No, I'm not saying they're one's more important than the other. I'm just saying that there are types of laws. There's moral laws, ceremonial laws, and civil laws,
which are distinctions you will find nowhere in the Bible.
Well, in the places that they are in. So in the context, like if you actually read where you're at right now. He's distincting the nation of Israel. He's placing kind of like a border around them, differentiating them from their neighbors. You know what I mean? Like
let me be
in
clear
that
here.
context.
I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're saying, look, we can tell from the context of where these are given which ones are more or less important, right?
Not more or less important, just the reasons why they were given. And you know, the Ten Commandments are moral. The ones that you're talking about unclean, eating unclean, those are ceremonial and ritual. So I'm not arguing about ceremonial or ritual objective truths. I'm talking about the moral truths, which are the Ten Commandments.
Well, I mean, you don't honestly think that the Ten Commandments are the only moral truths, do you?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just classifying. They're you know, I'm trying to give an attempt at classifying them.
Right. I mean,
as the Ten Commandments are moral.
You're trying to give the same
eating
apologetic
something
that
unclean isn't moral.
You're trying to give the
It's
same
not a moral
apologetic that
thing.
every Christian gives when they explain why they feel like they need to follow some laws and they don't need to follow others. So in terms of where things are, you know.
Well, no, and eating shellfish isn't a basis of morality. It's it's something ceremonial. You get what I'm saying? Like that.
Well,
like
I mean,
it's a different classification of laws, just like we have now.
I
right? We have different
understand what you're saying.
classification
I'm
of laws.
saying you're imposing that on the text. It's not stated in the text anywhere. It's in fact the idea. Do you know where the idea of clean or unclean animals comes from?
The idea of them? What do you mean?
So most Christians that I know think that the dietary laws are just there as a proto version of trying to keep people from getting sick. You know, like don't eat pork because it has trichinosis. Don't eat, you know, which there may have been some aspects of that, okay? But every time that they say clean or unclean, which they say all the damn time in the Pentateuch, I mean, that is a massive concept. It's because for these ancient Hebrews, it was very common that their idea of clean and unclean and sinful and non-sinful were nearly synonymous. Nowadays, if I come in from having, I don't know, played touch football or something on the weekend and I'm covered with dirt, I mean, yeah, I need to take a shower, but no one thinks that I've sinned, right? You're like, yeah, go take a shower, dude. You're dirty, you're sweaty, you're stinky. Okay, so I go take a shower. Nobody thinks that I've sinned because I came in the house dirty, right? But this is something that most Christians, I think, gloss over or don't really want to think about anymore because they assume that this term clean or unclean is somehow not as literal as it sounds. But the simple fact is that the ancient Hebrews believed that ritually speaking, those things that were physically unclean were also spiritually unclean. They felt like it was actually a sin, which is why you had to atone for being physically dirty. So if an animal like a pig always wallowed in the mud, they're like, oh, that's dirty. You know, I mean, ancient Jews had no idea what fucking trichinosis was. They'd never heard of it. But they knew that the animal wallowed in the mud and it looked dirty, so that felt like an unclean thing. And let me give you another perfect example of this, because here we have from Leviticus 18, verse 19: "You shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness while she is in her menstrual uncleanness." Now, whether or not, well, first of all, I don't know if you have sex with women or not. And if you do, whether or not you and your partner or partners have sex while she's on her period is, of course, your own business. I don't care. Some people think it's a big deal. Some people don't. Some people don't like it. Some people don't care. But the point is, most modern people understand that it's a personal preference. And if it's something that you do, it's like, yeah, you go wash off afterwards. It's no big deal. But here, in the same section where they're talking about having sexual relations with your neighbor's wife, and in the same section where they're talking about sacrificing your children to Molech, in the exact same paragraph, they open it by saying, don't screw your woman while she's on her period. Doesn't that feel like an odd juxtaposition to you?
Okay.
And the reason that it feels so odd to us is because modern people who understand fucking science and understand hygiene and everything, they realize that, okay, if you don't want to have sex with your woman on her period, I mean, that's your personal choice, but it's not a big deal. Like, if you do it, you go clean off, who cares?
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand that
but,
point.
But I'm saying
the point.
But my point is, it's followed immediately by screwing your neighbor's wife and sacrificing your children to Molech. It's all put one after the other as though these are somehow related. And the reason that they're put in this order, I mean, I can't tell you the exact reason that each sentence is put in order, but the reason these are all grouped together is because in terms of the way that the ancient Hebrews thought about cleanness and uncleanness, having sex with a woman with her dirty menstrual blood and everything was not just seen as an inconvenience. It wasn't just seen as, well, you need to go over to the river and wash off or something. No, it was seen as actually sinful because they saw physical uncleanness as highly analogous or identical to ritual uncleanness or sin.
You know, some morality, right? It's usually connected with someone else, and you have like moral laws, where like more like civil laws would be like today it would be like making the law that you can't drive till you're 16. That's not really a moral law. You know what I mean? It's a civil law.
That's because
there are
I don't disagree with you, but this is a distinction again that you are layering on top of the text. There is no place in the text where it says, here's the moral laws, here's the civil laws. Here, there are places where a logical modern person can read through these laws and say, well, this feels like a group of civil laws, okay? But then I brought up this text in front of you to point out.
Well, no, but the context and when they were said.
But I brought up this text in front of you to point out that things that we think are clearly, like sacrificing your children to Molech, I hope we can both agree is morally a very different proposition from having sex with your wife when she's on her period. No,
I see what you're saying, of course.
So
yes,
there is clearly, at least by any modern standard, there's no moral connection between these, even though they're listed right after each other. So if I sit here and say to you what I think is moral and what is not, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not saying that there aren't laws from the Old Testament that I would call moral. And of course, there are some of them that feel like civil ordinances. I get that. I'm not arguing with you, but I'm saying that every time we draw those distinctions, we are imposing our own standards on the text where it does not exist. And the worst part of this is the part and my viewers will probably get tired of me pulling this up, but I love this. These are the words of your God King, who told you, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. The law or the prophets was the way that they referred to the Hebrew Bible as a whole. Okay, so he's really saying, do not think that I have come to abolish the Bible. I have come to not to abolish, but to fulfill. Now, a lot of Christians will try to tell you that the word fulfill here means that the law goes away, which makes no semantic sense whatsoever. There is no other context in which fulfilling a law magically makes it go away, but they'll try to tell you that. But then keep reading what Jesus says. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law. He's not talking about one law. He's talking about the law until all is accomplished. Now, again, I've heard Christians try to tell me, well, see, he accomplished everything. That's why it's done. But he says, until heaven and earth pass away. I'm reading this to you from earth. I'm pretty sure that you are listening to me speak from earth. He says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. And this last sentence, I think, gets glossed over too often by Christians, because even though they might know what the Pharisees were, I mean, the Pharisees were known for being like the rules lawyers of the Jewish law. It's not just that they knew all of the laws, but they were incredibly anal retentive about following all the laws. And he's not telling you, hey, don't worry about those anal retentive jerks. He's saying, no, you need to exceed what they are doing. You need to, all of the law, every jot, every tittle, or in this translation, every stroke of a letter, every stroke of a letter, you need to follow all of it. So, according to Jesus himself, you should be following every single one of those laws in Leviticus. Now, I know that we can go on to the book of Acts, we can go to Galatians, like we can go to other places in the New Testament where other people who are not Jesus try to tell you, no, you don't have to follow those rules. But this is one thing I find hilarious with Christians. I'm not leveling this at you personally, but Christians all day will act like the words of Jesus are so important. And then I'll bring this up, and then they'll just lie to me about it. They'll tell me, see, that means all the law goes away, which is exactly the opposite of what the text says. This is a passage taken from the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew, where Jesus goes to extensive lengths, because even if you read the following passages, I won't bore you with those, but they basically hammer it home. He goes to extensive lengths to tell you need to follow everything and go above and beyond the laws. And yet, we don't. Christians don't, which I don't blame them, because I wouldn't follow all those stupid old laws either. But this is what your Savior says. You there, Larry? You've been your connection. It's funny because it keeps dropping off and on over there.
Yeah, no, I'm
cool. And I know the counter arguments, Larry. Like, I can show you all the other passages where Christians will say, no, we don't have to follow all these things because this is what it says in Acts, and this is what it says in Galatians, and this is what it says in Ephesians. Like there's a bunch of counter arguments to this, but it's kind of interesting to me because. Do you want to take the words of Paul?
Yeah, I mean, from the Christian perspective, it would be Jesus is the new covenant.
You would think,
right, made with man.
But I mean, I know. So I think I may have misunderstood you, because the idea that Jesus is the new covenant, people take that to mean, oh, nothing from the old law applies now because it's a new covenant, and yet his words here are directly opposite that. Now, to be fair, because I'm not. There's many ways to skin this cat. And I know that this is from Matthew. Matthew is the author of Matthew is a known Judaizer. The Gospel of Matthew is one of the most Judaic-centric Gospels. So, in many respects, the Gospel of Matthew reads as someone, whoever the author was. If you want to believe Matthew, that's fine. You believe what you want to believe. But whoever the author of Matthew was certainly someone who was trying to make a case that, no, we need to, as Christians, we still need to follow the Jewish laws. Of course, there are other Gospels that speak against this, and there are other books in the New Testament that counteract this. But I think it's hilarious because I would assume that the words, if you assume that these are actually the words of Christ, which I could argue against that too, but that's another discussion. You would assume that those would supersede the words of Peter or Paul or James, but they don't. And I know why they don't. They don't because if you told everyone you have to follow all of the old laws, like the Levitical laws, the laws from the Pentateuch, etc., the Mosaic laws, there would never be a Christian movement, because Like one of the big arguments in early Christianity was whether or not people had to be circumcised. And we know how that argument came out. And you can say, well, that argument came out because of revelation from God. Or you can make any story you want, but I can tell you why the argument came out that way. Because Paul was trying to spread the religion. And Paul knew that if I tell all these Gentiles that you should follow my religion, except you have to cut off a piece of your dick, that religion was going to go nowhere fast.
No, I see that point. When I have read like the Gospels, it even in the following texts from there, I think Jesus is trying to describe that it's not the actual act of doing those things; it's what's in your heart, what your intentions are, how you'll be judged. I think in the next verses there, concerning anger, concerning adultery. Those are the main points that Jesus is trying to get across. It's not the actual act of doing the things in the law.
So I did a whole video on this. I would argue with you on this because here's the traditional Christian apologetic that I get for this. I get a couple things. First of all, I get people tell me that fulfill somehow means the law goes away, which doesn't make any sense. I paid my taxes last year. I fulfilled the law. Guess what? I got to pay my taxes this year. I can't tell them, well, I fulfilled it last year, so I don't, But anyway, Christians will try to pull that shit, right? Then they'll try to say, oh, but all is accomplished, so the law doesn't apply. And I'm like, but he tells you it's until heaven and earth passes away. I mean, I don't know about heaven, but I know earth is still here. So how can you tell me that? But then to your point about these other ones, so the apologetic around these, usually, I've heard many times people try to claim that Jesus is changing the law here. And I would argue that if you read these carefully, he's not only not changing it, he's telling you the law stands and you have to go above it. So, look at the first one. You have heard it said to those of ancient times, you shall not murder. Here's our murder thing again, right? And whoever murders shall be liable to judgment. But I say to you that if you are angry with a brother or sister, you will not be liable to judgment. You will be liable to judgment. And if you insult a brother or sister, you will be liable to the council. And if you say, you fool, you will be liable to the hell of fire. So when you are offering your gift at the altar, if you remember that your brother or sister has something against you, leave your gift there before the altar and go. First be reconciled to your brother or sister, and then come and offer your gift. So I won't read the rest of this, but here's the point of this. At no point here does he tell you that any part of the law against murder goes away or gets softened. He's telling you the law against murder still stands, and oh, by the way, it's stricter now. Because now, even if you think bad things, or even if you're angry with your brother and sister, that's bad too. He's layering new requirements on top of the existing requirements. He's not getting rid of any of them. And I could sit here and go through each one, because there's 6 of them. There's 6 of these he goes through. And I would argue in each of the 6, he follows the same pattern. He tells you what the old law is. He does not get rid of the old law. And he tells you have to actually go above and beyond the old law. And if you think about the context of the Gospels, especially the Gospel of Matthew, this makes a lot of sense. Because even though...
Yeah, no, I see. I guess this has been like an awesome conversation. We've been at it for a while, and I actually appreciate the dialogue. And but I do want to just kind of close it a little bit and just mention that the reason why I think Jesus came to die for the sins and to fulfill the law and some of the things that you mentioned there is that when it comes to sins, God can't. He can't just wave it away, right? Because of who he is. He's perfectly just. You can't just simply ignore sin and say, "Oh, it's fine," and he would stop being just. You know what I mean? And
no, I don't. So I don't know what you mean, because here's the deal. You're saying that's
what the whole point is.
If we took Jesus out of the equation, right? Let's just say Jesus never came. We're still living under the old covenant of Abraham or whatever. So let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm a Christian and I want to be a good person. And I want to go to heaven or whatever. But I did a bad thing. I stole or cheated on my wife or something. And, I want to get right. I want to get right with God. So I get on my knees and I beg for forgiveness. I repent. I admit my sins. God, I did this horrible thing. And let's even go further and say I make amends with the people that I've hurt. But as far as spiritually speaking, I get on my knees and I beg God for forgiveness. And you're saying the omnipotent creator God of the universe can't forgive me unless he first kills an innocent.
It wouldn't be a just thing.
What is unjust about offering
right.
forgiveness for someone who has shown contrition?
Well, I'm saying that it's in the Bible. It's a real rebellion, against God that damages the relationship and carries a real penalty. So
okay, so
forgiveness
I
that
did a
costs
bad thing.
nothing
I damaged.
means
So
that
I've made amends with the people I've hurt, and I have gotten on my knees and I beg God for forgiveness. And think about this for a second. Let's just imagine. I've said this before in other live streams. You probably haven't heard it. Let's just say you say something rude to me tonight, okay? And tomorrow you call me up and you're like, hey, Adam, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said that rude thing. I was really gross. I shouldn't have said that. And I say, that's cool. Like, I'll forgive you as long as you go kill your dog. If you kill your dog, then I can forgive you because now you've atoned. What? Does that sound just?
Well, in that circumstance, no, it doesn't.
Oh, but if I kill the most perfect human that's ever lived, a perfectly innocent person, then it's better?
I just think that forgiveness of sin against God does require a real type of I don't want to say the word payment, but I think that it required a real payment, and Jesus made that payment. That's what it means? Is that that God provided a way that satisfies both justice and love.
That sounds like the opposite of justice.
Someone innocent pays the penalty instead of the guilty person.
First of all, there's a real conflict here that comes between. So the modern Christian idea of, this isn't all denominations. Different Christian denominations have different ideas of why Jesus was crucified. But one of the most common ones, which I think you are angling towards, or which I think you believe in, although I don't want to put words in your mouth, is penal substitutionary atonement. That's basically what you've articulated, that I'm bad, I did a bad thing, or I'm sinful or whatever. I deserve punishment, and in return for that instead of me getting the punishment, there's a substitutionary penal atonement, which is in the life of Christ. If you go back and read the Gospels, and I don't say this often because the Gospels, of course, are very similar but can be very different at times. But this is one case where I think all four Gospels are pretty consistent in this. If you look at the words of Jesus, what he is attributed with saying, he is repeatedly, over and over and again, talking about not atonement. He's talking about forgiveness. And Christians take those terms and they switch them out haphazardly as though they're the same thing, but they're not. If you look at even the old laws from the Old Testament, there are sins which require atonement, and there are sins for which there is no atonement. For example, if you read the Old Testament, if you murder somebody, there is no atonement you can make for murder. You can't go sacrifice a lamb or ox or whatever and say, okay, I'm right with God now. No, if you murder somebody and you're convicted of it, the punishment is talionic justice. Eye for an eye, you're supposed to die for it. That's not atonement. I'm sorry, getting a few concepts screwed up in my head, but there's atonement and there's forgiveness. So in the Old Testament, they talk about a number of all sorts of problems or sins or whatever for which you need to atone. There's other ones which they say there is no atonement. There's punishment, but there's no atonement, because atonement's not the same thing as punishment. Atonement is not the same thing as getting forgiveness. If you say to me, if you owe me $100 and then you pay me back $100 and I say your loan is forgiven, I mean, that's the term we use. We say forgiven. That's not really forgiveness. That's just that you have atoned, essentially. You owed me $100. You gave me $100. We have settled the ledger. That's not what forgiveness is. And Jesus talks repeatedly about forgiveness. And I could be wrong on this, but Jesus almost never talks about atonement. He talks about forgiveness. And yet, for many, not all Christians, but for many of the denominations of Christians, they have settled on this idea of penal substitutionary atonement, basically because it was the only way that they could make sense of the idea that their Savior got crucified. And how the hell do we deal with that? How do we make sense of that? Oh, I know. Because we all had to atone for our sins, and we couldn't atone without Jesus dying, so they made this narrative. But it's not consistent with any of the laws of the Hebrew Bible. I mean, even if we get down to the specifics of the sacrifice, I mean, the Hebrew Bible is incredibly explicit about what makes an acceptable sacrifice. And guess what is one of the words that comes up over and over and over again for acceptable sacrifices? Unblemished. Jesus was the antithesis of unblemished at the point that he died. Regardless of, how historical we think the accounts are. I mean, even if we can't trust anything in the Gospels, anyone who was crucified, they were treated like shit, of course, by the Romans. He was the antithesis of unblemished. He was not an acceptable sacrifice, according to all the laws that were put in the Hebrew Bible. And even if he was an acceptable sacrifice, again, I will say this, that the Gospels, when you read the words of Jesus himself, the words that are attributed to Jesus, there's a message that comes out over and over and over again, which is not one of atonement. It's one of forgiveness. And I know those two words are related. I understand how sometimes they can be, lazily interchanged, but they're not the same thing. They're very different concepts.
No, I understand. I just think, God, if God simply said, I forgive you, no problem, while ignoring the wrong that was done, he would be acting unjustly. So
the
sin never
justice
happened.
is to kill an innocent to save me.
Well, the solution that satisfies both justice and love, I mean, God wants
That's
to
love?
forgive, but he also has to remain just. So he provided a way that meets both requirements at the same time. An innocent person taking the penalty that the guilty person deserves.
He has to remain just.
Yes.
I mean,
justice is satisfied. The penalty is paid. And that's what the whole Christian mythos is it's in Christian teaching, forgiveness is free to the person who receives it, but it was not free to God. So the cost was the death of Jesus.
So I want to bring something. I know we're getting long, but this just. I'm going to say this in the nicest way that I can, but this just sometimes blows me away that God is perfectly just and God has to stay just. So I want you to look at this here. This is from Joshua. And they had just done their little conquest and they were told that, basically you can't keep this shit for yourself, right? The people that were doing the conquesting. So the person that we're talking about, his name is Achan. And so I'm not going to read this whole thing. It would get long. So let me kind of synopsize this really quick. Let me say where it says what Achan did. Hold up. So this is Achan, son of Carmi. So this is it. The sin of Achan is punishment. Achan, son of Carmi, son of Zabdi, son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took some of the devoted things, and the anger of the Lord burned against the Israelites. First of all, we're going to read a little more, but just that statement. Achan, one man, took some of the devoted things, and the anger of the Lord burned against the Israelites. But it gets worse. So, now they're trying to essentially figure out, well, who was this person who did this thing, So down here in 7, Joshua said, Lord God, why have you brought this people across the Jordan at all to hand us over to the Amorites so as to destroy us? Would that we had been content to settle beyond the Jordan. O Lord, what can I say now that Israel has turned their backs? The Canaanites, here it is. This is what I'm looking for. Here. The Lord said to Joshua, stand up. Why have you fallen on your face? Israel has sinned. No, Israel did not sin. Achan sinned. But, okay, fine. He was part of Israel, I guess. They have transgressed my covenant that I imposed on them. They have taken some of the devoted things. They did not. He did. They have stolen. They have acted deceitfully, and they have put them among their own belongings. They did not. He did. Therefore, the Israelites are unable to stand before their enemies. They turn their backs to their enemies because they have become a thing devoted for destruction themselves. I will be with you no more unless you destroy the devoted things from among you. Proceed to sanctify the people and say, sanctify yourselves for tomorrow. For thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, there are devoted things among you. O Israel, you will be unable to stand before your enemies until you take away the devoted things from among you. So in other words, this whole drama is that Achan took some shit he wasn't supposed to take. Okay? Achan's bad. In the morning, therefore, you shall come forward tribe by tribe, the tribe that the Lord shall come near by clans, the clan. So it's saying it's basically saying we're going to find this person. Okay? And then after all this transpires and they find the guy who's Achan, and Achan answered Joshua, it is true, I am the one who sinned against the Lord of God of Israel. This is what I did. Okay, so he says this. They took him out of the tent and brought them to Joshua and all the Israelites, and they spread them out before the Lord, the things that he stole. Then Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan, son of Zerah, with the silver, the mantle, and the bar of gold, with his sons and daughters, with his oxen, donkeys, and sheep, and his tent, and all that he had. And they brought them up to the valley of Achor. Let me say this again. With his sons and daughters. Joshua said, why did you bring trouble on us? The Lord is bringing trouble on you today. And all Israel stoned him to death. That's Achan. You could say that's just. They burned them with fire, them being the sons and daughters, cast stones on them, and raised over him a great heap of stones. Then the Lord turned from his burning anger. Therefore, so he turned from his burning anger only after he ensured that the people burned to death Achan's sons and daughters for the crime that Achan committed. We can even get more simple with this. Exodus 20, the 10 Commandments. It says right here, you shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who reject me. So if you reject God, he will punish your children to the third and fourth generation. This is the perfectly just God.
I'll have to read that passage in Joshua about Achan. I'm curious if his family actually knew or
There's nothing in the text that indicates that at all.
Or we don't know if they actually took part in that.
I mean, you can make up a story, but there is nothing in the text that indicates that at all. That's why I even went back here to the Ten Commandments. He's telling you that if you reject God, I will punish your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. I don't call that justice. And it's getting late. I won't bore you, but you can probably imagine I can do this for a while because these aren't the only examples. These are not the only examples at all. This happens over and over again. I mean, the best thing that you can say for it from a Christian apologist perspective is, you were talking about the New Testament, I'm reading Old Testament. So a lot of times the Christian apologetic is like, well, that's the old God. That's Yahweh. That's the God of the Old Testament. But it's the same God.
Yeah, no, I understand. I would have to read all of that myself. Because honestly, I haven't read the Bible like cover to cover, or some of those details. But I mean, in ACANS or HANS, it doesn't explicitly say that the family did not know either.
Dude, really?
So there could be very well.
Is that what we're falling back on? I mean,
well, I'm just saying they could have taken part. And when it says sons and daughters, we don't know if they were children. They could have been older adults.
So if they're 30, that makes it okay.
That could have taken part in that. Well, no, I'm just saying that they could have taken part into his scheme. So we don't know that.
Let's look at.
We're not sure if he acted alone, but
what's that? Let me show you this.
We don't know if he.
Let's not even talk about hypotheticals, because here in Numbers 5, what do you do if you have an unfaithful wife? Now you might say, well, if you have an unfaithful wife, she deserves what she gets. That bitch should, she should get whatever punishment. But let's look at how this opens. This says that if a spirit of jealousy comes on a man, it doesn't say if he's caught her in the act. It doesn't say if he knows that she's cheating on him. It says if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he's jealous of his wife, then it prescribes this ritual of the bitter waters. The ritual of the bitter waters, I won't read it all to you now. The ritual, I'm sorry, I should put on screen here, but the ritual of the bitter waters is this. You bring your wife to the priest. Doesn't matter if she wants to go. She has no choice in this. She has no say in the matter. He then messes up her hair, grabs her by her hair. He makes some magic potion that involves the dirt from the floor of the temple. And also she has to write something saying what she's been accused of, and then you take the ink and put that in the water too. So the water's got the bitter water has the dirt from the floor of the temple and the ink, and then you make her drink it. And it says that if she has, if she's not been faithful, her uterus will drop and her womb will discharge. That sounds fun. It says the curse will enter your bowels and make your womb discharge and your uterus drop. And she is supposed to say, amen, amen. Now, granted, you could say, well, if she hasn't cheated on you, according to this ancient blood magic bullshit, I guess her uterus will not drop. But she's still put through a humiliating and disgusting and unsanitary ritual. And if she's right and she has not cheated on him, what is her recourse? Well, that's right. She doesn't have any. And if she suspects him of cheating, can she bring him here for this ritual? Nope. She has no such right. This is God's law. If your husband suspects that you're unfaithful, if he has a spirit of jealousy in him, now, whether or not any of this ever actually happened, to be fair, is questionable. But this is what is prescribed in your holy book, that if you are even jealous of your wife, you can force her to the priest and put her through this disgusting, potentially dangerous and harmful ritual. And there is no recourse for her if she's been faithful. You just shrug and go, oh, I guess she hasn't been cheating. And if you've been cheating, there's no recourse for her, but that's justice, according to God. I mean, there are so many examples of this. In the same book, actually not in Numbers, in the same book, but in the Pentateuch, if there is a lengthy construct given that says if you've married a girl and on her wedding night she doesn't bleed, you can bring the sheet to the priest at the city gate and have her stoned. Never mind the fact that basic scientific knowledge tells us that even if a woman is a virgin, there is still a very good likelihood that she may not bleed on her wedding night, because the idea that a virgin will always bleed during her first time having sex is essentially a wives' tale. It could happen sometimes, but it's not guaranteed to happen. But the justice of God tells us that if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, her husband can drag her to the city gate with the clean sheet and have her stoned. And that's not Moses talking about it. That's God giving the direction as to what's to happen. That's his justice. So I'll shut up now, but it's like, anytime I hear someone talk about, God's perfect justice, he has to be just. I mean, first of all, as I already said, I don't know how killing an innocent man to save someone else constitutes justice. That makes no sense. But even if it did, we're working from the idea that God is perfectly just when the book clearly, repeatedly defies that conclusion.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't live back in those times. Sure.
Yeah, me too. Well, I mean, to be fair, it would be easier on us, although I still wouldn't want to live back then. But yeah, and one of the things, Christians will say is, oh, that was a product of a different time. God had to meet the people where they were, which those are always really, really lame excuses. They're immoral excuses. But yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say that modern Christians hold to this shit, of course. That's not true.
Well, morality is just a...
What's that? What was that, Larry? We may have lost Larry. Oh.
I said, well, morality at the end of the day is...
I mean, it's some fucked up morality, that's for sure. It's very subjective. That's very true.
All right. Well, it was good talking to you. What's your Adam? Is your name Adam?
Yes. I know we've talked quite a while. I've enjoyed talking to you, Larry. You probably feel like I beat you up a few times. I don't mean to.
No, I believe in civil conversations, my man. So.
And I know I wasn't going to
very
turn
good dialogue.
you into an atheist
And
or anything
your
tonight,
background.
What's that?
No, your backgrounds are awesome too.
Oh, thank you.
Your backgrounds.
Yeah, thank you.
Your
I got a bunch
like
of
your
them.
green screen.
Yeah.
Hey, it was good talking to you, man.
All right, man. Thanks. You have a good night.
You too.
All right. We talked to Larry for a while, didn't we? It's quite a call. I mean, I enjoyed the call. I thought it was fun. I probably spent too much time preaching at him, yelling at him, etc. But I enjoyed the call. He was nice. Of course, we don't agree on everything, but I didn't expect that was going to happen anyway. I do appreciate, though, because, as we do these live streams, because I don't have the Justin Deconstruction Zone audience, I'm always looking or struggling for, if you want to call it that, to find more believers that can call in and have reasonable conversations and debate things. As you guys know, I don't really want to yell at someone and get in a stupid, pedantic little argument, but as long as we can have a good conversation, I think it's fun. If you are still with us, I'm looking at the chat. You guys all get a cookie. you guys have hung out quite a while. I know some of you guys have left and come back, but I still appreciate each and every one of you so much. It's been a good live stream tonight. We talked about Lily J. We talked about the rather insane individual named Mark, who was easily the coward of the week as well, because for all of his bloviating, he never called in. I don't even think he joined the live stream at all. So, nevertheless, I had a good time tonight. Have new God-Free Bible study coming out tomorrow morning. So, of course, the members have already seen that, but if you're not a member, there'll be a new one coming out tomorrow morning. And hopefully soon I'll get these other ones edited so I can get those posted as well. So, Evil Ben, the subject is, we've been all over the place. This is an atheist channel. We've been talking about all the fun things of religion. Just had a very long call with a nice gentleman named Larry, talking about many different aspects of religion, talking about objective versus subjective morality, talking about God's perfect justice, talking about the cosmological argument and infinite regress, talked about all kinds of things. So, but unless someone else is going to jump in, I think that this is going to be the end of the night, because it's almost getting to be 1, it's 1:45 in the morning here in New Orleans. So, but Evil Ben 666, please know we do this every Tuesday starting at 5 p.m. Central Time. So yeah, I guess I've been doing this for 8 hours. Wow, fun times. I usually do like an ad hoc one during the week too, usually like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, something like that. But tonight was a good show. We got through a lot of fun stuff. We normally go through viewer comments, especially the adversarial viewer comments. We tonight went through looking at some Muslim scam artist shit from Lily J. Took a few good calls. So it was a good night all the way around, but it's getting late. It's getting long. And as always, I want to thank every one of you guys for being here. So I'll talk to you guys soon.